Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 676, Chapter 306, You Can Become a Film Master. On Friday, Ronald flew to New York. Nisida had arranged everything for him. Pauline Kael, the renowned film critic for The New Yorker, perhaps the most controversial, incisive, and unconventional film critic still alive in America, would meet with him at her home to discuss her scathing critique of Top Gun. Born in 1919, the elderly woman began writing film reviews for The New Yorker in the 1960s and 70s and was a key figure in the New Hollywood movement. Bonnie and Clyde, the beginning of the American New Wave, gained immense popularity thanks to her strong recommendation, becoming a box office and critical success and securing its place in Hollywood history. Pauline had also been invited by Warren Beatty, the star of Bonnie and Clyde, to serve as a senior advisor to Paramount, but she resigned after a few months to return to writing film reviews. Pauline's criticism of Top Gun was particularly harsh this time. Some elderly people at Paramount knew her, and after some negotiation, she agreed to meet Ronald at her home to discuss why her criticism of the film was so severe. "Excuse me, does Ms. Pauline Carr live here?" Ronald rang the doorbell. A little boy answered. "Grandma, someone's looking for you." "What's your name?" the boy asked, turning to Ronald. Ronald Lee. "William, please let him in." Pauline came out and took her grandson aside to watch television. "Hello, Pauline." Ronald was momentarily at a loss for words when speaking to the film critic. She had helped him greatly in his early days, but this criticism was particularly scathing. "Come on, Ronald, film criticism doesn't have much influence these days. The New Yorker won't affect many of your viewers. They won't care what an old lady says. No, your review is very important to me." Ronald immediately felt relaxed and went to the living room to talk to Pauline Carr. Film reviews don't have the same power as Broadway theater reviews to determine a film's box office. Besides, your film company invented the review censorship system. These days, reviews can only appear in the media after a film's release, and the first wave of viewers no longer use reviews as a reference for their film choices. Moreover, I write for The New Yorker, which has even less influence than newspaper reviews by Albert and others. Pauline laughed, self-deprecatingly commenting on her own influence. Ronald knew she was telling the truth. Compared to Broadway theater reviews, which could determine the fate of a new play, film reviews were more often a secondary marketing tool for film companies. They spent far more money on posters in theaters than on public relations with film critics. However, he still disagreed, telling her how his debut film, fast-paced Richmond High School, benefited from her strong critical support, which led to increased prints and nationwide distribution, and thanked her again in person. "I loved that movie, and your second movie, Coherence. They reminded me of Robert Altman. You didn't dictate how the audience should view or watch your movies. They went to the theater, were drawn in, and then discovered plots and storylines that exceeded their expectations. Everything was so unpredictable, it was an adventure. But your later big-budget productions tended to be formulaic. Within the first 5 minutes of a film, I knew what you were trying to do. For someone who doesn't like repeatedly watching the movies they're going to write reviews for, that's not a good experience." Ronald also appreciated Pauline's frankness. "I understand what you mean, but I can't stay in those small-budget exploitative films. Hollywood is a very realistic place. To make a movie that people remember decades from now, I have to prove I can be a box office draw. And to be a box office draw, these Hollywood formulas are indispensable." Pauline's hair was already gray. She wore reading glasses and smiled when she heard Ronald say he wanted to make movies that people would remember decades from now. Ronald noticed that the old lady's smile was very gentle, like a neighbor's grandmother, a stark contrast to her sharp demeanor when she wasn't smiling. "I wasn't wrong about you. You really are the kind of person who wants to make classic films. To make movies that people will remember, you have to stay away from those popcorn movies and pay more attention to important real-world issues. All the classic Hollywood films focus on important real-world issues of their time, Important real-world issues. Yes, the old lady stood up and refilled Ronald's coffee, then took several books of her film reviews from the shelf, flipped to the table of contents, and handed them to Ronald. Have you noticed that since the 1970s, Italian-American directors have dominated the mainstream of classic Hollywood blockbusters? Meanwhile, the original Jewish and Puritan directors have gradually withdrawn from the stage of serious dramas, turning to comedies and popcorn movies. They, on the other hand, dominated the direction and acting of almost all the classic films in the 1930s and during World War II. Ronald glanced at the cover of the first book, Pauline Kahr's first collection of film reviews, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. He flipped through the table of contents of several books, which included reviews of Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver, Francis Ford Coppola's The Godfather, Brian De Palma's Carrie, and Michael Cimino's The Deer Hunter. Jewish directors, compared to the Golden Age, have decreased significantly. She only likes Spielberg. As for traditional Puritan directors, she admires Robert Altman. Indeed, why is that? Ronald had never thought about this question. Why did Italian Americans become so dominant in Hollywood after the 1970s? It certainly wasn't about money. Italian mob investment in films only began after The Godfather achieved unexpected success. Nor was it about nepotism or ethnic favoritism. If we're talking about ethnic favoritism, Jewish people were the best examples, and their mob was far more powerful than Italian Americans, having entered the film industry as early as the 1920s. Ronald scratched his head. He found the old lady's sharp question interesting, but couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing Ronald looking at her like a grandson, wanting an answer, Pauline Kahr smiled. This scolding had worked well. She didn't want to watch a potential master slide into the realm of popcorn blockbuster filmmaking. Because the Vietnam War changed American thinking, you idiot, huh? The Vietnam War. Ronald looked up, realizing he couldn't keep up with the old woman's train of thought. Coming from a Vietnam War veteran's family, he didn't feel any difference in perspective from others. Pauline Kahr, knowing Ronald hadn't considered this profound shift in artistic style within the film market, continued, we Americans used to think of ourselves as a blessed, God-favored New Babylon. But the Vietnam War brought us down on a moral level. Sending poor kids to Vietnam to bomb innocent civilians, and failing, made us realize we weren't morally flawed. And the cheap and high-quality Japanese products only exacerbated this problem. We lost our sense of superiority not only morally, but also industrially and technologically. Ronald nodded in agreement. The Vietnam War had indeed had a profound psychological impact on Americans. A very obvious change was the end of the baby boom. The new generation of young people were unwilling to have children. The most serious consequence of the Vietnam War was a huge change in the understanding of guilt. Americans now have a completely new and different understanding of what guilt is. Guilt. We lost that sense of moral superiority that the Puritans among the Mayflower immigrants had. We used to believe we would get better and better, that we would defeat all evil and demons. But after the Vietnam War, we discovered that perhaps evil is not so easy to defeat, that we might fail, and that we might have to coexist with them. We don't have the moral, technical, or other human superiority we imagined. Ronald didn't quite understand what this so-called sense of guilt had to do with the Italian-American dominance of the new Hollywood movement. Italian-Americans, and many of the new generation of directors, are Catholics. Unlike the Puritans who founded America, their education from childhood included a strong sense of guilt. We are all sinners, and we have to go to the priest for confession every week. This mentality happens to resonate with the general feelings of modern Americans, so their films psychologically match the mindset of audiences at that time. In addition, visualization is a strength of Italians. Look at those Renaissance paintings and architecture. They are naturally able to make films that look like world-famous paintings. Oh, Ronald fell into deep thought. Pauline Kahr, as a top film critic, had a very different perspective from the director. He was quite certain that Scorsese and Coppola, at least, wouldn't have considered any Catholic guilt when making their films. However, different perspectives might also reveal some truths. These are subconscious elements ingrained in the director's mind. You might not be aware of their existence in daily life, but they constantly influence you when making a film. So what kind of culture is beneath my subconscious? The consumerism of Hollywood's new generation? Or the teachings of Confucius from my past life as a Chinese? Ronald thought of himself. The old lady's brilliance lay not in whether she praised or criticized, but in inspiring thought. It seems you agree with my opinion. Pauline Carr mistakenly thought Ronald was thinking about the directorial style of New Hollywood. I heard you received formal training, and you've seen many Hollywood films from the Golden Age. Back then, Puritan and Jewish directors dominated Hollywood. It was a completely different era. Jews enjoy exposing the dark side of society and then correcting it, which resonated with the social realities of the 1930s and World War II. Society had problems, someone exposed them, someone corrected them, and our society continued to move forward. Puritans, on the other hand, had more of a divinely ordained belief, such as that we were fighting the Germans and the Japanese, and the whole world depended on the Americans for salvation. Ronald understood Pauline's meaning. Film reflects social reality. If your culture and educational background subconsciously resonate with the culture of most American audiences, then your film will not only be a box office hit but will also stand the test of time. What about the cultural subconscious of the new generation after the 1980s? Perhaps your film resonates with their cultural subconscious? Now, Jewish directors and actors don't make many serious dramas anymore. It's not that they don't want to, but their films don't appeal to audiences. Now, Jewish people mainly make comedies, like Jerry Zak and his ilk. They no longer make films reflecting mainstream social values. Even Spielberg no longer makes films that reflect social reality. Spielberg is great, his naivete, his attention to detail, so many things are wonderful, but he's not the type to address the major social issues of our time, and directors with Puritan backgrounds, like George Lucas, prefer exploring science fiction and film technology. Without people reflecting social reality, the art of film will die. Pauline Carr finished speaking and looked intently at Ronald. Me. Ronald realized the old lady's unspoken message: the future of film rests on your shoulders. I can't. I just make films based on intuition, hoping to entertain audiences. If they can still be talked about decades from now, I'll be content. Ronald quickly waved his hands. What a joke. Being the successor to a classic Hollywood director, reflecting on major social issues, he wasn't cut out for that. Besides, Hollywood isn't what it used to be. It can't make money. Trying to address the darker side of reality is suicide. No, I've always felt you have the potential to become a film master. You act on intuition, ignoring cliches. That's a classic trait of a master. Human intuition doesn't need to be quantified by theory. It's the sum of a person's emotions and intellect. Only second-rate directors need formulas. First-rate directors just need to follow their intuition. You flatter me. Nowadays, films offer directors very little room for maneuver. If you don't figure out what audiences want to see, you're likely to fail at the box office. If it happens 3 times in a row, I'll have to say goodbye to Hollywood. Sigh. Pauline knew the Hollywood market was shrinking, and the industry for getting audiences from their TVs to the cinema was vastly different from what she knew back then. They put that topic aside and continued talking about other films. Pauline Carr's critiques of various directors were sharp. She was rather unconventional. She particularly liked films that weren't favored by mainstream critics and disliked those that were generally well received. According to her, most film critics these days are just unemployed mistresses of producers, given a position to earn some money. To address major social issues, left-wing novels and films are the breeding ground for masterpieces because they dare to attack significant social problems. You should pay more attention to left-wing art. Stop making those popcorn movies if you want to be remembered in history. As Ronald took his leave, Pauline Carr gave him a final piece of advice: read more left-wing literature and art. Left-wing novels, Ronald wasn't too keen on that. The economy had been doing well since the president took office. And everyone was busy making money. Nobody cared about the darker side of society anymore. They'd be better off investing in stocks or working 2 jobs and buying a house with a mortgage. However, Pauline's point was insightful. To ensure their films were remembered decades from now, they had to grasp the pulse of the times and consciously understand the psychology of their audience. Like Top Gun, which perfectly captured the American people's desire to defeat the Soviet Union. Ronald went to New York theater to check on the box office. In the afternoon, Top Gun was doing quite well, with many young people and fathers and children together. What's this? Ronald noticed a booth beneath the Top Gun poster, with 2 men in naval uniforms watching from behind. Is this Paramount's new marketing tactic? Or are they selling fighter jet models? Ronald went to investigate. Sir, would you like to join the Navy? Would you like to be a carrier-based fighter pilot like the Lone Ranger? Just fill out a form here. No, but thank you anyway. Is this movie that popular? The Navy's recruiting? Happy birthday to Infinitix, a reader studying film at NYU, and best wishes for your studies. Chapter 677, Chapter 307, Box office rises against the trend in the second week. Ronald, besides Pepsi, there's another agency that wants to include a commercial in the Top Gun videotape and wants you to direct it. Oh? Which company? Ronald received a long-distance call from producer Bruckheimer in Hollywood. Since AT&T was broken up, regional telephone companies have been operating independently, significantly reducing the cost of local calls and answering machines. However, long-distance call prices have risen instead of falling, and Ronald, who frequently discusses creative projects with multiple people, has seen his monthly phone bill skyrocket. It's not a company, it's the American Navy. They want to include a recruitment ad in the videotape. Because the Navy has a strict bidding process, they've already sent out bids to all the 4A advertising agencies, but they strongly imply that you're their favorite candidate. If you agree, you're guaranteed to win. Well, that's fine. If any 4A agency wins, have them contact Eddie, the general manager of My Daydream Productions. The two Navy investigators quickly realized that Ronald's film portrayed the Navy job as very lucrative. Besides the pilot's ability to casually date, shoot MiG pilots, play volleyball on the beach, and fly cool fighter jets like the Tomcat, even ground crew were portrayed by Ronald as having desirable jobs. Whether it was dancing to rock music on an aircraft carrier or the ground crew working in the control tower communicating with pilots via radio, these were all highly enviable jobs. Ronald didn't film any scenes of them working under the scorching sun with engine oil and wrenches. In the second week of the film's release, the Navy noticed a more than 300% increase in recruitment inquiries. Pentagon bureaucrats, already troubled by declining annual recruitment numbers, seized the opportunity, overcoming bureaucratic red tape and quickly setting up recruitment booths in movie theaters across the country. Since the Vietnam War caused American civilian families to weep for their children dying under conscription, a major election issue had been changing from conscription to an all-volunteer force. After voters got their wish, the Pentagon quickly discovered they could no longer recruit middle-class men. No one wanted to serve in the military, be humiliated by instructors, and risk dying on the battlefield. Soon, the composition of the military underwent a dramatic transformation. Black people and other minorities rapidly surpassed their respective proportions in the total population, becoming the largest source of recruits for the Army. The Air Force and Navy fared even worse. These two branches required a large number of highly educated individuals for their high-tech roles. However, American society had gradually come to view military service as a dead-end career path. The Navy, due to its service at sea, far from land and family, became the most difficult branch to recruit, even more so than the Air Force. What was once America's most prestigious branch, the first choice for many senators' children, was now facing severe recruitment difficulties. If military service wasn't driven by honor but solely by a desire for a job and a future, the quality of recruits would quickly decline. This Top Gun program brought an unexpected surprise. Young people quickly discovered that military service wasn't just a job, but a very cool one. The sense of honor and the unparalleled success of flirting with a naval aviator rekindled young people's aspirations to join the military. Ronald quickly sensed this trend. In nightclubs and bars, people started renting naval uniforms and wearing Ray-Ban sunglasses to pick up girls. Boat-shaped caps and badges drove the women wild, although Ronald suspected many were fake naval personnel. The idea of going to nightclubs was suggested by an advertising agency hired by Pepsi, where Ronald also ran into an old acquaintance, Darcy McGuire, the former creative director of BBDO. Ronald's former agent in New York, Eddie, had taken over as general manager of Daydream Studios. Pepsi gave him considerable creative freedom and a large production budget. Their only requirement was that Ronald incorporate iconic scenes from Top Gun to promote Pepsi's latest sugar-free Pepsi, along with massive agricultural subsidies and food stamps for the poor. One side effect was a significant increase in obesity. Urban residents love to follow trends, and the wealthy are flocking to gyms, while the middle class, lacking both money and time, prefers to find comfort in products. Pepsi Sugar-Free Pepsi, launched in the 1960s, was once again popular with consumers in the mid-1980s. Last year, Pepsi even hired Joe Montana, quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, to endorse sugar-free Pepsi. Furthermore, having tasted success sponsoring the Los Angeles Olympics in 1984, they are now sponsoring the Lillehammer Winter Olympics as well. Tom Cruise showcases his muscular physique several times in the film, and Pepsi was already very interested in a movie that appealed to both young women, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, etc., muscular and shirtless, also wearing cool uniforms, and young men, supersonic jets, aerial combat, and cool uniforms. The box office success in the first 2 weeks gave them great confidence. Pepsi even considered having Tom Cruise do commercials. However, this didn't align with Paula's vision for Cruise's star image. Pepsi, as a second-best option, hitched a ride on the film's success by casting an actor who resembled Cruise in an advertisement. After discussing it with the film's 2 producers and Paula Wagner, they readily agreed to use the film and the star's image for the commercial. The videotape ad wouldn't air on influential public television, but it would still generate additional revenue for the film. Both sides had no objections. Ronald wrote the script, mimicking the opening scene of the film where the Maverick flies backwards above the MiG-28. He changed the Cruise-like actor's call sign to Mustang, which, like Maverick, evoked a maverick young man. During the flight, a Pepsi can stuck to the cup holder in the cup holder, making it impossible to retrieve. Mustang then performs a backwards maneuver, catching the spilled Pepsi in the cup and drinking it down. Ronald didn't direct the ad himself, he was simply credited. He approached Kathryn Bigelow, who was struggling to find work, paid her a director's fee, and then brought in Cameron's ground-based special effects ring system to film the cockpit scenes. Darcy Maguire gave Ronald's proposal the green light, and since their collaboration, both had seen their careers soar in their respective industries. Maguire had become a rare female vice president of creative in the industry. Pepsi was a major client, spending tens of millions annually on advertising production. Since Ronald had given his approval, she was happy to entrust the project to another female director. The final result pleased Darcy Maguire. Kathryn Bigelow's visual language was beautiful, and the final product had a comedic, parodic feel to Top Gun. Satisfied, Ronald, seeing his client nod, turned to congratulate Bigelow. With a payment for this shoot, she could stay in Hollywood for a long time. Opportunities for female directors to secure independent funding were rare. Did you know, the Navy is also putting out a tender for a 30-second recruitment ad, and they asked me to submit a bid. What are they thinking? Recruitment ads are actually hard to make, especially since the American public hasn't fully recovered from the trauma of the Vietnam War. I didn't submit a proposal. Actually, your film is the best recruitment ad, there's no need to submit any ideas, huh? You're turning down business that's practically handed to you, you don't understand. This is the best strategy. Those Navy guys are very cost-conscious. If I can convince them, they'll think I genuinely care about them, and they'll have plenty of orders in the future. I see, Ronald thought, impressed by how well these people understood their client's psychology. No wonder they run an advertising agency. Actually, this is a great opportunity for you. Pepsi's sponsorship of the Top Gun videotape will definitely cause a sales surge. I've seen Top Gun, it's a phenomenal movie. Now your reputation in the fast-moving consumer goods market is firmly established. I estimate that Coca-Cola will also want you soon. Other giants in the snack industry will also want to try their luck with you. The higher your movie's box office, the more extra Pepsi you'll sell, and the more renowned you'll be in the advertising industry. Darcy Maguire described his business prospects to Ronald. Ronald thought it was a good opportunity. His daydreams needed more low-demand filming opportunities to train his technical and artistic staff. When the opportunity came, he could start by making low-budget exploitation films. The second week, the Memorial Day weekend, ended. The box office statistics were in. Despite the minimal increase in the number of theaters showing the film, the box office had actually increased, reaching 10.5 million. The average theater box office increased by more than 10%, and the total box office exceeded 22 million. Wow, this result truly shocked Paramount. Although it was overtaken at the box office champion by Cobra, starring Sylvester Stallone and signed by Minna Hangolan for over $10 million, and only ranked second, Warner Brothers, the distributor for Golan, arranged for it to be shown in over 2,100 theaters to support the debut film of their first superstar. Even so, it only slightly outperformed Top Gun in its opening weekend. Ronald Golan, with only 1,000 theaters, almost matched the box office of someone else with 2,000 theaters. And this was in the second week, which typically sees a decline in box office revenue, compared to Stallone's opening week. Paramount's distribution manager, Sid Garnier, went crazy. He approached President Ned Tanning and proposed a very aggressive plan, Print an extra 1,000 copies and urgently add 500 theaters starting in June, bringing the total number of theaters showing the film to over 1,500. This is a very feasible plan. We overestimated the appeal of Ronald's film and the influence of Tom Cruise. But we still underestimated their appeal. The fact that the second week's box office significantly exceeded the first week's indicates that the audience this time consists of viewers who don't usually go to the cinema. This is a rare opportunity, and we expect the film to run for a long time, perfectly suited for the summer blockbuster season in June, competing as a new release. Tannen quickly signed the document in agreement. Ronald had given him endless surprises. We also need to see their international appeal for the upcoming international premiere. What are your predictions? Tannen asked. We anticipate good results in all English-speaking countries, including Britain and Australia. We expect strong sales in Japan and South Korea, and some progress in Hong Kong as well. The intensity of dogfights between fighter jets doesn't need words to convey the emotion. And the charm of McGillis and Cruise is undeniable. Good job, lads. Upgrade all their hotel accommodations to penthouse suites. How are the royal premiere arrangements in Britain going? The royal office says the Duchess will attend the premiere, and the Queen is also lobbying for her attendance. She will also be meeting with a new Lord Commander and prominent figures in the cultural sphere. Excellent. Keep in touch. If Her Majesty the Queen can grace the London premiere with her presence, we'll allocate additional public relations funds to give our lads some exposure in the British media. Chapter 678, 308th chapter, You're that Ronald? Ronald. I knew you were a genius. Come, have a seat. I've prepared some of the best Italian brandy for you. Paramount's president, Ned Tannen, his voice booming and face flushed, personally greeted Ronald and his entourage at the elevator leading directly to the president's office. Top Gun is expected to return to #1 at the box office next week. I'm currently in a high-level meeting at Paramount, and I'm getting a lot of attention. It's all thanks to you. Tannen was always very accommodating to directors who could make money. Mr. Tannen, this is your reward for your confidence in me. Ha ha ha, call me Ned. I've said it so many times. Come in and let's talk. Ned Tannen showed great respect for Ronald. His previous films, fast-paced Richmond High School and Night of the Comet, were low-budget movies. Hollywood produces one or two of these every year, but these directors who become famous quickly fade into obscurity. Some people in the industry have a special term for these kinds of films, one-shot success. They don't know beforehand that they will be a box office hit, and it's difficult to analyze the real reasons for their success afterward. They are miracles that cannot be replicated. Hollywood producers have never been particularly interested in one-off successes that can't be replicated. Unless the director and other key creative personnel can consistently demonstrate their talent, making Hollywood recognize what types of films they can make that will be box office hits, and then they'll invest. That's what it takes for executive presidents and vice presidents to have the foresight to recognize talent. Ronald Reigns was very different. He completely defied Hollywood's rules. Unlike most directors who focus on one genre, he started with teen musicals, then jumped to science fiction, then action films, and finally venturing into aerial combat films, a genre Hollywood hadn't touched in decades. All the studio executives in Hollywood were intimidated by this haphazard approach and began studying Reigns, hoping to find the secret to his success, but to no avail. For example, with a successful director like Spielberg, everyone knows that his films about aliens, children, or horror animals are guaranteed box office success, and they're eager to invest in him. But his other genres might not achieve the box office breakthroughs justified by his exorbitant directorial fees. Investors might invest, they might place bets, but they wouldn't compete for his projects. In contrast, Ronald Lee seemed clueless about film selection, experimenting with various genres, yet every film he made was a box office hit. Many were a little envious of Weintraub, the investor in Top Gun, who knew Ronald could direct action films back then. Knowing this, they might as well have blindly trusted this young director, letting him make whatever he wanted, like this outsider. They could have followed suit and reaped a meteoric rise to fame, boasting about it as they pleased. Today, with Top Gun's box office success a foregone conclusion, everyone agrees that perhaps Ronald Lee possesses a hidden secret. He seems to have seen through the aesthetic tastes and values of the new generation after the baby boom. This subconsciousness rooted in the new generation seems to be something only a few new directors like Ronald Lee and John Hughes can grasp. Hollywood executives now only know that the new generation of audiences is no longer interested in the anti-war, left-wing, and rebellious values of the previous generation. But they haven't returned to the silent, hard-working values of the pre-World War II generation. Like Alex, the young character played by Michael J. Fox in Family Ties, they, like their grandparents, believe in the new economic policies brought by the president and readily accept the consumerist concepts imposed upon them by advertising. On the other hand, they also inherit their parents' sexually liberated views. Traditional family values such as Puritanism and Catholicism are rapidly crumbling. They are the first generation to grow up with extremely high parental divorce rates, and many of their friends or classmates come from single-parent families. Almost everyone agrees that cohabitation before marriage is essential for happiness. And dating a dozen or so boyfriends/girlfriends before marriage to find the most suitable one has gradually become a consensus among urban teenagers. High school sweethearts, high school couples marrying and living happily ever after, have become something only found in fairy tales, rarely seen in real life. But these easily summarized characteristics don't seem to adequately explain why our Ronald's films are consistently box office hits. What do audiences who like martial arts, fighter jets, science fiction, and high school life have in common? He must possess some extraordinary qualities that have enabled him to achieve success that few others can attain. If someone can quickly grasp the secrets to his success, they can discover several more young directors like Ronald, thus securing at least 5 years of exclusive success. In short, Ned Tannen is now eager to invest in any teen film Ronald makes. What's there to be afraid of? Whether it's a sweet romance or a tank battle, it's bound to be another miracle. So, what new ideas do you have? After discussing the widespread media coverage of Top Gun, Ned Tannen couldn't resist inquiring about Ronald's next project. I'm still looking for inspiration. I haven't found a script that really catches my eye yet. If you do, be sure to tell me. Paramount can offer you a 3-film first-look deal. We don't specify which films you'll work on, or how many. We just ask that when you're interested, you show them to Paramount first. We promise that, given the same terms as our competitors, you'll consider us first. We compete fairly with everyone else, just asking for the opportunity to consider Paramount first. No, to consider me first, all else being equal. That's incredibly flattering, but even without such an agreement, I would still consider companies like Paramount first if I had projects. Ronald refused to sign the agreement, but didn't completely rule it out. If Paramount had offered such terms before filming Top Gun, even if Ronald didn't agree, his agent would have begged him to. However, with 2 consecutive films grossing over $100 million, he had become a Hollywood star. Signing a long-term contract for several films was impossible. He'd have to negotiate one film at a time. Besides, his script assistant, David Simpkins, had already recommended several good scripts. Some were even from the archives of the other 7 major studios, or on the circulation list. With just a snap of his fingers, those studio executives would readily offer the scripts, and then negotiate incredibly generous terms. Since he didn't have a deep relationship with Ned Tannen, and the latter hadn't offered him any help in his time of need, he shouldn't blame him for prioritizing his own interests. I knew you were a director with exceptional commercial talent, Ned Tannen thought, his heart bleeding. If he had shown full support for Ronald back then, things wouldn't be like this now. Rumors circulated in the industry that Ronald was in talks with Universal's president, Frank Price, about a new film. After all, Price had offered the then unknown Ronald a script for $350,000. In short, don't forget Paramount's distribution power. You can see that clearly after this incident. There's a reason why Don and Jerry signed a long-term agreement with us. I can give you the same terms they got, or even better. I won't interfere with the subject matter, casting, or crew. There's only one condition: it has to be distributed by Paramount. Ned Tannen raised his glass and clinked it with Ronald's. Who wouldn't want to distribute Ronald's movies? Now, making movies is like conjuring money out of thin air for him. With a wave of his magic wand, audiences obediently drive to the theater, pull out their wallets, and line up to hand over their money to the box office staff. If there's a chance to product placement in the movie, that would be even better. From sunglasses to motorcycles to fighter jet models to naval recruitment booths, anything appearing in Top Gun now has people lining up obediently to pay for it. Ronald took a sip of brandy. It tasted really good. It seemed to be from a very good winery. This brandy is really good. Do you like it? My friend gave it to me. You can take a few bottles with you later. Ned Tannen pressed the doorbell, letting his secretary in to instruct her to pack a case for Ronald's car trunk. Speaking of distribution, I do have a movie you might consider. Ronald continued sipping his brandy. Paramount's distribution capabilities were indeed very strong. Among the 7 Hollywood studios, they had the most film slots and the most professional distribution team. That Australian film hadn't found a way in yet. What movie? Are you the director, producer, or screenwriter? Ned Tannen immediately perked up. Regularly gifting Ronald nice things was very useful. Ronald came from a humble background, and he should frequently gift him these refined items from high society. None of those. It's a movie made by Australians. I happened to see them filming in Manhattan last Christmas. I heard their movie broke Australian box office records. You didn't direct it? You weren't involved. Ned Tannen's interest waned. It seemed Ronald was doing a friend a favor. Maybe there was a pretty girl in the lead role. I could help with this, but only on a business official basis, with a little face saving. As long as the quality isn't too bad, Paramount shouldn't have any problem with its release and distribution. You didn't hear me clearly. I said they broke Australian box office records, all previous years. Ronald looked at Tannen, not quite satisfied. Had he just casually recommended a movie? After seeing the copy Paul Hogan brought, he had long wanted to buy it and distribute it through Roger Corman or Minahan Golan's Cannonball. But a good horse needs a good saddle. The film's quality was extremely high, far exceeding Ronald's own estimates. Neither Coleman nor Minahan had the ability to realize the film's potential. Whether from a profit perspective or from the perspective of helping a friend gain fame, it was best to hand it over to the Big Seven. If it weren't for the film's high quality, and the fear of delaying others' opportunities, Ronald wouldn't have recommended it to the Big Seven distribution companies. Australian box office records are so easy to break. A couple of years ago, Mel Gibson's 2 Mad Max films held the record for the highest-grossing imported Hollywood film. They were incredibly successful post-apocalyptic road movie action films, pioneering a whole new genre. You mean? You broke Mad Max's Australian box office record, Ned Tannen realized. What movie? Tell me quickly. Crocodile Dundee. Crocodile Dundee? A horror animal film like Jaws. Ned Tannen scratched his head. Not a crocodile named Dundee. Crocodile is the nickname of the protagonist, Dundee. Ronald briefly explained the plot. A beautiful New York newspaper reporter goes to the North Australian Reserve to interview a brave man who fought and killed a giant crocodile, surviving the battle. Crocodile Dundee and the reporter endure many hardships in the reserve, and Dundee even saves her life, producing a first-rate report. Then the reporter comes up with the idea of inviting Dundee to New York to continue writing his story. Dundee and reporter Sue arrived in New York, making all sorts of hilarious mistakes like country bumpkins in the city. Ultimately, Dundee, with his characteristic Australian enthusiasm and directness, resolved many problems, and the two eventually became a couple. You thought it was an animal horror movie too? Looks like for its North American release, we'll have to put crocodile in quotation marks in the title so the audience knows it's a nickname. This isn't the first time Ronald received this kind of reaction. Actually, this movie is Tarzan plus Mr. Smith Going to Washington. These two types of films haven't been made in a long time, and they did a very good job. If you're interested, I'll have them come over for a chat. I guess they've already been to Paramount, but were rejected by your distribution department. If you're not interested, I'll go to 20th Century Fox. Their boss, Barry Diller, also told me he welcomes film recommendations. And their new boss is Australian, so he'll probably agree. No. What kind of relationship do we have? Don't contact anyone else, just have them come over. Tannen pressed the doorbell and called in her secretary. I'm free tomorrow or the day after. I need to receive 2 Australian guests. What role do you play in it? A producer. Tannen set a time, had Ronald leave Paul Hogan's phone number, and then asked. Their film was crowdfunded, and they don't have much money left, so a profit-sharing arrangement is acceptable. But don't try to buy it out cheaply. That would hurt their feelings, and they might just find someone else for the sequel. My Daydream Pictures is their distribution partner in America. I'll cover the initial costs, and then, no problem, with you involved, I feel much more at ease. I trust your eye for choosing films the most. A buyout is impossible, but they want to sign an agreement with Paramount that if there's a sequel, Paramount will invest and handle distribution. You talk to them about that. I'm just helping a friend. Ronald finished his brandy with satisfaction. All right then, I'll sign them as soon as possible and schedule a suitable release date. You guys go to London for the royal premiere first. I've arranged everything. The wine's good, isn't it? Have some more. Ronald, along with Eddie, the general manager of Daydream, and his agent Nisida, declined Tanning's offer to refill their drinks and left his CEO's office. Ned Tanning was now essentially in charge. He managed most of the production business, and whether or not a project received a green light was entirely up to him. "Hello, are you Director Ronald, the director of Dragon Boys and Top Gun?" Ronald was stopped by a middle-aged woman sitting in the hallway waiting area as he stepped out of his office. She looked like she had been waiting outside Tanning's office for a long time. "Yes, it's me. Ned and I finished talking. It should be your turn soon." Ronald nodded to her and extended his hand to shake hers. Recently, as a director, Ronald had become quite well known. His photos from previous scandals had appeared in the media, and many people recognized his face. This middle-aged woman had thick eyebrows and a large Jewish nose. Although her individual features were not bad, the overall appearance was somewhat unattractive, a typical Eastern European Jewish look. "No, Mr. Tanning has rejected me and my producer many times. We had the green light from MGM, but changes at the top have relegated my script to the back burner. I don't think my film is enough to convince the 7 major studios. I just want you to take a look at my script. If you also think it has no future, then I'll give up and go back to writing television series. I'm just a film director, and I don't read scripts that haven't been delivered by an agent." Ronald refused. It seemed she'd chosen the wrong person. He was just a director. A few $1 million in investment was practically his entire fortune. Why would he risk investing in someone else's dubious film? Besides, it was industry practice. Without an agent's help and a signed legal agreement waiving copyright claims, he would never even look at someone else's script. He was more likely to be sued if his next film contained a plot similar to hers. Last time, Dawn Simpson's Flashdance was sued by the real-life inspiration for the character, seeking hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages. If he hadn't had the agreement she herself had signed, selling the story for $2,800, he might have had to pay her hundreds of thousands, even millions. "Ronald, can I call you Ronald? This is a teen film I poured my heart and soul into. I think only you in America can make it right. Actually, I came to Paramount specifically for you. I've always dreamed of you directing my script. I signed a contract with a producer, but she didn't make the project happen. My contract with her expires tomorrow, so I've prepared the legal documents and will bring them to you tomorrow." Okay, send it to this address for David Simpkins to review. Remember to prepare a waiver of copyright claims." Ronald saw that she spoke very sincerely and praised him highly, so it seemed she had really been writing the script for a long time. He took out a business card with Daydream's Hollywood address, wrote his script assistant's name on it, and handed it to her. "By the way, what's your name? Why did you say that only I could direct this movie?" Eleanor Bergstein." The middle-aged woman took the business card and carefully put it into her notebook. "Because I've seen many of your music videos, Madonna's Material Girl and Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun. This is a musical based on my own experiences, and I think that among all the directors in Hollywood right now, you're the only one who can make a good musical." Ha ha ha. Ronald was quite pleased with the flattery. He recalled his debut film, Rock High, which featured numerous song and dance sequences. He had even almost directed a sequel to the musical Grease. Of course, the most celebrated were the music videos featuring the 2 female singers who dominated MTV. "Then I'll look forward to reading your masterpiece." Ronald and Eleanor Bergstein waved and walked towards the elevator with their left and right hands. "Yes," Eleanor Bergstein clenched her fist and whispered. She ran to the payphone in the corridor and called her producer. "Linda, this is Eleanor. I found a well-known director in the industry who's willing to read my script. If you can't find me a production company yet, our production agreement expires tomorrow anyway." "Eleanor, don't do that. I found a small-budget company that specializes in making films that aren't shown in theaters, exclusively for videotape distribution. They specialize in R-rated films. If you renew your production agreement with me, I can arrange a meeting with them to discuss the production. You don't understand, Hollywood celebrities like to make empty promises, but they're all broke. This videotape production company may not be famous, and they make R-rated erotic films, but they're really rich. You don't know how profitable the videotape business is these days. I'll seize this opportunity and give it a try, no matter what. He's different from what you've told me. He's not only famous, but he also has money to invest. Hey, Eleanor, won't you reconsider? I have complete confidence in your script. There's a good chance they'll agree this time. Don't underestimate them just because they've never done distribution before. I've been working on it for you for a year. Hello. Eleanor Bergstein hung up the phone. He had given Linda a year, and had seen hope at MGM, but that hope had ultimately been dashed. On the other hand, Ronald seemed to have a much better chance. He had promised to look at the script. And just now, Paramount's president, Ned Tannen, had personally escorted him out. If he were willing to direct, no, even if he were only willing to be credited as a producer, he'd probably have several big studio executives begging him to sign distribution contracts with him. Chapter 679, Chapter 309, The audience of The Sound of Music has disappeared. David Simpkins was Ronald's script assistant, whose main job was to select potentially interesting scripts for Ronald. This job was much more interesting than his previous similar work at the television station because Ronald was a director who understood screenwriting. He would discuss scripts with David once or twice a week, either in person or by phone. From Ronald's words, David Simpkins learned a lot about how to view scripts from the perspective of directors and producers. Previously, David Simpkins only looked at scripts from the perspective of the script itself, but he quickly understood what kind of scripts would be favored by directors and producers. To be precise, the two perspectives are quite different. Directors like to find room for interpretation in the script, what kind of acting space is available, who can play what role, and how the final film will differ depending on the roles. Producers, on the other hand, are entirely focused on cost. How much will it cost to film these few lines? How many costumes, makeup, and props are needed for this scene? Is there a way to control the expenditure? How to choose locations to film on the lowest budget? Of course, when actors and stars see a script, they're more concerned with whether they can showcase their acting skills, outshine their co-stars on screen, and solidify their star image in the audience's mind. David Simpkins felt he received excellent training. The unwritten rule in Hollywood is to give directors as much creative freedom as possible within the budget. With major unions aggressively raising the minimum wage, the most popular way to save money these past 2 years has been to film in Australia or Canada. Besides lower wages and longer working hours, there are also tax benefits. He worked very hard. In addition to learning, Ronald promised him that if his own scripts met the requirements, Ronald would consider producing them or recommending them to suitable producers. Of course, the most important thing now is to summarize all the interesting scripts and discuss the possibility of him directing them himself with his boss. Mr. Spielberg talked to you and thought about it for a long time, but he still hasn't given up. He has some concerns about adapting his story into a script, hoping it won't be too obvious in the script, so people can't guess it's him. David Simpkins relayed the words Spielberg's assistant, Catherine, had given him over the phone to Ronald verbatim. What? He still doesn't want to reveal it? Ronald knew in his heart that Spielberg was essentially a shy person. This kind of story adapted from his early days as an apprentice at Universal made him a little uneasy. The director makes stories for others to see, not for himself to see. I'll talk to him when I get back from London. I'll give the same reply to Mr. Frank Price, right? Anyway, Michael J. Fox has 4 months on his schedule. He can film during the break between film seasons, so I'll just reply to Price like that. Nisida chimed in. Fox is currently focusing on preparing the film he most wants to make, the one about the life of a rock band. I'm afraid his attention will be mainly on that. That's good. If Steven isn't willing to promote it, the film will have some marketing problems. Ronald was a little worried about the box office of the film that Frank Price had strongly urged him to direct. He had discussed the script with Spielberg, who immediately pointed out that with ordinary marketing methods, the film probably wouldn't attract enough moviegoers. That was in April, before the release of Top Gun. Ronald, Frank Price, and Spielberg met at Universal Studios, arranged by Michael Ovitz, the president of CAA. The film's plot is actually based on Spielberg's time working in the production department of Universal Television in the 1970s. Spielberg had just graduated high school and dropped out of college to work at Universal Studios. Because he looked young, no projects were willing to hire him as a director or screenwriter. Spielberg was very passionate about film, so he grew a beard to make himself look older, and then imitated a Universal executive, wearing impeccably pressed suits and wandering around various film sets and offices. Because he had a Universal employee ID, the directors and cinematographers on the sets didn't know who he was. So they let him roam freely, asking everyone technical and artistic questions. The people on set were willing to answer his questions. He quickly discovered that in the film sets and offices, as long as your clothes were pressed, you wore a tie, and your shoes were polished, and you exuded confidence, no one would suspect you were just pretending. This made Spielberg, who was rather introverted but had a rich imagination, very proud. He played around with this for more than half a year, even setting up an office for himself in Universal's office building, storing all kinds of script materials there, and going to work there every day. Until one day, by chance, Universal's then president, Sidney Sinberg, saw him and asked who this knowledgeable young man was, and Spielberg was exposed. However, Sinberg admired his efforts, courage, and adventurous spirit. Instead of blaming Spielberg, he gave him several opportunities to direct television films, which led to the later success of Jaws. Price originally wanted to show the script to Spielberg, but the latter showed no interest. So he brought in Ronald to take a look. Ronald was puzzled as to why Spielberg was not interested. The story was well written, the characters were well developed, and it had the potential to win box office and critical acclaim. However, what Spielberg said to him at the time deepened Ronald's doubts, and he himself became a little uncertain. You know, this film is aimed at the audience of The Sound of Music, who have been missing for a long time. The Sound of Music? The Julie Andrews one. Ronald didn't quite understand Steven's meaning. You should understand, Ronald. I've always seen how to attract audiences in your films. Do you know who the audience for The Sound of Music is? I think it's housewives, and some adult fathers, maybe taking their children to see it. Ronald thought for a moment and replied. Yes, they are the audience that disappeared from cinemas after the invention of television. But sometimes, they are inspired by a certain film and return to the theaters. We don't know what the key is here, it's a gamble. Oh, Ronald understood Spielberg's meaning a little, and also understood why Frank Price wanted Spielberg involved in the film, using his true story as a marketing gimmick. After the invention of television, the first group to disappear from the regular cinema audience was housewives. Their entertainment shifted from movies specifically made for housewives in theaters to soap operas on television. Ronald had also read many film market research reports, which included a specific term, moviegoers. Hollywood has a clear definition: those who have gone to the cinema more than 10 times in the past year and have a regular movie-going habit. These housewives might occasionally go to the cinema once or twice a year, like Ronald's Top Gun or Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial, but otherwise, they avoid the rest of the films. If your film's main audience is these people, then you're gambling. You're gambling that your film has some quality that fills a gap in cinema, addresses some major real-world issues that have never been touched upon in previous films, and most importantly, it has to be entertaining. Only then do you have the possibility of using word of mouth to attract more people who don't usually watch movies, the missed audience of The Sound of Music, back to the cinema. This possibility is actually quite small, which is why established directors like Spielberg avoid it, especially after his last film addressing a major real-world issue, The Purple, was a complete failure at the awards. This film, on which Spielberg had high hopes, grossed over $80 million in April thanks to its extensive promotion and the hype surrounding his first foray into realistic themes. However, Spielberg suffered a humiliation at the Oscars. The Purple received 11 nominations, including Best Picture and Best Adapted Screenplay, but notably failed to nominate Spielberg for Best Director. At the awards ceremony, all 11 nominations were undeserved, leaving Ronald feeling extremely embarrassed, especially whenever the camera panned to Spielberg. Even host Jane Fonda seemed incredibly awkward when announcing the Best Picture presenter. Spielberg didn't attend the after-party, storming out. In any case, he and the Academy Committee, who hadn't given him a Best Director nomination, had formed a grudge in the short term, and the voting members didn't want the young Spielberg to win so quickly. Because of this experience, Ronald had considerable reservations about directing this realistic film. And then, is Helen still pestering you to play the lead role? Nisida found an opportunity to ask Ronald alone. That's what she's thinking, but I find it a bit annoying. Ronald was a little embarrassed. He didn't really want to direct Helen Slater. On one hand, her acting wasn't great, but she had a very high opinion of herself. Ronald felt it was difficult to be harsh with someone close to him as director. On the other hand, the film had several less than ideal plot points. The female lead was a mistress who climbed the corporate ladder, becoming a manager in the finance department only through her connections. Although she eventually married the male lead, this kind of plot was damaging to the actress's image. However, Helen Slater's desire for acting opportunities outweighed everything else. She really wanted to play the lead role, pestering Ronald with deliberate flattery. Ronald enjoyed Helen's gentleness, but also found it a bit annoying. Ideally, he should either not direct or Helen shouldn't play the lead. But he couldn't say it directly, it was a bit awkward. Only her agent tried to mediate, persuading Helen to give up while finding an excuse that wouldn't hurt her pride. "I'll talk to her more," Nisita said, eager to share Ronald's burdens. "You go to London first. By the time you get back, I should have it mostly sorted out, okay?" Ronald turned to his assistant, David Simpkins, and asked, "How is that script Eleanor sent?" "It's a good script, but it's an old story from the Kennedy era, and there's a bit of an audience issue. The audience who loved stories about young girls back then are now middle-aged housewives, and they are also the audience that disappeared from The Sound of Music, right?" Ronald waved his hand. "Give me a copy of the script, I'll look at it on the plane. I'll talk about it after I get back from the royal premiere of Top Gun in Britain." Chapter 680 The Price of Fame. Before heading to London, Ronald had one last talk with Michael J. Fox at the airport. The two had a good relationship and spoke casually. "Are you interested in that Spielberg-based film? My schedule is currently set for light of day, but if you were to direct, I'd be very interested." Fox chain-smoked, showing no awareness of his star status. He stubbed out a cigarette on his shoe, then lit another. Ronald understood Fox's meaning. His participation in the film was contingent on him directing it. In Hollywood, a film gets greenlit if three key people agree. Generally, these three are the male lead, female lead, and director. If one is a star, a release date is quickly arranged. If two are stars, there's more funding than usual, and a prime release date. If all three are stars, well, they'll fight it out, trying to get rid of one first. Fox's star power, boosted by Back to the Future, has now subtly surpassed other teen idols, making them the top male teen star. Tom Cruise's popularity only caught up quickly after the release of Top Gun. In Hollywood, projects with and without stars are completely different. Without stars, there's a 1 or 2 year evaluation process. With stars willing to act, studio executives quickly agree, lest the star change their mind and go to other projects at other studios. This film is now caught in a vicious cycle. If Ronald agrees, Fox can immediately join, and the production team will be assembled around that core, quickly and efficiently finding the best actors. However, Ronald is worried that the female lead might not be good enough, affecting the overall effect. He hasn't dreamt of the finished film, so he can't assess whether it will be a box office hit. "Alright, when I get back from London, I'll have my agent sign the contract." Ronald decided to take a risk. "Not all movies require a dream to make, right?" Fox laughed. "If you weren't the director, I wouldn't really want to make these kinds of light comedies anymore. People always see me as a comedy star, and I want to change my image in the eyes of the audience." That movie actually still has some light comedy elements, but it's much more serious than your previous comedies. At least the business battles in it are very realistic. I confirmed with my entrepreneur friends that, theoretically, that kind of anti-takeover method is feasible. Ronald had studied the script for The Secret of My Sucks. Besides having his assistant interview people on Wall Street, he also consulted his childhood friend, Little Douglas Hanson. Aside from the dramatic parts of the film, the overall story structure was very solid. Finally, when the financial tycoon wanted to acquire the protagonist's company, the protagonist used the financial statements provided by the female lead to bring in banker financing and reverse acquire the other party's company. This was a major plot twist before the ending, and if filmed reasonably, it would be very interesting. "Are you going to a royal premiere this time?" Fox asked Ronald after finishing their business. "Yes, Prince Charles and the princess are expected to attend, and I heard the second prince will be coming too. He's getting married soon." "Hey," Fox stubbed out another cigarette. "I'll tell you a secret. Fleet Street reporters in London will grab American celebrities and ask them what they think of the royal family. You just need to say nice things." "I see," Ronald nodded. Ever since the last time the Crown Prince and Princess visited the White House, and it was revealed that the glamorous princess was dancing with Hollywood stars in a sexy evening gown, the British media was somewhat displeased. They would definitely seize on him and ask some questions to regain their composure. His PR consultant and Paramount's PR manager had given them a 20-minute training session before their trip. Praise the friendship between Britain and the United States, such as the president and the prime minister's wife, and that everyone speaks the same language. If necessary, Show off a few phrases of Ronald's fluent British accent. This would greatly win over the other media. Hollywood people always like the declining older brother's ability to imitate British accents. Also, when attending a royal premiere, don't drink too much water or coffee, Fox chuckled, adding. Why? Ronald asked, surprised. You know, at royal premieres, to appear more approachable, the cast and crew sit with the royals. If you drink too much water, the crown prince or princess will stand up and offer you their seat, let you go to the restroom, and then when you come back, you have to do it again. If the reporters see this, they'll write all sorts of things. Ha ha ha. Ronald finished his coffee, took the receipt, said goodbye to Michael J. Fox, and went to find his film crew's plane. Fox, meanwhile, put on sunglasses and boarded the plane to the filming location of Light of Day in Illinois. After Back to the Future, Fox wanted to change his image from light comedies to serious dramas. So he spearheaded a film about a rock band, Light of Day. The film also cast Joan Jett, the lead singer of a popular rock band, to play Fox's sister, a rock singer far more talented than Fox, who is stuck in her hometown because she wants to support her brother. Once Fox's film is finished, Ronald can assemble a new crew to film The Secret to Success, spearheaded by Universal president Frank Price. Filming will wrap up just before the start of the new season of the Family Ties TV series. Ronald rushed to the gate and found Tom Cruise already there. He was surrounded by a large group of fans asking for autographs and photos. Tom Cruise had been flying all over the country recently, cooperating with the marketing for Top Gun. Despite his obvious fatigue, he maintained a good smile and patiently fulfilled the fans' requests. Ronald nodded and greeted him, then quietly bypassed him, boarded the plane, and found his first-class seat. This was specially arranged by Paramount president Ned Tanning. Hey, aren't you that beautiful drill instructor from Top Gun? A man's voice rang out from behind. Oh, SHXT. I'm not, don't pretend to be so virtuous. I think you're just like Charlie, Ronald, who was dozing off, suddenly heard a woman scream from the back of the cabin, and then a blonde actress rushed over from the back of the economy class. After seeing Ronald, she plopped down, hugged his arm, and buried her face deeply in his chest, like a child who had done something ashamed. What's wrong? Ronald gently stroked McGillis's hair. This beauty had been acting very fragile lately, like a frightened fawn, not saying a word, just wanting to bury her head. Kelly, that bitch, she must have slept with a director and producer to get her position, a voice came from behind. It was the voice of the man who had been bothering McGillis earlier. Hey bro, she's just doing a job, don't talk like that. Ronald stood up, pulled back the curtain separating the cabin, and walked to the back to face the man. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? Actresses are all the same, aren't they? The speaker was a young man, who looked like a college student on exchange in England, swearing rudely. I ask you to show some respect. Actresses and directors alike are just doing a job. Ronald noticed that the surrounding passengers didn't seem to like the young man much. The passengers on the transoceanic route were generally quite well-mannered. So Ronald grabbed the hand that was pushing against his chest, telling him to stop slandering actresses. Hey, don't pretend. Let go. Seeing that he was still talking nonsense, Ronald used a grappling technique he had learned from sparring with a folk wrestling master in China, grabbing the man's wrist and twisting it, making him beg for mercy on the spot. Then Ronald nodded apologetically to the surrounding passengers and returned to his seat at the front. Don't get angry over this jerk. McGillis, who had seen this from behind, came over to comfort Ronald. Women are always drawn to men who stand up for them, and McGillis's smile was undeniable after they sat down. Want to talk? The transoceanic flight was long, Ronald said, hooking his arm around McGillis and gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Oh, Ronnie, you make me feel so good. It's nothing, it's just that I never expected this movie to make me so famous. I always thought it was just a big music video, a popcorn flick. Now, wherever I go, people call me Charlie. And I'm not usually a sexy person. I used to work as a waitress on Broadway to act. I never imagined it would be like this. Now, all the scripts my agent gets are for sexy woman roles, and I don't want to play any of them. McGillis rambled on about her troubles. Stars are strange creatures. Before an actress evolves into a star, she, like all other actors waiting for fame, was just an ordinary actress, spending her days either attending acting classes or auditioning for roles, then going home to wait for news. But sometimes, some actors are luckier than others. They get their chance, and suddenly, with a bang, a movie becomes a huge hit, and the whole world knows them. Overnight, they become superstars. From then on, wherever they go, enthusiastic fans ask for autographs and photos. Their fame skyrockets, and many production teams actively try to offer them roles they never dared to dream of before, desperately sending them to their agent. But this also causes problems. Before, as an actress, she had unlimited possibilities and could play any role. For example, the Amish widow she played in The Witness before Top Gun, or the college student she played in a previous film, or her Shakespearean performances on Broadway. But after evolving into a star, audiences could no longer accept her without sex appeal. Upon seeing her, audiences would immediately picture Charlie, the glamorous, sexy teacher in stockings, swaying as she walks to the podium. Hollywood producers and directors wouldn't think of her when faced with other types of female roles. Instead, they'd think of McGillis first when it comes to sexy teachers, sexy doctors, sexy lawyers, and sexy beauties in various professions. Ronnie, Kelly, Tom Cruise arrived late. It had taken him time to deal with the fans, but Paula had taught him well. She never spoke ill of fans and was always polite. Shortly after Cruise arrived, preparations for takeoff began. The evening sunlight streamed through the windows, a little dazzling. After the plane reached cruising altitude, Ronald closed the window and lulled McGillis to sleep. He gently asked a flight attendant to bring a blanket to cover McGillis, then turned on his seat light, took out Eleanor's script, and began to read slowly. This script, titled Dirty Dancing, is quite interesting. It tells the story of a middle-aged Jewish woman, based on Eleanor, reminiscing about her youth. In the 1950s and 60s, Jews, like black people and other ethnic groups, faced discrimination from the mainstream Puritan community. Instead of vacationing in the Caribbean or the outer islands of New York, places often frequented by Puritans, they opted for specially built resorts in Virginia and elsewhere, catering exclusively to Jewish people. Since Jewish people generally had higher incomes and a larger number worked as doctors, lawyers, accountants, and in the entertainment industry, these resorts often employed black jazz bands, magicians, and stand-up comedians to entertain their clients. Another popular form of entertainment was hiring professional dancers as partners, dancing with the clients during their vacations and teaching the younger generation ballroom dancing. The protagonist of this story, a little girl named Baby, falls in love with an Irish dancer in one of these resorts and eventually learns a dance form not recognized by the mainstream, dirty dancing. The two develop feelings for each other while learning to dance together, becoming Baby's first love. The script is very well written, no wonder it was rewritten and polished countless times based on personal experience. However, Ronald still had some concerns after reading it in one go. Like The Secret to Success, this film also faces the problem of the audience of the lost sound of music. The image of Jews in films is very different from this one. They are often stereotyped as a greedy, ruthless, and profit-driven group. Such a delicate portrayal of a Jewish girl's first love is rare. Furthermore, it's a flashback story. That is, it's set more than 20 years ago. How many teenagers who frequently go to the cinema today would enjoy this kind of story set during Kennedy's presidency? What about old stories? If it's aimed at middle-aged housewives today, would these people really go to the cinema they haven't been to in years just because of a childhood dream? Finally, this is a film with a lot of musical numbers. Since his debut, musicals have been declining in Hollywood. After John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John's Grease, no musical has achieved huge success. Ronald really liked the story. It mixed up premarital pregnancy, interracial couples, Jewish discrimination, and a story of true love, along with many scenes of provocative dancing described by author Eleanor, but the market potential made him hesitate. He couldn't decide whether to invest. Sigh, I'll go back and think about it later, Ronald yawned. After reading the script for 2 hours, his eyes were a little sore. He closed the script and drifted off to sleep. Can you keep a secret? You're a guest here. I saw the boss's son dancing with you. This is where the dancers live. You're not allowed here. If the boss finds out you're here, I'm in big trouble, a young man in a white t-shirt, carrying 3 large watermelons, said to a girl in an old-fashioned sweater and skirt. The girl didn't speak, but reached out and took one of the watermelons. The two walked towards a large house ahead. What movie am I dreaming about now? Ronald comfortably shifted his sleeping position, seemingly also holding a large watermelon in his arms. This old-fashioned girl has a Jewish nose, though not very obvious. Wait, isn't that the girl Michael J. Fox dated, named Jennifer Grey? Ronald recognized the actress. Thump, thump thump, thump thump thump. A rapid, energetic drumbeat pulled Ronald back from his reverie. The boy in the white t-shirt, carrying 2 large watermelons, pushed the door open with his buttocks. Thump 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 thump. The sound suddenly grew louder as the door opened. After 4 drum beats, a hoarse black voice began singing an old-fashioned pop song. Do you love me? Do you love me? I can really move. Do you love me? I'm in the groove. The short, rhyming lyrics sounded like early black rock. As the door opened, Ronald was suddenly hit by a strong scent of male and female hormones. The lighting inside was an ambiguous red, and men and women were embracing, dancing provocatively. Ronald, like the actress Jennifer Grey, was stunned. How were these scenes filmed? Why does it seem like, besides hearing and sight, the rhythm and dance also triggered taste and smell deep within my memory? The director of this movie is amazing. The dance partners were all given close-up shots. Their dance movements involve a lot of waist and hip movements. Sometimes slow and lyrical, sometimes rhythmic and intense, stirring a primal and ambiguous desire in the audience. Ronald felt his whole body heat up. They used the technique Francis Ford Coppola invented in Old Time, New Love, letting colored ambient light shine directly on the actors' faces, instead of the traditional Hollywood close-up lighting that stains the skin. This directly conveys that ambiguous, passionate emotion to the audience. The camera focused on Jennifer Grey's facial reaction. Her mouth was wide open, looking bewildered yet longing. The male partner put his arm around the female partner's waist, lowering their upper bodies backward, bending over, and then the female partner's shoulders bounced back rhythmically. Ronald, like Jennifer Grey, longed for this kind of dance. Oh, the dancers cheered, and a male and female protagonist entered the room under the red light. Ronald could see clearly that the camera showed a handsome young man with small eyes wearing a white shirt and black pants, and a beautiful woman in a dress with her blonde hair tied up with a rubber band. Boom, boom. As soon as they entered, the man grabbed a bottle of beer to quench his thirst, and the woman immediately started dancing. At first glance, these two were the queens of the dance group, their duet rhythm and movements the most energetic. The man didn't immediately embrace his partner, letting her improvise. The woman, not to be outdone, lifted her skirt and swung it to the rhythm. Her dress had a strappy back, making her dance incredibly sexy. SHXT, Ronald recognized her. Wasn't this Cynthia Rhodes, the dancer who played a supporting role in Flashdance and later in Dragon and Phoenix, who was harassed by Stallone's brother? Was she the lead in the movie? No, she must have played the male lead's childhood friend. He hadn't expected her to dance so sexy. Ronald sighed. Even her bar stage dance in Flashdance wasn't this sexy, not nearly as good. Right, that was to highlight Jennifer Beals. They deliberately made Cynthia Rhodes look ugly. Now she was at least getting the second lead treatment, and indeed, she danced with unparalleled sexiness and allure. Not to be outdone, the male lead leaned back, caught by his partner, then swayed his shoulders in sync with Cynthia Rhodes's movements. A close-up shot revealed Ronald to be Patrick Schwitz, the actor who played the older brother in Coppola's The Outcasts. He hadn't expected his dancing to be so sexy. How many women must those small eyes have captivated? The music changed, and the two shifted their poses. This time, Cynthia pressed herself tightly against Schwitz, her waist rubbing against him in perfect rhythm with the drum beats. Then their heads began to shake wildly, Cynthia Rhodes's hair billowing in the wind. No wonder it's dirty dancing. This Caribbean-inspired dance was mesmerizing. At the climax, Cynthia Rhodes leaped lightly, finally climbing onto Patrick Schwitz's head. She sat on her partner's head, then lifted her skirt and swayed it from side to side, much like the can-can that was popular on Broadway back in the day. Wow, Ronald felt his blood rushing to his head. Who could resist this dance? Ronald felt a woman's hips pressing against his waist, as if they were dancing this kind of sexy dance together. Ronald, not here. Ronald was woken up and looked up to see McGillis, whom he had been holding in his arms in his sleep, twisting her hips, trying to sit up and go back to her seat. Freed from her tight embrace, Ronald quickly pulled the blanket over himself. McGillis raised a flirtatious eye, quite pleased with Ronald's reaction to her body. Excuse me, how many hours until we reach London? I'm at Heathrow Airport. Is there anywhere I can make an international call back to Los Angeles? The flight attendant Ronald had called asked. Ronald savored the dance scene from his dream. He thought they danced exceptionally well. This kind of dance would definitely attract housewives to the cinema. Upon arriving at the airport, he immediately called David, the script assistant, and Eddie, the general manager of Daydream, instructing them to secure the script for the film. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681: The Princess at the Royal Premiere. The Imperial Theatre is located in Leicester Square, London. This theatre was converted into a cinema in 1920, a nascent form of entertainment at the time, specifically for showing films. The area around Leicester Square is a down-to-earth commercial district with cheap rents, attracting many cultural businesses. Charing Cross Road nearby is famous for its second-hand bookstores. Several of London's and Britain's most important cinemas are located here, including the Imperial Theatre, the Odeon Theatre, and the Leicester Square Theatre, among others, often used for film premieres. However, for royal premieres, the royal family usually chooses the Imperial Theatre, a name that evokes the lingering glory of the last century's imperial power. Ronald, dressed in a tuxedo and bow tie, joined the cast and crew in welcoming the royal family in front of a large Top Gun poster. Upon arrival, he immediately made a long-distance call to Hollywood, demanding that Daydream Studios acquire the filming rights to Dirty Dancing. What worried him was that screenwriter Eleanor Bergstein, having failed to receive his call, had already reconnected with the original producer, Linda, and they were now in talks with the company that produced the R-rated videotape. He wondered if he could still reach Eleanor in time to secure the script before she signed a new production agreement. Musicals hadn't been made for 4 or 5 years. Since he was willing to take the plunge, the chances of getting the rights were probably high. Eddie thought so too on the phone. The worst-case scenario was a co-production with a female producer, with everyone splitting the profits. Bringing his thoughts back, Ronald stood solemnly outside the screening room. The flashing lights and the footsteps of reporters had already announced the arrival of the royal family. The eldest prince looked somewhat strange, his prominent ears a good inheritance of the prince consort's features. He spoke in a soft, effeminate voice, spouting a bunch of meaningless remarks to the reporters. Ronald couldn't even tell if he was praising or criticizing the film. Princess Diana, standing behind, had a more commoner air, even though she was also the youngest daughter of the upper-class noble family of Earl Spencer. The Queen seemed very pleased with her. The diamond necklace and earrings around her neck were said to be gifts from the Queen. "Good afternoon, Your Highness." Ronald stood at the back of the production team, and members of the royal family came over to shake hands with each of them. The eldest and second princes simply nodded haughtily, as if that was their greeting. Princess Diana, however, warmly shook Ronald's hand and chatted with him for a few moments. "Just call me Diana, that's what my friends call me. I can't bring the children this time, so don't forget to bring me a videotape. Once the videotape is finished, I'll have the production company send it to Buckingham Palace as soon as possible." Ronald smiled at the princess, seemingly still remembering their brief encounter at the White House. Click, click, reporters were busy taking pictures nearby, and Ronald, feigning seriousness, bowed slightly, displaying great respect for the princess. When photos of her dancing with John Travolta at the White House surfaced last time, the British media's impression of the Duchess wasn't particularly positive, though they wouldn't openly express their dissatisfaction. The British media mocked Nancy, the White House's matriarch, for lacking taste. Instead of hiring the defector ballerina Baryshnikov, they chose John Travolta, a Broadway tap dancer. Therefore, this time, the Duchess didn't interact much with the male lead, Tom Cruise, but spoke a few words to Ronald, who had a full beard and looked somewhat older, and posed for photos. A conversation with the film director would likely generate some praise about the Duchess's artistic sensibilities. "Let me introduce you to a new friend. This is my distant cousin, Sarah Ferguson," Princess Diana continued, pulling over a young woman with blonde hair to introduce her to Ronald. "Hello, Miss Ferguson." Ronald, unaware of her background, dared not be negligent and continued to perform the role of a mature, composed artist who showed great respect for the British royal family. "She'll soon be my sister-in-law. She's engaged to my husband's brother, Andrew, and the royal wedding will be next month," Diana whispered to Ronald, revealing Sarah Ferguson's background. "So she's a future princess too." Ronald, unsure how to properly bow, gave a slight curtsy. "Hey, At most she'll be the Duchess of York, the red-haired girl giggled, covering her mouth. Ronald was completely unfamiliar with the complex titles and ranks of the royal family, but it didn't matter. In the eyes of Americans, they were all just wives of princes. That's how it is in Disney animated films. The group entered the screening room, and Ronald walked to his assigned seat at the back. Royal family members were required to sit in the front row, but that wasn't the best spot for watching the movie. However, the British royal family had strict rules, with a clear distinction between the various ranks of nobility and commoners. Ronald, following the custom, moved away from them and sat in the commoner's seat. I noticed a slight British accent in your voice, which made me think you had British ancestry. But you seem to know nothing about royal titles. Do all Hollywood stars speak with different accents? Sarah Ferguson, unmarried, came from the Spencer family, a close friend of the Queen and a distant cousin of Diana. Her family owned a polo field, and she had known Princes Charles and Andrew, both avid polo players, since childhood. She only met Diana as an adult. Because of her business, Sarah had a wide social circle. She was quite interested in movies, so she sat next to Ronald and kept asking questions before the film started. No, I'm from New York. I just had a car accident when I was a teenager and lost my speech. I regained my ability to speak by using British English textbook tapes, which is why I have a slight accent. But you're right, many Broadway actors have different accents, so you don't have any British ancestry at all, Sarah Ferguson asked, tilting her head. Her red hair actually faced considerable discrimination in England. At school, many called her gingerhead, a form of discrimination against red hair of Celtic descent that was commonplace in modern Britain. Well, it's not entirely uncommon. My grandmother was supposedly a lady from a well-educated English family. However, after my grandfather died fighting the Germans in the Atlantic during World War II, they sent my father back to America, and I've never seen any relatives from my grandmother's side since. Oh, is that why you made this air battle movie? Maybe, I don't know. I truly admire my grandfather's courage and heroic sacrifice. The girl from the polo club owner's family was indeed very outgoing and direct, chattering incessantly with Ronald, drawing the attention of Prince Andrew several times. Ding, ding, ding. The film title appeared on the screen in white letters on a black background, and the familiar theme song began to play again. Ronald had seen the finished film countless times, so it was a novel experience for Sarah Ferguson. She stopped chatting with Ronald and focused entirely on the movie. In the darkness, a figure slipped in from the front and sat down next to Sarah. It was Princess Diana, with short blonde hair and a dark brown flannel dress. Not wanting to sit idly with Charles, she moved to the back and chatted with Sarah like ordinary sisters-in-law. Diana, I just spoke with the director. He said his grandmother was from a respectable British family, and his grandfather was an American fighter pilot, possibly an illegitimate child. During the later aerial combat scenes, the princess and the future princess seemed less interested, whispering among themselves and glancing at Ronald every now and then. Ronald was puzzled, wondering why the scene on screen had aroused such interest in the two. However, out of politeness, he couldn't ask questions, so he simply turned slightly to face Sarah and Diana, ready to answer any questions immediately. These basic etiquette rules for dealing with royalty were taught in the brief pre-departure lesson. One of the biggest taboos was never to turn one's back to a key member of the royal family. You can be my wingman. This was the scene in the movie after the final air battle, where the Lone Ranger returns to the USS Enterprise. Nonsense, you're more like my wingman. The two pilots embraced tightly. Soon, the lights in the screening room gradually came on. This classic screening room still retained an old-fashioned lighting system. For blockbusters lasting over 2 hours, a still image could be projected during intermission, and the lights dimmed to allow people to go out for a break or to use the restroom. Was your grandmother really a British noblewoman? Diana leaned in, gossiping as she asked Ronald. To be honest, I don't know. There's no description of her in my family documents, but judging from the way they sent my father back to America, she was very likely from high society, Ronald replied honestly. That's an interesting story. Would you make a movie about it? To be honest, the story isn't very artistically valuable, and I don't know many of the specific details. Ronald began to decline. If the two princesses let slip that Hollywood thought he was going to make a World War II air combat movie, just refusing would be troublesome. What's your full name? I know many families had this back then, maybe I can help you find it. Sarah Ferguson's polo girl spirit returned. and she offered to help Ronald find his family. My full name is Ronald Lee, but I'm afraid there's not much hope. I know nothing about my grandmother's side. Well, how do you spell that? Diana frowned. Well, all the men in our family use this middle name. Oh, that's a noble practice. Was your grandfather's family noble? Haha, to be honest, no. We Americans value self-reliance and don't care much about our family background. Vail. I feel like I've seen this name somewhere before. Princess Diana was even more puzzled. Mother. The Hollywood stars are at it again today, doing what they do best, hype. After the premiere, Prince Charles went to see his mother. The media's excessive focus on Diana today had displeased him. Charles, the dignity of the royal family lies in respecting tradition. Her Majesty had long disliked this son. She preferred her second son, Andrew, who resembled her. Royal tradition doesn't include the Princess of Wales becoming a socialite, constantly seeking the limelight. This time, she sat with a handsome Hollywood man at the premiere. Charles, close relationships need nurturing. Good night, mother. After saying goodbye, the Queen rang the bell to summon a middle-aged man who appeared to be a butler, with a very sharp demeanor. Who is that young director Charles mentioned? The Queen asked him. It was Ronald Lee. The Princess of Wales and the Duchess of York mainly talked to him about his background. It is said that his grandmother was British and had his father with his grandfather during World War II. She was sent back to America as a child. Miss Ferguson suspects that his grandmother was a member of the Spencer family. Oh, a descendant of an orphan pilot. The Queen recalled her time serving in the military during World War II in place of her father. She drove an ambulance through the streets of London rescuing the wounded, a period that is often fondly remembered in her royal career. Go investigate. If that director really is a descendant of the Spencer family, is there any vacancy on my honor roll this year? Oh, my dear, the Queen walked in, just in time to hear her words. These barbarians from the American colonies have invaded our film and entertainment industry, and now they want to invade our annual honor roll. Hey. The Queen was amused by the Queen's very direct humor. Then add him to the list of those to be received this year. I remember I was supposed to meet with several outstanding figures in the film industry anyway. We can give him a knighthood and medals when the opportunity arises. After the decline of the empire, the Queen no longer had as many obligations to fulfill as before. The twice-yearly honor roll ceremonies were now one of her greatest hobbies. Chapter 682 received by the Queen along with the Minahan. A spectacular aerial combat scene in modern aircraft, a thrilling dogfight, and a shallow romantic love story between a man and a woman. Highly recommended. The best film recently. London has far more newspapers than New York, and the film reviews in both major and minor newspapers are much more extensive than in America. All sorts of exaggerated stories and gossip are published alongside the reviews, making it feel like reading a story from another world. Ronald flipped through the reviews. The premiere in Britain had received a good response. The box office results also pleased the distributor, Paramount. Cinemas here are mainly traditional halls. Ronald secretly staked out one, and the proportion of families attending the movies there was much higher than in America. Therefore, he had high expectations for the British box office. Ronald, where have you been? Paula's been looking for you for ages. Tom Cruise looked at Ronald as if he were meeting him for the first time. What's wrong? Is something happening in Hollywood? No, the Queen wants to see you. Paula Wagner approached and handed Ronald an invitation to a grand ball, inviting him to a gathering of artists and intellectuals hosted by the Queen. The Queen was to receive Ronald at this dinner. Can I not go? Ronald was a little taken aback. He didn't even know the Queen. Why don't you go? This is a great opportunity. If the film crew wants to get in the newspapers, it's all up to you. Producer Bruckheimer was displeased and urged Ronald to attend. Well, actually, I only brought one suit. Ronald had specially prepared a suit for the premiere and couldn't wear it to the dinner. It would be impolite. It's alright, I've asked my colleagues at CAA's London office to get one. Paula also hoped Ronald would attend the dinner, and it would be even better if he could bring Tom Cruise, but unfortunately, the invitation only listed Ronald. Of the entire Top Gun crew, only Ronald received an invitation, which made Tom Cruise, McGillis, Paula Wagner, and producer Bruckheimer, who came with him, look at Ronald with a new respect. Although Americans and British speak the same language and look down on each other, most people still have a natural respect for the aristocracy and royalty. Being received by the Queen is a special honor, and such news can be widely reported in the newspapers, which can be considered a kind of royal marketing. For the sake of the film's box office, Ronald stayed to wait for the Queen's summons. Why did the Queen summon you? I don't know either. Did you help Princess Diana at the White House? No, that's not true. Are you Princess Diana's long-lost cousin? You're too funny. Actually, I don't know either. Maybe Her Majesty the Queen was meeting with many people from the arts and culture world, and suddenly heard her son say that Top Gun was a good movie, and remembered me. Not only did the crew members not believe that Ronald was summoned by the Queen for no reason, but his agent, Nisida, also didn't believe it. He made a transoceanic call from Los Angeles, and under poor call conditions, the two shouted at each other to complete the pointless conversation. The next day, Ronald, wearing a suit and bow tie arranged by CAA, arrived at the venue for the banquet. Actually, men's clothing all looks pretty much the same, but details need to be distinguishable, so this time the collar style of his casual suit was different. Ronald Minahan, what are you doing here? You were also received by the Queen. In the hall outside the room where the Queen was waiting, Ronald unexpectedly met his old friend, the Israeli Minahan Golan. Ha ha ha. What a surprise. This is my good friend, Ronald Lee. Hey, do you know him? His breakdance was filmed for Cannonball Studios. Minahan, dressed in a tacky purple tuxedo, introduced Ronald to the surrounding British film industry figures. Ronald stepped forward to shake hands and greet them. Actually, being with Minahan Golan, the chairman of Cannonball Studios, in this setting wasn't good news. Ronald felt that these figures in the film industry, waiting to be received, looked down on him, knowing what kind of person was associated with a nouveau-riche Minahan. It's no wonder they were dissatisfied. Minahan Golan had acquired Carnival Cinemas, a famous British cinema owner under Kenneth Reeve, and successfully merged it with the existing Cannonball Cinemas, becoming one of the top 5 cinema chains in Britain. Coupled with his 5-year exclusive distribution agreement with UGC Cinemas in France, Cannonball's distribution power in Europe and Britain instantly became number 1 in Hollywood. Giggle, giggle, Minahan, oblivious to the disdain on everyone's faces, started chatting with Ronald. I'm telling you, you beat Stallone's movie. This week, your Top Gun has surpassed ours again, taking back the top spot in America. Paramount just added some extra copies. Ronald knew the box office results for the 3rd week. Top Gun had reclaimed the number 1 spot. Minahan's Stallone movie lacks staying power. Its per-theater box office dropped rapidly after its release, and in less than a week, it relinquished its number 1 position to Ronald. I still admire you. Any ideas about directing Stallone? Minahan loudly proclaimed the name of the popular Hollywood action star, seemingly to let those around him hear. You know, I have a bit of a grudge against him, Ronald replied quietly with a smile, knowing the fat man wanted to use Stallone's name to intimidate the snobbish people around him. I'm serious, you could be the director, and have him take charge, Minahan whispered, holding up a finger to Ronald, making a 25 gesture. I signed a $25 million contract with Stallone for 2 or 3 movies. He's now one of us at Cannonball. I'm determined to make a masterpiece. Stallone isn't just a simple action star, he also has a rich inner life. Minahan fully recognized Stallone's acting potential, and with a director like Ronald, this powerful combination might just win an Oscar. This year at the Oscars, Jon Voight, the lead actor in Konchalovsky's Runaway Train, received a Best Actor nomination but lost to William Hurt for Kiss of the Spider Woman. Under the dominance of Sidney Pollack's Out of Africa, the Best Actor award was one of the few awards that could be snatched from that monster at this year's Oscars. Unfortunately, the Oscars aren't like the Golden Globes. Even with a huge amount of cash, Minahan couldn't buy the judges' votes. I don't have the confidence to get him to make another Rocky, Ronald chuckled, not taking it seriously. Perhaps Stallone had potential. His acting in Rocky was indeed quite good. But now he'd been a star for a long time. Did he still have that passion to challenge himself? Hiding behind the images of Rambo and Rocky, casually acting and getting high box office returns and high incomes, wasn't that comfortable? Besides, after becoming famous, Stallone started to put on airs and had a terrible temper. He was drifting further and further away from the humble image of Rocky Balboa. Rocky IV didn't do as well at the box office as its predecessor, and even John Avildsen, the original director of the Rocky series who made him famous, was so angry that he didn't want to work with him again. Okay, no Stallone. What do you think of Kim Basinger from 9.5 Weeks? A bombshell. I'll ask her to let you direct one. No way, I don't have Adrian Lane's knack for making erotic films. The two were talking about the new film 9.5 Weeks, which was released in February of this year. This is Adrian Lane's first Hollywood directorial effort in several years, following his work on Breakdance. The male lead is someone Ronald has met before. He played the second male lead in Diane Coppola's black and white film Rumblefish. The female lead is Kim Basinger, Hollywood's current sexy blonde. Her sex appeal is unmatched, and her daring performance in 9.5 Weeks has gradually propelled her to replace Katherine Turner, bringing her closer to the title of Hollywood's sexiest woman. Sigh, I really want to work with you on another film, Minahan sighed. Now, Ronald is going to direct one of those big-budget films with star power. Their close collaboration on Breakdance is over. Excuse me, are you director Ronald Lee? A portly man with a thick neck, somewhat resembling Minahan, approached and introduced himself. My name is Jeremy Thomas, and I'm also here for the Queen's dinner. I'm an independent producer. Oh, hello. Ronald hadn't heard of this man. He actually came from a film family. His father and uncle were both film directors. However, he became an independent producer, producing a series of films starting in the late 1970s. Although he wasn't a huge star, some people in Hollywood had heard of him. Hello, are you working on any new films lately? Ronald politely asked. I recently received an invitation and filming permit from there. I can go to that ancient country, to film on location at the Palace of the Last Dynasty, just like filming the history of the British Empire at Buckingham Palace. Oh, you're very lucky. No Hollywood film has ever been shot there yet. When do you start filming? Next month. I'm going there immediately to meet up with director Bertolucci. You know, I was able to be the first film producer to film on location at the Forbidden City entirely because of his connections, Jeremy Thomas said proudly. The two chatted about films for a while. It turned out that Bertolucci was a left-wing Italian director who had always wanted to film a location-based movie there. Because of his connections, he had received many conveniences. Bertolucci submitted to filming plans. One was The Last Emperor, adapted from a best-selling 1930s French novel. The other was the story of the last emperor of the last dynasty residing in the Forbidden City. Bertolucci and Jeremy Thomas both liked The Last Emperor and assumed the other would choose it, given the Forbidden City's unlikely access to filming locations. However, the other side surprisingly favored The Last Emperor, offering numerous favorable conditions, even suspending tourist visits to the museum converted from the Forbidden City during filming. Jeremy Thomas, who had been desperately seeking funding, even resorting to calling everyone in his phone book, quickly found himself in a flood of offers after receiving approval and promises from the local government. Within 6 months, he secured $25 million in investment, allowing him to begin filming this epic blockbuster. Do you still have any funding? I also really like this story, Ronald said half-jokingly, admitting he was in Hollywood and not well informed about European affairs. Unexpectedly, Ronald had already filmed on location in the ancient country before Spielberg. Ha, I'll definitely remember to call you for the next project. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. A person dressed in full regalia, carrying a scepter, entered the hall and shouted. A small, elderly woman, dressed elegantly and wearing a feathered hat, entered the hall. It was none other than Her Majesty the Queen of Britain. Your Majesty, Minahan Golan bowed, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. Thank you for your contributions to the British film industry, Her Majesty the Queen. Jeremy Thomas also bowed. Thank you. The Queen walked along, giving a slight nod in return to everyone in formal attire in the aisle, thus formally receiving her guests. Her Majesty the Queen. Ronald followed suit, bowing slightly to the Queen. Hello, Ronald. I heard you are Annette's grandson. You are very good. The Queen shook his hand, patted Ronald's shoulder firmly, and whispered a few words in his ear. Huh? The Queen winked at him. Countess Spencer was a close friend of the Queen, and Her Majesty was delighted to hear that a descendant of her relative had been found. Please come with me. Her Majesty and the King have some instructions. A butler-like man approached and invited Ronald inside for a detailed discussion. Oh, the butler, with a sharp air, handed Ronald a document. Ronald opened the document bag. Inside was a yellow document and a photocopy. It turned out to be his father's birth document. Ronald's grandmother was a Spencer woman who served in the Royal Air Force during World War II and fell in love with Ronald's grandfather, James. Perhaps their marriage documents were lost, or perhaps they never had a wedding, but his grandmother, Annette, became pregnant and gave birth to his father. After his grandfather James was killed in action, the child was raised for a period before being sent back to America. The Jerome family also refused to accept this child, who is not formally married, Ronald's father. The king's intention is that it's not convenient to grant you a title right now, because your father is, after all, an illegitimate child. That's alright. This document, Ronald didn't care about so-called noble status. He identified more with the bloodline of his great-grandfather, Lee Enfu, who had risen through hard work. You can take it, the butler nodded. The king's instructions were almost complete. The royal family and the British government don't want you to disclose your bloodline to the media. After all, you, Princess Diana, and the future Duchess Sarah are two cousins. I also don't want you to disclose my grandmother. After all, we Americans value individual effort combined with the progress of the times. I don't want Hollywood to think I'm a Briton. Ronald nonchalantly produced a copy of his father's birth certificate and returned the original to the butler. Hollywood indeed didn't particularly like people of British descent. Even someone as talented as Chaplin was driven out to Switzerland. As you wish, the butler smiled and took the original. He's a young man with character. The bosses at MI6 would like to hear him say that. The dignity of the royal family is important, and the king consort doesn't want to be associated with the illegitimate children and descendants of the queen's family. Chapter 683. Do you want to invest in the last emperor? Hey, it was just a waste of 2 days. The actual audience time was only a few minutes. And then the Queen's head of security questioned me for ages. Aunt Karen was incredibly excited when she saw Ronald and the two fat men, Minahan and Jeremy Thomas, being received by Her Majesty the Queen on ABC's International Entertainment News. She calculated the time difference and called Ronald's hotel room in London. Ronald, who was eating a large plate of fish and chips, chatted with his aunt. This dish, invented in the slums of East London, is basically fish coated in batter, deep fried, and then served with various sauces and chips. Common street food has these characteristics: high in calories and carbohydrates, deep fried, and with a strong flavor. Ronald was enjoying it immensely, which reminded him of the fried dough sticks and flatbread he'd had for breakfast in Zhujiahu. It was the same thing. Did the Queen talk to you about your background? Her royal friend is your grandmother, right? So, does that mean you're a relative of her grandchildren? Will she grant you a title or something? No. We're actually very distantly related. The Spencer family separated from the royal family 8 generations ago. Even if we were to claim a connection, we'd be 8 cousins removed, basically no relation at all. However, I can be considered a third cousin within 3 generations of the royal family. But the king consort doesn't seem to like me very much, so I promised Buckingham Palace I wouldn't make this relationship public. Ronald took a bite of his still warm fried fish. Never mind that. I brought you and Donna 2 cashmere scarves. I heard the Earl Spencer's title comes from his family's wool textile business, and some of his family members are still in the old trade. He specially gave me a few. Okay, be careful in Britain. I heard the people there are all very bad. After telling his aunt about his messy, distant kinship with the royal family, Ronald hung up the phone. These kinds of ancestral connections, going back 7 or 8 generations, meant that most Britons could be linked to some historical nobleman. Before the modern era of significantly improved living conditions, many poor people couldn't even leave descendants. Ding dong, coming. Ronald quickly finished the rest of his fried fish, wiped his hands, and stood up to open the door. Ronald, it's me, a fat man with a thick neck, looking like a manual laborer from East London, chuckled at the door. Jeremy, come in. It was independent filmmaker Jeremy Thomas. Ronald was pleased to have a visit, but also a little surprised. Why was he here? It's a pleasure to have a Briton visit. I'd love for you to chat with me. The rest of my crew has already gone home. Ronald took a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet and poured it for Jeremy. I specifically went to see your Top Gun last night. It's indeed a technically superb commercial film. There are many things I don't understand, so I took the liberty of asking you here. As a producer who has been making films outside of Hollywood for a long time, I'm a bit unfamiliar with the latest trends in Hollywood. Why does the editing pace of your film seem faster than others? You probably don't watch MTV much? The new generation of young people all like watching music videos. They have to tell a complete story within 3 minutes, so the pace has to be fast. And they also have to leave a lot of room for the story to unfold. Ronald never refuses to exchange ideas with his peers. You never know who you might hear a brilliant idea or two from, which you might then use in your later films. Besides, he also wanted to learn more about the filming of The Last Emperor at the Forbidden City, as he himself wanted to make a film about his homeland. The Last Emperor is based on the autobiography written by the child emperor who ascended the throne at the age of 3 in his later years. They were very cooperative, even bringing in his brother and the people who managed him in prison as consultants. After finishing the script, director Bertolucci repeatedly confirmed every detail, costume, and set with him, striving to recreate the last emperor of that ancient and mysterious empire. I've never directed a period drama before. Hearing you say it's incredibly difficult, yes, period dramas have huge budgets. Besides their kindness in opening the Forbidden City for filming, casting was extremely challenging. I finally persuaded Peter O'Toole to play the imperial tutor, Reginald Johnston, and cast actors of Chinese descent for the male and female leads. Bertolucci discovered that although East Asians all look similar, there are subtle yet distinct differences in temperament between those of Chinese, Japanese, and Korean descent. Viewers can immediately tell if it's authentic. Of course, Ronald thought to himself, even this producer who raised $25 million didn't fully understand the culture. The ordinary people from the 3 East Asian countries naturally have very different temperaments. This film is absolutely massive in budget, but I want to capture the twilight of this 2,000-year-old empire, an epic masterpiece. It takes serious work, and it's incredibly expensive. We have to pay thousands of extras every day, provide them with suitable costumes, armor, and weapons, and then there are hundreds of costume, makeup, and hairstylists, all of which have to be airlifted from Europe or Hollywood. Ronald thought, something didn't seem right. He'd been to the Zhujiang Film Studio, the Ministry of Culture there fully supported cultural export, and they were willing to cooperate on everything. Besides, labor costs there were very cheap, it couldn't be as exaggerated as Jeremy described. So $25 million is completely insufficient. I couldn't reveal a single word to my colleagues at the meeting that day, otherwise they would completely ruin things. I had to maintain the image that funding wasn't a problem in public. People just like investing in already successful films, the Matthew effect. I understand. You need more money? Isn't $25 million enough? Ronald asked. Of course not. A small portion of my funding comes from Hyundai Productions, the producers of Terminator, and the rest I painstakingly gathered bit by bit. And this film still hasn't found a distributor. So besides production costs, I need to prepare a contingency fund in case of problems during filming. I also need to be prepared to distribute it myself in America, even if it's just showing it state by state. Hollywood distributors are very hesitant about this kind of epic film. They're a bunch of spineless cowards. I'm very confident that The Last Emperor can rival David Lean's Lawrence of Arabia, both in terms of awards and box office. How much more do you need? Ronald wanted to know more details. He really wanted to invest in this film. There were too few films in Hollywood promoting Chinese history and culture, and this opportunity to let audiences learn more about Chinese history was a good thing. About 10 million more. Can you invest? Jeremy Thomas was overjoyed. It was rare to find such an easy investor. 10 million? I don't have that much money. I'm just a director. The big money in Hollywood comes from producers and film companies. Ronald withdrew his hand from his wallet, which he had just reached for his checkbook. Jeremy Thomas was a man of loose lips, asking for 10 million without any regard for the consequences. He had previously denied it publicly, and now he was making such an outrageous demand, making Ronald untrustworthy. Isn't it? Jeremy Thomas was a little disappointed. Actually, the 10 million includes 2 million in reserves and 8 million in distribution budget. 2 million would have been enough. But you must have other people around you who would be willing to invest in your vision. Ronald, art is great. There's a bad trend in Hollywood now, which is that they only make films of genres that have been proven successful by the market. Some films clearly have the potential for both artistic achievement and box office success, but those studio executives who don't understand film at all just won't give them the green light. That's why I became an independent producer. I agree, but I really don't have the money. Ronald actually agreed with Jeremy's point that a film needs star interest for a studio to feel comfortable investing. This inevitably leads to dislike of groundbreaking genre films, and stars, to minimize risk, focus on scripts that fit their image. It's alright, Ronald said. As long as you, Ronald, are willing to lead the investment, many others in Hollywood will follow. I know they all trust your vision. I know you're interested in Chinese culture. People don't know the greatness of Chinese culture, and that Confucius wrote a great work comparable to the Bible 1,000 years before we entered London. This is a great history, and I want to work with Bertolucci to slowly unveil this ancient and mysterious country to the world. Jeremy Thomas then went on to talk at length about Ronald's support for Asian culture. He knew Ronald had criticized the film Year of the Dragon, which insulted Chinese people, supported protests against injustices faced by Chinese Americans, and even made a film about a mysterious Japanese mentor, Master Miyagi. Many people, when watching magic tricks performed by Japanese companies, now find the Japanese truly impressive. They no longer feel the same resentment towards those who have taken their jobs. After all, their products are indeed of good quality and inexpensive. Let me think about it carefully. Ronald thought he had a point. The success of a film could sometimes reshape the status of an entire ethnic group. It would be a shame if an epic like The Last Emperor couldn't be made to perfection just because of a lack of funding. However, some of Jeremy Thomas's actions, while understanding your client is a basic requirement for sales, the extent to which he had researched him, even finding out about his support for the Chinese community, made Ronald a little uncomfortable. Of course, but you're a benchmark. If you can support me, even with just a few $100,000, I can raise more money in Hollywood so Bertolucci can fully realize his potential. Let me think about it. My financial affairs, especially film investments, need to be discussed with my agent and accountant. 10 million or a few $100,000? That sounded so unreliable. This is my assistant's phone number in Hollywood. Contact me as soon as possible. If you can invest, I think one of the 7 major studios will be willing to consider distributing the film in America. Chapter 684 Madman and Liar. Ronald saw Jeremy Thomas off and went to meet Minahan Golan that evening. Minahan had chosen the largest cinema and the largest screening room in his newly acquired Carnival Theatres chain for the London premiere of Franco Zeffirelli's opera film Othello. His influence wasn't enough to secure a royal guest for the premiere, but the two main creators' influence in high society more than made up for it. The audience was filled with gentlemen and ladies in formal attire. Ronald, this is Placido Domingo, who plays Othello, and this is Claudia Ricciarelli, who plays Desdemona. Ronald embraced the two elegantly dressed leads and exchanged cheek kisses. Domingo was a Spanish opera tenor, while Ricciarelli came from La Scala in Italy and had collaborated with Domingo on stage for many years. Hello, it's a pleasure to see you, Ronald greeted the two opera singers, involuntarily recalling the Italian tenor Luciano Pavarotti, who presented him with his award at the Oscars years ago. These tenors and sopranos all looked quite robust. I wish your film great success, Ronald. This time, it was director Zeffirelli who came over to hug him. The two old friends hadn't seen each other in a long time, and Zeffirelli was still very enthusiastic. Did Minahan give you enough money? He promised me he'd give you complete creative freedom before I called you. If he reneges, I'll make trouble for him, Ronald joked. You know what, Ronald? Minahan is the greatest producer I've ever met. No producer has ever completely trusted my artistic judgment. After making Othello, I even felt I'd never be able to make a film this good again. The two walked inside arm in arm. I heard you're with Brooke? I could tell she was very dependent on you back then. Zeffirelli had been out of touch with the world since leaving Hollywood. The last time he heard about Ronald was in newspaper gossip. She's focused on her studies and probably won't be coming back to the entertainment industry. That's a real shame. This Othello was filmed very strangely, using operatic techniques. Aside from replacing the stage sets with more realistic ones, the entire film's camera work, lighting, and even pacing were operatic. It was essentially bringing the operatic version of Othello to the big screen. Ronald had never seen this kind of filming in Hollywood before. However, to Ronald's own surprise, watching this opera film adapted from Shakespeare's play, listening to Domingo and Ricciarelli's singing, he became extremely emotional. When Iago sowed discord between Othello and his wife Desdemona, Ronald also felt a surge of intense hatred for the actor. And when Othello, suspecting his wife's infidelity, killed her at the end, Ronald felt deeply uncomfortable, experiencing the immense tragic power of jealousy. When Iago was finally exposed, Othello knocked him to the ground, and then, looking at his wife's body, committed suicide. Ronald couldn't hold back his tears. Oh, I didn't expect this film to be so powerful. I even cried. Ronald took out a handkerchief to wipe his eyes, and after the lights came on, he stood up and hugged director Zeffirelli. A masterpiece, perfect. No wonder you like it so much, it's an exquisite work of art. It seems you're a sentimental person too. Zeffirelli was also moved to tears by his own film. Opera is an art form that sensitive people naturally love, while those who are naturally insensitive, no matter how hard they try, will never be moved. I know that an artistic genius like you will understand me. Why? Ha. Franco, please go up and say a few words to the audience. Minahan came over and invited the director to the stage. That's just how businessmen are. Ronald chuckled. Minahan didn't seem moved by the plot at all. Ronald, I plan to have this film screened on a small scale in America, and then mainly send it to Europe and Asia. Zeffirelli, as a famous opera director, is very prestigious in those two places. Ronald glanced at Minahan, then at the very excited Zeffirelli on stage. It seems Minahan also knows that this kind of slow-paced, though exquisite, film lacking visual impact is no longer popular with mainstream audiences. He brought in Zeffirelli to direct, just like he did with John Cassavetes or Jean-Luc Godard, to elevate his own status when selling films at film festivals. He uses films by these outdated famous directors to raise the price of his other exploitative films. He wants those outdated film buyers to know that they are big shots in Hollywood, but isn't Zeffirelli also using this madman? Perhaps only such a madman can give him a sufficient budget and unrestricted artistic freedom. Clap clap clap. Ronald also applauded with everyone. Ronald, I'm about to start filming the third installment of The Raptors, and the third installment of the Vietnam War. We're also starting the American Ninja series. Cannonball Studios is booming right now. Would you consider directing Stallone's next movie? I really can't be on the same set as him. Ronald shook his head. You're filming so many movies at the same time, that's not many. I'm also personally handling the script for Superman IV. This year, we're filming at least 25 movies. We're also acquiring more theater chains. In the second half of the year, our Cannonball network will be launched in America, becoming a national syndicated cable television network. 25 movies. Ronald glanced at Minahan, thinking, has this guy gone mad? Acquiring theater chains and building a television network are both very expensive business ventures. Filming over 20 movies a year, even at an average of $2 million per movie, that's a production budget of $50 million. His current pre-sales are already covering all the production budget? A madman. However, having $300 million in cash and bridge loans from European banks, this madman is about to break into the circle of top Hollywood production companies. It wouldn't be surprising if he wanted to build his own distribution network and even acquire theater chains in America. I'll give you complete artistic decision-making power, how about it? Think about it. If you don't want to make a film with Stallone, then we'll find another star. Don't worry about me interfering with big productions, everyone in Hollywood knows your eye for talent is the best. Even with that washed-up director John Cassavetes, I promised him I wouldn't interfere with his artistic decisions, and I didn't. His film was 2 hours long, and I thought it was too long, so I asked him to cut it by 15 minutes for easier distribution. He readily agreed, but the final version Cassavetes brought back the following Monday was half an hour longer, becoming a 2.5-hour film. He had his reasons. He said it was the best way to present the film, so I agreed. I also want to invest in a Faye Dunaway and Mickey Rourke film. They're both top stars. Ronald looked at the eloquent Minahan and increasingly felt he was a madman. Before, he was just constrained by circumstances and couldn't show his crazy side. Giving up even the most important power of the production company, the film's runtime, was tantamount to letting the director do whatever he wanted. From a producer's perspective, this was a terrible decision. However, perhaps it's all mutual exploitation. A movie starring Mickey Rourke, who became a sensation because of 9.5 Weeks, allows him to forcefully bundle it with 3 copycat exploitative films like American Ninja or Vietnam War. Maybe, in the end, the madman still makes a fortune? After saying goodbye to his old friend, Ronald flew back to New York alone. This is for you, and this is for Donna, Ronald said, handing Diane a high-quality cashmere scarf. Diane Lane had been in New York for a while. Demons in Chinatown was about to be released, and she was hiding in New York waiting for the premiere. If the movie had any impact, Diane's agent would get more movie scripts, which she was quite looking forward to. Hearing that Ronald was back, she came to Staten Island alone to see him. I also have a gift for you, Diane said, handing Ronald a small box. Ronald opened it and found it contained the latest version of the WordStar software. Haha, you really know what I need. Ronald recalled the first copy of the WordStar software he used to write scripts on his computer, which Diane and Donna had jointly given him. Diane had earned quite a bit from the advertising shoot in Japan. Plus, the yen had appreciated steadily since the Plaza Accord last year, meaning she had essentially earned an extra 50% for no reason. She could buy clothes and jewelry again, hire a hairstylist, a fitness instructor, and an acting coach, and even have some money to give Ronald a small gift. "Thank you. You're not doing that health supplement business anymore, are you?" Ronald asked Diane. They had known each other since she was very young, so asking such personal questions wasn't awkward. "It's okay. I've completely stopped selling products from the United Scientific Company. I returned the remaining stock, so I recovered some of my costs. But they don't seem to be scammers. Some people have actually made a lot of money selling their products. You know what? They've even hired William Shatner, who plays Captain Kirk, as their spokesperson," Diane said, turning on the TV and switching to a direct sales channel, where an advertisement for United Scientific Company was playing. William Shatner, his chubby face beaming, was promoting nutritional supplements from United Scientific Corporation. "Since the dawn of human history, plants have provided us with the necessary nutrients and beneficial trace elements for a considerable period, a key difference between us humans and other animals. I strongly recommend that you start using United Scientific's dietary supplements extracted from various plants, pumpkin, apples, oats. A vegetarian diet is the healthiest lifestyle. You can buy in bulk and resell to friends who share your philosophy, earning a reasonable income while promoting our healthy living concept. Of course, if you only buy a little for yourself, that's fine too. Remember to tell your friends and family about the positive feelings you've experienced since taking this supplement, the increased energy and reduced illness. Whether you buy a lot or a little, you can promote our healthy living concept. United Scientific Corporation, your dietary partner for a healthy lifestyle. That's why Captain Kirk said he doesn't require you to buy a lot. Those with money can buy thousands or tens of thousands of dollars worth of products to resell. Those without money can just buy a little for personal use, as long as you don't forget to promote the concept. If it weren't for the fact that I'm really bad at selling things, well, even if I were good at selling, I wouldn't do it. Right now, I just want to get some roles again. Being an actor is good enough to support myself." Seeing Ronald's furrowed brow and pale face, Diane quickly assured him she wouldn't do this again. If she didn't get any roles, the money she earned in Japan would have to support her for the next year. "No, I didn't mean to criticize you, that's not what I meant. But this William Shatner sounds like a producer I know in London." Sure enough, these people all use the same formula. No matter the price, they welcome it. They're just promoting their ideas, culture. It seems these con artists all use similar tactics. My gut feeling was right. Chapter 685 Soaring Ambitions returned to the top of the box office chart. Over the weekend following Memorial Day, Top Gun's North American box office saw a slight dip, but the drop was minor, remaining above 8 million. Paramount was overjoyed. As planned, starting in June, the distribution department would add 700 copies, sending them to over 500 newly added theaters, continuing to compete with new releases during the summer season. Cobra, directed by Menahan and starring Stallone, surpassed Top Gun to take the top spot in its opening week thanks to its massive release in over 2,000 theaters. However, the film's plot was rather cliched, and Stallone's portrayal of the Cobra's Special Forces captain and Bridget Nelson's kidnapped businesswoman were unconvincing, resulting in poor audience reviews. Consequently, its momentum faltered, with its box office dropping 40% from its opening week, a typical performance for a mid-quality film. This contrasts sharply with Top Gun, which only dropped 10% this week and even increased in its second week. Top Gun relinquished its top spot in its second week. Top Gun, with only half the number of theaters showing it, reclaimed the throne. Producer Ned Tanning, seeing this box office trend, knew he'd hit the jackpot again. Top Gun was showing signs of dominance. Knowing it was within reach of the top 3 at the year's box office, he began considering a sequel. That day, he invited Ronald, Don Simpson, and Jerry Bruckheimer, who had just returned to Los Angeles, to his executive office on the top floor of Universal Studios to discuss whether to capitalize on its success and release a sequel. Ned, we'd love to make a sequel, but audiences might not be ready for another air combat film anytime soon. They need time to forget the air combat in the original, or maybe it would be more appropriate to make a sequel a year from now, This is a special film, after all. Audiences like the air combat scenes for a reason, Ronald's exceptional talent. We decided to pursue this project after seeing his Saab commercials. We don't want to take risks. Jerry Bruckheimer added that they weren't against making a sequel, but nothing was finalized yet. That's why I had someone write a new synopsis. A lone wolf at Top Gun school trains students as wild as himself, then teams up with them on another mission to defeat MiG, rescue our captured pilot, and complete his deceased father's unfinished work. What do you think of that story? We're starting preparations now, for a release in 1988, a new protagonist. The three looked at Ronald. Ronald pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. You guys are being a bit sudden. I haven't had time to think about this yet. If you want to make a film, you need a really compelling story. We've already covered Maverick's personal growth and his love life in Top Gun, so how do we continue that? Of course, the idea of filming his trainees is brilliant. I even think we could make a female pilot the lead. That could alleviate the audience's fatigue with testosterone-fueled male pilots. But I think the biggest problem with this sequel is that we've already filmed all the aerial acrobatics we could show in Top Gun. The Navy can't find any more dogfighting scenes that are both low-cost and relatable to the audience. Ronald looked at Ned Tanning, who looked puzzled. I know this is hard to explain. Simply put, we've filmed everything we could. It's very difficult to film something different. After all, aerial combat isn't boxing. You can't just change the opponent or the instructor like Rocky and expect the audience to be happy. Unless you have a really good story that can make the audience worry about Maverick and his trainees again. Also, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, and Kelly McGillis have all skyrocketed after this movie. I'm worried their salaries will skyrocket, Bruckheimer added. Ned Tannin laughed. We'll have a sufficient budget. Paramount won't skimp on stars who have already proven themselves. Here's the plan, we'll split up. I'll find someone to write the script, you guys talk to some of the key creatives, and Ronald, see if there are any more stunt aerial combat scenes we can film. Ned Tannin wasn't worried about these difficulties. Especially Ronald's claim about not having any more stunt aerial combat scenes to film. In his view, that was just self-aggrandizement. Hollywood has very few groundbreaking talents, but seeing someone make a film and improve upon it is a commercial operation. By the way, your friends Crocodile Dundee, we're preparing to release it during the September box office lull. It's cost us a lot of resources. But the film's quality is quite high, so I think it can make us some money. That's something to be happy about. Have you informed them? Ronald was delighted to hear this news. Not yet, we're just waiting for you to tell them the good news. Haha, thanks. Ronald knew Ned Tannin was doing him a favor, but he was just helping out anyway. Since Daydream was involved in this deal, he might even make a little money. Ronald went to his agents, Nisida and Richard, to tell them Paramount's ideas and ask for their opinions. Hiss, this is difficult. How much budget can Paramount offer? Richard proactively laid out the difficulties for Nisida before he could speak. I didn't hear a specific number from Tannin, but I think rising to over 25 million shouldn't be a problem. Not enough, far from enough. Nisida downed his espresso in one gulp. Paula told me she's already asked for over 5 million for Tom. And if Scorsese's Money Matters does well at the box office and gets good reviews, she'll raise the price. How much? Ronald, who was drinking his coffee, almost burned himself. That number is about the same as Dustin Hoffman or Robert Redford, right? Is Paula that confident? That's outdated thinking. Ronald, Paula Wagner, who had been summoned, explained to Ronald in detail. This man couldn't be evasive, the truth had to be told. Ronald gestured for him to continue. Ever since your friend Minahan Golan gave Stallone, this action star who can't make any expression on half his face, a 3-film contract worth $25 million, no self-respecting A-list male star in Hollywood will accept a salary less than $8 million. In just the last 6 months, it's been a chain reaction, starting with action star Schwarzenegger, then comedy star Bill Murray, and then teen star Michael J. Fox. Schwarzenegger said Stallone was on par with him, so he also deserved $8 million. Bill Murray said his Ghostbusters box office was no less than Stallone's Rocky series. So he also deserved that price. Then there's Michael J. Fox, his Back to the Future was last year's box office champion, so he's worth that price too. Now Dustin Hoffman, Jack Nicholson, Harrison Ford, and others are also asking for high prices. Minahan has redefined the prices for Hollywood male stars. Really? How will this end? Will it be even harder for Hollywood to make mid-budget films in the future? With an average production cost of $12 million, they can't even afford a top-tier male star now, that's true. And Top Gun is even more difficult. Besides Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer is also a near top-tier star, and all those testosterone-fueled supporting actors are going to raise their prices. Your friend McGillis will probably also ask for one of the higher prices among female stars. It might be different for other movies, but for a sequel to Top Gun, he'll definitely ask for a high price. You can trust my judgment as a CIA agent, that makes sense, Ronald thought for a long time before thanking Paula. No wonder Ned Tannen insisted on making a film about the Lone Ranger cadets. He'd probably already considered the issue of collective pay raises. Filming his cadet story would allow him to remove all characters except for the Lone Ranger and his girlfriend, Instructor Charlie, leaving room for a sequel without exceeding the budget too much. However, he probably hadn't anticipated Tom Cruise's exorbitant price. Ronald also received bad news from Matthew, the Pentagon liaison officer, and Pete Pettigrew, a retired instructor from Top Gun Flight School and the film's flight consultant. The Pentagon and the Navy were extremely satisfied with the recruitment efforts surrounding Top Gun, and the Navy's recruitment targets for this year were about to be met ahead of schedule. Every theater showing Top Gun had become a live recruitment point for the Navy. But precisely because of this, the Navy wasn't as interested in making another similar film as before. Pettigrew once again confirmed Ronald's concerns. He had filmed every stunt he could imagine, every one that current technology could capture, and that looked good. If they wanted better, more exciting shots, the only way might be to increase the number of aircraft. This one launched 2 Sidewinder missiles. Let's see if the next one could launch a Phoenix long-range air-to-air missile, the kind used against the Allied Tu-22M backfire strategic bombers. This time, 2 F-14s were involved in the battle. Could they also add some AWACS aircraft and A-10 attack aircraft for ground attack? Without naval support, Ronald obviously couldn't do any of this, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Don Simpson was furious at the CAA. They had seen Paula's offer and were enraged. This is extortion. Highway robbery, this is the price now. Is Tom Cruise less popular with female audiences than Michael J. Fox? Or less handsome than Bill Murray's acne-scarred face? Top Gun is very likely to be in the top 3 at the box office this year, and The Color of Money in October will also be praised by critics. I don't understand, what's wrong with that? They're charging the same price. Bruckheimer was also getting a little impatient. I can't give you specific figures, but here are a few contracts with names covered. You can easily tell who they are from the descriptions. Let me emphasize again, you can only look at them in the office. You can't leave here. And you can't make copies. If you leave this room, I won't admit to showing them to anyone. Nisida took out several processed contracts from the drawer and showed them to the 2 producers. This scene often plays out recently as male stars' prices have increased. This is obviously Michael J. Fox, isn't it? Bruckheimer said to Don Simpson. I'm afraid so. He only has time to shoot in the summer, so his price is slightly cheaper, but now it's gone up to $5 million. Before, even if an actor like him did a movie like Back to the Future, he would only ask for $2 million. I'm afraid this sequel plan is going to fall through. Unless we add more production budget, let's assume it's around $35 million, the sequel might not be filmed anytime soon. Unless the male lead's exorbitant salaries return to normal market rates, the 2 producers and Ronald returned to Paramount's president's office to speak with Ned Tannen. I'm in a similar situation. We've run out of special effects footage, and the Navy isn't planning to release more advanced weaponry to Hollywood. If we're going to develop special effects from scratch using models to achieve the same realistic effects as Top Gun, we'd need an initial investment of $5 million and 6 months to a year of development time. Ronald also shared his opinion. Okay, let's see what we can do. Ned Tannen agreed to suspend the project and wait for a turnaround. The 3 said goodbye and left. Tannen picked up the phone and had his secretary call Paramount's production manager. The film's box office is getting higher and higher. We still need to prepare for the sequel. The producers are worried about the high salaries. Have the writers reconsider. Cut McGillis's Charlie too, leaving only Tom Cruise's Lone Ranger. Then find a female star to play his new girlfriend. That way, Don and Jerry will be interested. As for Ronald, he's too arrogant. I don't believe we can't film special effects without him. Find an editor to go to the archives and find footage of Ronald filming Top Gun, all the special effects shots that weren't used in the final cut. See how much is still usable. The Navy won't cooperate cheaply, so we'll use the footage from the first movie that wasn't cut, add some new special effects, and make a sequel. Anyway, there aren't many real aerial combat shots in Top Gun. Okay, that's it. Go ahead. Keep this a secret, don't let Ronald know. Chapter 686 Real-life combat between top executives of global glory. Ronald was completely unaware of Tenning's underhanded tactics. He and Nisita were currently busy preparing for The Secret to Success, a new film spearheaded by Universal president Frank Price. This film wasn't a purely commercial movie, it was a rare Hollywood business drama, albeit one that incorporated a significant amount of romance and underdog success stories. Aside from the portion adapted from Spielberg's personal experiences, the climax of the film revolved around the acquisition and counter-acquisition process of a large publicly traded retail company. This part captivated Ronald, prompting him to do his research and interview numerous M&A fund managers and lawyers on Wall Street. Furthermore, Ronald was drawn to the pervasive humor in the script. Scenes of executives being uneducated, spending their days running and exercising on the building's rooftop, and consuming excessive dietary supplements all elicited chuckles from him. The core concept of being able to impersonate someone in a large organization, attending high-level meetings undetected, resonated with Ronald. In today's large corporations, often employing tens of thousands of people, it was indeed possible for fraudsters to infiltrate undetected. The protagonist's so-called aunt needs to be played by a glamorous middle-aged actress, otherwise the story won't be convincing. We can try Kim Basinger, who's currently in high demand. See if she's available and interested. Also, for the decorative role Helen wants, I'm considering using the height difference between her and Fox to persuade her to give it up. Ugh, it's really troublesome. Ronald is now a star director, and most producers want to support him, so he can now enjoy many privileges he couldn't before. If he wants an actress, he just contacts her. If he doesn't want an actress, someone will help him handle it. The videos of the models you requested are here. Take a look and see which one you like. Nisita took out a lot of videotapes from a large box, put them in the machine, and showed them to Ronald. The opening of The Secret to Success is the scene where the protagonist, Brantley, arrives in New York from rural Kansas and is amazed by the world. There's a shot of him seeing a row of fashion models doing street photography on Fifth Avenue, greeting them, but being ignored. It perfectly depicts what a country boy new to New York looks like. Ronald insisted on using real models, so Nisita contacted a modeling agency and found a group of up-and-coming models for him to choose from. This one's good, very distinctive, looks like a model at first glance, Ronald said, spotting a promising one. Paulina Porskova, Czechoslovakian immigrant. You have good taste. Ronald glanced at Nisita. I mean, her swimsuit photos are on the cover of GQ magazine, she's quite well known. The competition for models in the fashion industry can be even fiercer than for Hollywood actresses. Therefore, choosing models for his film could significantly boost their modeling careers, so it's understandable that some models would be willing to trade themselves for screen time. Ronald wasn't prejudiced, but he was worried that the models he found wouldn't be pretty enough, wouldn't have the impact to captivate the audience at the start, which is why he insisted on choosing them himself. This one's good too, very photogenic, Linda Evangelista, a Canadian model, but she's already been scouted by Chanel. Signing her will require some influence and a hefty fee. I think she's good. She could give it a try if she's willing. Ronald thought this one also looked like a fashion model. Watch me. Nisita seemed to understand something. This one's good too. That mole is very charming. Ronald finally settled on a model with a mole on the corner of her mouth. Cindy Crawford, she's a genuine American product. She just signed with Elite Model Management in New York. Nisita found her name in the catalog. I think these are good, you can recommend the others. Okay, Nisita quickly noted down Ronald's choices. These three, except for Linda Evangelista, weren't difficult to secure. She could use her connections for the remaining spots. Let's go to the Universal office and talk to Frank Price. Don't make him wait. Nisita checked her watch. The next stop was to report the results to the president of Universal. One of the advantages of being a top-grossing director is the ability to collaborate with Hollywood's best technical experts. With 2 consecutive blockbuster films by Ronald Raines and the third installment, Dragon Squad 2, about to be released, he could find almost anyone to work with, except for a few A-list stars. This time, besides having a cinematographer of his own choosing, the art director was the renowned Polly Platt. She is the ex-wife of the famous director Peter Bogdanovich. During the filming of the last film, her husband Bogdanovich abandoned her and moved in with the lead actress, Sybil Shepherd. She then faced hardship, but Ronald's former boss, Roger Coleman, gave her a job, allowing her to rebuild her life and raise her children. Polly Platt had previously served as art director for the Oscar-winning film The Daughter's Tale and had also written the screenplay for Brooke Shields' debut film, Pretty Woman. Ronald had always wanted to work with this legendary art director, and this time his wish finally came true. In addition, for the music, he specifically asked John Williams, the composer for Star Wars, Jaws, and the Superman series. These people all share a common characteristic: they are rare among technical experts, big names known to those outside the industry. Ronald also planned to hire Walter Murch as his editor. This way, he could share the heavy editing work and simply be an observer and advisor, perhaps even learning a thing or two from Murch. Nissida personally drove this cash cow to the Universal Pictures offices next to Universal Studios. With Ronald taking on this film, his faction within CAA could fill the role with even more actors. Many supporting roles, such as the protagonist's uncle, and several important supporting characters, such as the protagonist's friend in the reception room, if Helen didn't play the vacant female lead role. Please wait a moment. Mr. Price is watching a preview screening. He was supposed to be waiting for you, but something may have kept him waiting. Frank Price's secretary was a middle-aged woman, as approachable as her boss, and treated Ronald with great respect, even brewing Ronald's favorite black tea in return. Okay, no problem. Mr. Price is the one who got me started, so it's only right that I wait for him. May I ask what movie he's watching? Would you mind telling me? Ronald asked curiously. It's George Lucas's new film. I was planning to see it too, and if it's good, I'll take my daughter with me. I'm sorry to interrupt your plans, haha, Mr. Lee. It's my job. I've never seen such a down-to-earth director. Sipping his tea and enjoying some snacks, Ronald hadn't expected it to be Lucas's new film. Diane Lane had auditioned for it, but unfortunately, she couldn't sing and lost to Lee Thompson. If it's being screened internally now, it seems it will definitely be released in August. It's best to avoid clashing with both his own Top Gun and the sequel to Dragon Boys. Lucas's lightsaber is too sharp. His Star Wars and Indiana Jones franchises are true box office killers. Anyone who crosses them dies. Fortunately, he's targeting the heart of the summer blockbuster season, so the competition isn't too fierce. Presumably, Paramount and Universal coordinated release dates for several highly anticipated big-budget films at the Las Vegas Film Trade Fair. Looking at it this way, he's still a ways off from truly big-name directors like Lucas and Spielberg. At least the Big Seven wouldn't dare send him to directly compete with him. Luckily, his friend Paul Hogan's Crocodile Dundee also avoids the limelight of his new film. Nobody wants to run into him head-on. By the way, what's the name of Lucas's new movie? Ronald couldn't quite remember. He'd promised Lucas he'd attend the premiere as a reward for Lucas attending the Top Gun premiere. Call him Howard the Duck. Don't forget when you meet Price later, this is their biggest project this year. Lucas created a duck using CGI. It's an alien who comes to Earth and falls in love with a rock star. Thanks. Ronald quickly brushed up on the plot so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Mr. Lee, Mr. Nissida, the secretary came to call the two. Frank Price seemed to have finished watching the internal screening and was walking from the adjacent screening room towards his office. Beside him seemed to be another acquaintance of Ronald's, Mr. Sidney Sinberg, a high-ranking executive at Universal's parent company, the Gulf West, who had helped him in his debut film, fast-paced Richmond High School. Ronald straightened his clothes and tie. This time, two heads of Universal were appearing together, and he had to maintain the appropriate respect. If there was anyone in the 7 major studios that Ronald had to listen to carefully, these two were undoubtedly the most important. Damn it. Who gave the green light in the first place? Sinberg walked behind, his face, framed by gray hair, looking dejected. He cursed as they approached the office. Sidney, what do you mean by this? You were the one who strongly advocated for getting Lucas on board. Frank Price was also in a bad mood, his laugh lines deepening. Hearing Sinberg's words, he ignored Ronald waiting for him in the office and turned to argue with Sinberg. Me. Sinberg's face darkened. He pushed up his large framed glasses. I only said to pay attention to getting Lucas on board. I didn't directly instruct us to take over this Howard the Duck movie. We have to get him, Frank. He's the highest grossing producer and director of the next decade. Don't make the same mistake as letting E.T. escape from Columbia Pictures. You don't admit what you said. Price's face was grim. The finished product of Howard the Duck was terrible. The protagonist was a special effects model duck, and audiences didn't like such a protagonist at all. His personality was also unlikable. The entire film's story was utterly chaotic, and the sex scene between the female lead, played by Lee Thompson, and that duck was a disaster. Frank almost burst into tears on set. This kind of film would definitely be a disaster for Universal. With a production cost of nearly $40 million, plus the unavoidable $20 million in marketing costs, Universal's financial report for this year was basically guaranteed to be terrible. And now, Sinberg was actually trying to shirk responsibility, claiming that he was the one who gave the green light? What do you mean by that, Frank? We're in the same boat. If this movie sinks, we're both finished, so you want me to take the blame for the sinking of the Titanic? And then you can escape in a lifeboat. Price also lost his temper, brandishing his fist at Sinberg. Don't lose your mind. You're the president of Universal. Of course you have to take responsibility for such a big budget film. Fine, so you really did want to make me take the blame, you Jew. Traitor. Judas, you need to calm down, Frank. Take back what you said. I can pretend I didn't hear it. Sinberg also rolled up his sleeves, to show that he wasn't a pushover either. Ouch, Sinberg was quickly punched in the face. You old bastard, he threw a punch, but missed. You Jew, you're all the same kind of bastards, pushing problems onto others but grabbing the benefits yourself. Ronald and Nisida were stunned. These were two of the most powerful old men from Universal Studios, one of the 7 major Hollywood studios, and now they were having a real fight? Help. Ronald, and Mr. Nisida, the middle-aged secretary, cried for help when she saw her boss and his superior fighting. Ronald rushed over and grabbed Price, who was throwing another punch. Nisida went to pull Sinberg away. Frank Price was held by Ronald and couldn't reach Sinberg. He was furious. Unable to hide him with his fist, he kicked Sinberg. Ouch, Sinberg was hit in the thigh, and a hook punch landed on Price's face. Quick, separate them. Ronald hurriedly pulled Price away from the spot. Calm down, Mr. Price, calm down, be careful, Mr. Sinberg, don't let anyone see. Nisida understood the concerns of these executives. A fight on the spot would become a laughingstock if it got out. However, things didn't go as planned. The commotion was too loud, alerting many senior managers and their secretaries in the offices. They came out one by one to investigate, and upon seeing that it was two bosses fighting, they immediately shrank back awkwardly, hoping that God would protect them from being recognized. Calm down, I'll come back tomorrow. Sinberg was the first to calm down. He turned and headed to the elevator, preparing to return to his office. You need to calm down, Mr. Price. Ronald scratched his head, unsure of what to say. I'm calm. These Eastern European Jews are like venomous snakes, sucking blood from America's flesh. I'm sorry, Ronald, for dragging you into this, really? Mr. Sinberg won't hold a grudge against me, will he? Ronald thought, surely not that petty? No, Price said calmly, shaking his head. Sinberg wouldn't be that petty. But with this whole mess, and Lucas's new film destined to flop at the box office, I'm leaving soon. This secret to success will no longer be under my supervision, and whoever takes it over will most likely be there to vent Sinberg's anger and make things difficult for you. Sorry, Frank Price simply began packing his things. He had no hope and was preparing to submit his resignation as soon as possible. Oh, this, really? If I make a good movie, it won't be a loss for him, will it? Do you think Sinberg can still maintain his position at Gulf West, Universal's parent company, after this disastrous failure? He's right about one thing, he might very well be leaving with me this time. He's capable of anything to avoid being tied to me. Ronald and Nisida exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Chapter 687 Slanted-Eyed Pollock. Rumors quickly spread within the industry that Frank Price and Sidney Sinberg had a boxing match at Universal Pictures. Price was said to be like George Foreman, known for his powerful punches, while Sinberg was like Muhammad Ali, skilled at jab and distance control. While the two were locked in a fierce battle, Ronald Lee, the young director Sinberg had personally supported years before, director of Dragon Boys, and a martial arts master, stepped in and used karate to separate them, preventing a potentially devastating jungle war. Another version of the story suggests that Lee intervened to support Frank Price, who had bought out his debut screenplay for $350,000, thus shielding him from Steinberg's powerful punches. It's alleged that Steinberg wanted to shift the blame for a failed film onto Price, his mentor. Ronald, what do you think of the recent rumors surrounding Universal Pictures? How much of it is true? I think the people who spread these rumors have incredibly vivid imaginations. They could try writing a script. If it's interesting, they could consider submitting it to my company. I've always wanted to make a film about the filmmaking process, like Francois Truffaut's Day as Night. If the opening scene featured a boxing match between two of the most famous boxer characters of our time, Rocky Balboa, played by Sylvester Stallone in Rocky, and Jake LaMotta, played by Robert De Niro in Raging Bull, that would be hilarious. Ha ha ha. Ronald used humor to defuse the reporters who had come drawn by the rumors, smiled and said goodbye, getting into Bud's car. As soon as he got in, Ronald's face fell. Frank Price's prediction soon came true. He formally resigned the next day, receiving a grace period and a hefty hush money payment, dubbed the Golden Parachute. However, given his public racist remarks against Jews at Universal, coupled with the very low ratings from critics at the Howard Duck internal film screening, someone needed to take the blame. Price's resignation was, in the eyes of insiders, quite ugly. He was given only a 3-month grace period, and his successor would be announced in September. Furthermore, he wasn't given the usual distribution guarantee contract from his own production company. Even Tom Mount, the Universal Pictures mogul who was forced out and rose to power through his wife, received this clause. And soon, someone temporarily taking over all his work took his place and began to fully manage Frank Price's work at Universal. When it comes to finding promising scripts, directors, and screenwriters, Frank Price is a rare talent in Hollywood. These days, executives who personally review scripts like him are practically non-existent. Nisita was waiting in the car, preparing to accompany him to meet the interim president-designate. But, sigh, Ronald shook his head. He doesn't understand office politics. Yeah, his political skills are terrible, not even as good as a cheerleader in a public high school. He'd been framed twice, once at Columbia and once at Universal. Price's ability to spot blockbuster movies was indeed remarkable. He saw E.T. the Extraterrestrial at Columbia and Back to the Future and Out of Africa, which swept 7 Oscars this year, at Universal. But he was immediately ousted for not being good at taking credit and shifting blame. Perhaps he was better suited to be an independent producer than the president of a major studio. That way, he could better utilize his talent for selecting scripts. Hello, Director Ronald, Mr. Tom Pollock is waiting for you inside. Tom Pollock, who hadn't yet been officially appointed as the new president, didn't immediately take over Price's office but instead chose a smaller one to use temporarily. Pollock's surname was the same as Sidney Pollock, the director of Out of Africa, so Ronald knew immediately that he was also Jewish. After finishing 2 cups of coffee at the entrance, Ronald was already idly counting the patterns on the office carpet when his secretary finally belatedly ushered him inside. Thank you, Ronald said, exchanging a glance with Nisita. It seemed the waiting time was also a signal. Hello, welcome, Ronald. Please have a seat. Tom Pollock didn't come forward for a hug or handshake, but instead gestured for Ronald to sit across the desk. Hello, Mr. Pollock. Your negotiating skills in Star Wars left a deep impression on everyone. Ronald had done his homework before coming. Pollock had 2 famous reputations in Hollywood. One was that he had served as George Lucas's lawyer for many years, negotiating the exclusive rights to Star Wars merchandise and sequels with 20th Century Fox. Because this contract helped Lucas become Hollywood's richest man, Pollock had always professionally refrained from disclosing the name of his negotiating opponent at Fox. Sure enough, when Ronald mentioned his proudest achievement, Tom Pollock's face lit up with a smile, and he gradually lowered his guard, no longer maintaining a purely businesslike attitude. It's a mess here right now. I was brought in to clean up this mess because of my relationship with George. George is in a bad mood, but he still told me you're a very good young man, someone who knows how to respect older people. This industry is really like a roller coaster. Everyone who makes a name for themselves in this industry was once at the pinnacle. Tom Pollock told Ronald some old gossip, basically saying that everyone has their down times, and Ronald understands the importance of luck in the film industry, doesn't look down on people because of temporary successes or failures, and would be a good long-term collaborator. Right now, Universal is in a precarious situation, and Steinberg's job might be in jeopardy. What they need most now is to smoothly navigate the failure of Howard Duck, and now Ronald's new film is getting too closely involved with Price, who has already resigned. Ronald didn't reply, just looked at the other man's face and nodded repeatedly. This was partly because Tom Pollock was so talkative that it was difficult to get a word in edgewise. On the other hand, it concerned the other man's second famous trait in the industry: he was cross-eyed. One of his eyes was severely crossed. When he was still, it seemed as if his eyes were looking at two separate objects. So when he looked at you with one good eye, the other eye was staring at something a foot away to your side. This communication felt quite strange, and Ronald always felt like the other man wasn't talking to him. Several times, he had an irresistible urge to play a prank and also look a foot away to speak to the other man. His good upbringing prevented this strange thought. But Ronald had to expend some energy to suppress it. If he accidentally did it, he would definitely offend the other man completely. So, for my client Ronald, when can we resume the preliminary preparations? Casting and assembling the technical team are urgent, Nisida asked, helping Ronald ask the most important question of their visit. Ronald, I just took over, but I read the script immediately. Frank isn't the only one in Hollywood who can read scripts. In my opinion, it has a serious problem. What problem? Ronald, hearing it was a serious problem, quickly pulled out his notebook. Historically, his judgment in reading scripts was no less than Frank Price's. You've been studying it for a long time. What do you think of this script? Tom Pollock glanced sideways at Nisida's face next to Ronald, but spoke directly to Ronald. I think it's a very good script. It has the realism of business warfare and the style of old-school Hollywood slapstick comedy. It touches on all the problems that young people from small towns encounter when they come to the big city to make it. I think the audience is quite broad, and these are all things that happen to urban audiences. In the past 10 years, no film has addressed these topics. Ronald valued his opinion and summarized his thoughts concisely. You make a good point. That's what makes this movie stand out, and that's what I like about it. But that's also where the big problem lies. The acting methods for drama and comedy in movies are very different. Which style do you intend to focus on? In which scenes will you lean more towards light comedy and more towards drama? Tom Pollock looked at Ronald with one eye, while his other eye moved to the other side, seemingly looking at the door. However, in my opinion, this stylistic difference isn't a big problem. Like Helen Slater's previous film, The Wicked Wife, it was actually a comedy story told in a dramatic style. You're right, but I'm new and need time to finalize everything. In my opinion, shouldn't we find another screenwriter to take overall control of the style? I can talk to whoever you want. And about Helen, we still need to observe the audience feedback for her previous film, The Wicked Wife. It's not as good as Michael J. Fox's performance style, which is very similar to his in Back to the Future, which has already been tested by the audience. Tom Pollock then looked at Ronald with his original eye again. The constant shifting of eyes as he stared at him, whether a habit or a deliberate psychological tactic, irritated Ronald. He couldn't help but blurt out, "All right, Mr. Pollock. You might as well try other screenwriters, but the start date is just around the corner, so if the shooting schedule needs to be changed, just call me Tom." Ronald. There's no change to the shooting schedule, just need to dispel some of the higher-ups doubts and allow me, a newcomer, to get confirmation again. As long as we agree on the acting style in the script, we can start filming immediately. Please see these two gentlemen out. Tom Pollock was very efficient. After speaking with Ronald, he immediately rang for his secretary to escort them out. I'm very sorry, there seem to be 100 things I need to handle here. I have to speed things up. Let's schedule a time to talk about the script again as soon as possible. Phew. Finally free from the squinting Pollock, Ronald got into the Mercedes, took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, and took a big gulp. This guy is really strange. I always feel like I'm being led by the nose when I talk to him. You're not just being led by the nose, Ronald, Nisida sighed. What? Ronald asked, puzzled. Think about it. What did you promise him? What did he promise you? You mean, he's deliberately playing us, using ambiguous answers to keep us hanging on, and then constantly delaying. Ronald wasn't stupid, but he was just agitated by those strange squinting eyes and didn't immediately see through the other man's true intentions. It's all right, today's situation was actually within our expectations. In that case, let's wait and see. If Tom Pollock doesn't contact us, then he must be looking for someone else to take over your project. Besides, it's about time we consider that Barry Morrow script, Nisida said to Ronald. That one-act screenplay? Wasn't Sidney Pollock supposed to direct it? Ronald took another big gulp of his Coke. Sidney dropped out. He's busy with his own production company, so you come to me. Ronald grumbled, taking another sip of his Coke. Don't be like that, Ronald. In Hollywood these days, Spielberg and Sidney Pollack always have priority. They always get priority on scripts that have an Oscar chance. There's nothing shameful about it. Okay, let's see. Ronald reclined in his leather chair, hands behind his head. He should have been quite satisfied. In Hollywood, only 2 Jewish directors were willing to read scripts considered Oscar contenders before him. Most other big directors either wrote their own scripts or had the ability to assemble their own writing teams. But why did he feel a little uneasy? Ronnie, have you decided not to direct The Secret to Success? A few days later, Tom Pollack, just as Nisita had predicted, didn't call to discuss the progress. It seemed the other party was trying to avoid offending him by stalling for time to make him abandon the script. I have some disagreements with the new producers regarding the creative direction. Ronald gave a formal breakup answer, then put his arm around Helen Slater's neck, and the two kissed. Helen still looked like she did in The Wicked Husband, her blonde hair slightly longer than before, past her ears but not yet reaching her shoulders. Besides her beauty, she had a touch of playfulness. If you weren't the director, would you not object to me playing the lead role? No. Who said I objected to you playing the lead role? Ronald sensed something was off and quickly denied it. Don't lie to me, you just think my acting is bad. But I think I'm quite suitable for this movie, just like in The Wicked Husband. It's using the methods of a serious actor to perform a comedy. I think I can, Helen said, turning her back, looking a little sad. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about acting. This role is actually quite suitable for you to play yourself, Ronald laughed. Anyway, in The Secret to Success, the female lead is a somewhat superficial finance manager. This kind of mentality, not knowing much, yet wanting others to respect her for her expertise rather than her beauty, is actually quite similar to Helen's. Really? Helen perked up. Then I'll have my agent contact her for auditions? Hey, I don't mind at all. If you act in it, I don't have as many concerns as I do about directing. Ronald pulled Helen closer, and the two lay laughing on the bed. Sigh, silly girl, Ronald sighed inwardly as Helen held him tightly. If he didn't become a director, her biggest competitive advantage would be gone. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688. Without Ronald, you can't film anything. Ronald, this is Billy. Chris is here with me. We're the editors for Top Gun. Do you remember us? Of course, how could I forget? Have you seen the finished film? We might have a huge success this time, maybe even a top 3 box office hit this year. Ronald suddenly received a call from the 2 editors of Top Gun, and he chatted with them cheerfully about a box office situation. The 4th week of box office performance saw another anomaly. Paramount added over 400 theaters nationwide that week, releasing over 700 new prints. The weekend's box office suddenly surged 20%, breaking the 10 million mark again. 2 unusual box office rebounds. Hollywood hadn't seen such a strong film in many years. It was poised for dominance, and various reviews, analyses, and hindsight analyses poured in. Everyone was analyzing why Top Gun was so successful. Some thought it was because Ronald was adept at using hit singles and films for mutual marketing. Starting with coherence, every film had a catchy theme song that simultaneously entered the top 10 charts upon release. This time, Take My Breath Away immediately topped the charts and remained there for a long time. Music fans and movie fans influence each other. Those who liked the song after watching the movie boosted sales, and many who saw the MTV single were drawn to the cinema. Others believe that Ronald Reagan pioneered a fast-paced narrative rhythm. This film critic even found some of Reagan's music videos in commercials, pointing out that Top Gun was the first Hollywood blockbuster to adopt the editing rhythms of music videos in commercials. The first generation of teenage viewers after the baby boomers has grown up, while many more viewers are still watching music videos on MTV and commercials on all public television stations every day. To cram a complete scene or story into a few seconds to 3 minutes, faster editing speeds and shorter shots are necessary to reconstruct the grammar of film. He calls Reagan the first director of the 1980s to deeply understand the enormous changes in teenagers. He also predicts that this fast-paced narrative rhythm and the extensive omission of transitional scenes will gradually become a popular trend in Hollywood. Others felt that Ronald's films, regardless of genre, possessed a sense of realism. His fighter jet combat scenes were incredibly realistic. And when he filmed karate, he gave the impression of a professional karate master. This profound understanding and portrayal of the industries involved was precisely the charm of Ronald's films. Of course, Ronald disagreed. Especially the third argument, the instructors and pilots at Miramar Air Base had quite a few complaints about his aerial combat scenes. Of course we watched them, Ronald. We're calling you this time to talk to you about something. Editors Billy and Chris got to the point. Oh, please go on, Ronald tidied up. Last weekend, Paramount sent a project manager who had us pull up all the flight stunt footage from Top Gun and review it closely. They even found some unused footage, pieced it together according to the editing log, and took it away. I remember I didn't shoot any extra footage. Basically, I used all the usable footage in the final cut. The rest were either not impactful enough or had flaws that made them unusable. I even used the Sidewinder missile launch footage, which was specially approved by the Navy, several times. Yes, that's what we said too. But that manager didn't care about that. He took all the working copies. We thought it was very unusual, so we called you. Okay, thank you. Did that person say what he was going to use them for? We asked, but he didn't answer. However, he asked us a lot of questions, how long the original footage was, and went through the editing log line by line. He worked here all day, matching all the film before leaving. Okay, thank you. I'll remember this favor. Ronald hung up and immediately called Nessida. Call that bastard Ned Tanning. What's he up to? Taking my remaining footage to make a sequel. Got it, I'll protest right away. Nessida switched the phone to the other ear. But theoretically, you don't own the film footage. Even if it wasn't used in the final cut, the rights to that footage belong to Paramount. They're the production company, so theoretically, if they really did that, we can only morally condemn them. It's best not to escalate this outside the industry. Fuck. Absolutely not. I almost didn't have enough footage for my aerial combat stunts. If they want to make a sequel, they can figure it out themselves. Don't expect any filming tips from me. Damn it, Ned is shameless. As long as he doesn't get any advantage, I'll team up with a few CAA agents to put pressure on Paramount. This is incredibly disappointing. The financial storm sparked by Minahan Golan has already significantly impacted Hollywood. In the past, the presidents of the Big Seven studios wouldn't have done something like this to a popular director. But now, with salaries skyrocketing, if they didn't resort to some underhanded tactics, a loss in next year's financial report would cost them their positions, so they couldn't worry about the future. Ronald even felt that in this era, being a high-ranking executive at one of the Big Seven studios, while wielding great power and able to determine the fate of many, was also heavily constrained by stars and famous directors. It wasn't an easy job, if it weren't for the possibility of leaving after a few years to start their own production company and secure guaranteed distribution contracts. People like Ned Tanning and Tom Pollock probably wouldn't want to be in that position. Sorry, let's continue. After finishing the phone call, Ronald went back into Daydream Pictures' West Hollywood office. Two middle-aged women were there, Eleanor Bergstein, the screenwriter of Spicy Dance, and Linda Gottlieb, the producer she had contacted. There was also a middle-aged man, Michelle Canold, the production manager of Weston Pictures, the video production and distribution company Linda had approached. It's okay. We saw the script Linda brought and really want to produce this film. It's a very unusual movie, told from a girl's perspective. It's a female version of breakdancing. Michelle Canold continued the previous topic. Weston wanted to buy the production rights and start filming this Spicy Dance movie. Weston is a small company in Connecticut. Before 1986, they mainly produced videotapes for the Big Seven studios, acting as their outsourcing contractor. They also produced some X-rated films, not for theatrical release, but directly for video rental stores. But this year, the truth came out. Weston's profits were so good that they started acquiring other production companies and distribution channels. This alerted the Big Seven. If the videotape market was so profitable, why outsource it instead of doing it themselves? So this year, Weston stopped getting outsourcing contracts for Hollywood blockbusters to produce and sell videotapes. They started producing their own films, and Michelle Canold was the production supervisor they brought in, with experience producing 2B movies. What you said is very interesting, but I originally wanted to buy the production rights to the whole film and produce it myself. Weston basically stole it from me, Ronald said, glancing at screenwriter Eleanor. The producer, Linda, valued the film highly. Because Ronald was in London for the premiere, she took the opportunity to persuade Linda to meet with Weston's people. They quickly reached an agreement, with Weston offering to invest $5 million in the production. However, as Michelle said, both screenwriter Eleanor and producer Michelle Canold initially thought of Ronald as the director. They had no choice but to contact Ronald again, hoping he could direct this small-budget film. It's not that I don't want to make this movie, I have high hopes for it. But the movies I make now all have budgets in the tens of millions. Unless my company produces this kind of small-budget film, I have no reason not to direct movies with star actors. Yes, that's what we came to you about. Michelle Canold was a very honest person. All his production experience was in X-rated videos. To make a good film about a Jewish girl, it was best to find experienced people to handle it. So what are your thoughts? Ronald had also learned to listen to the other party first when faced with a problem. Here's what we're thinking, cough cough. Michelle Canold cleared her throat. We at Weston can offer a portion of our investment, with your Daydream Pictures handling production. We'll contribute investment and distribution. This is Weston's second self-produced film, and our first non-X-rated one. We'd like a theatrical release. All right then, I agree in principle to participate in production. You can find the director according to your ideas. I can oversee the artistic aspects and help you find suitable teenage actors for auditions. Realizing he didn't have full production rights, Ronald wasn't very interested. Since he had a share of the investment, he'd do as much as he could. Okay, I'm glad you're joining this project. We'll go back and discuss it with the senior management at Weston. You'd better hurry. I have to go to Japan soon for the premiere of Top Gun there. I don't want any more trouble. Having learned his lesson from this experience, Ronald understood. He told General Manager Eddie his bottom line on the contract terms, letting him take full control of the negotiations. He wanted to be more involved in this spicy dance project, marking Daydream's first foray into the production and distribution of a theatrical film, gaining experience for the future. Ronald, won't you get a chance to direct? Screenwriter Eleanor asked quietly. I said, why didn't you wait for me to come back? If I had invested myself, I might have been interested in directing. Linda is my best friend. We even went on a date when we were young. So she begged me, saying that the name of this movie was worth $1 million, and that's why I agreed to go to Weston to check it out. Okay, then I'll get my agent involved and introduce you to a few suitable directors. As long as I communicate fully with the director on the production side, I can still grasp the overall feel. Ronald thought that since he had dreamed of a few wonderful dance scenes, he could draw the storyboards for that part himself, and the director would surely be able to execute it well. Ronald, you're not directing anymore? Then I don't want to act anymore either. Michael J. Fox called Ronald after hearing that Universal had changed directors. It doesn't have to be like that. I resigned as director for other reasons. You don't have to resign because of me. If you like this movie, I do like this script, but I originally wanted to work with you once. It's not some kind of creative disagreement nonsense, is it? Is it because you have a conflict with the new president of Universal? Fox said on the phone. Not really, I can trust you, right, Michael? Ronald asked. Of course, is it some secret? Fox's curiosity was piqued. Have you heard the rumor about the Universal High Rollers boxing match? What? Is it true? More or less, I happened to witness it all, so it's not convenient for me to continue the project led by Frank Price. It's actually none of your business. What about your girlfriend Helen? If you want her to be the lead, I'll have her agent say that if you don't direct, I'll quit. When they come begging me, I'll get her on board. You're too kind. It's better not to interfere too much with the new director's choices. Besides, Helen, what about her? Nothing. I don't like having my casting interfered with when I'm directing, so I don't want to do that to others either. That's what Confucius said. Ronald didn't say it aloud. Helen was much taller than Fox. If they were to play the lead roles, they might have to make all sorts of adjustments, like McGillis and Tom Cruise. That's settled then. Don't forget me if you get the chance in the future. We'll have to collaborate on a movie eventually. Damn it, that cunning Ronald. We can't even find a single usable aerial combat scene from Top Gun. He edited it all into the movie. Ned Tannen cursed loudly after hearing the report. The sequel was off the table. "What does Michael J. Fox mean?" Tom Pollock asked the production manager of The Secret to Success with a sidelong glance. "He still wants to work with Ronald. He said he came to the crew specifically because of Ronald. Unless we find a replacement who's on par with Ronald, he'll consider leaving the project." It seems this project really can't be made without Ronald. We have to give him something in return. I remember the female lead is one of Ronald's girlfriends, but Helen is too tall. She can't act opposite Fox. What do you think?" Ronald submitted a casting list for the opening scene. "How about we grant his wish?" "Sure, you go talk to Nisita." We didn't mean to offend Ronald. Chapter 689. Is it easy to play a mentally challenged character? The three female models were thrilled to learn they'd been cast in a Universal theatrical film. They'd been informed they'd have a cameo role as street photographers in the opening scene of a movie starring Michael J. Fox, one of the hottest male stars of the moment. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," the three models said, clutching Ronald's hands and thanking him profusely. Tom Pollock, being very discreet, made it perfectly clear to the models' agents that they'd been chosen because of Ronald's recommendation. "You don't need to thank me at all. This film was handled by the renowned director Herbert Roth. He's the final decision maker. You should thank him." Ronald didn't want to take credit. Herbert Roth, who had directed Full of Energy, was an ideal choice for handling this kind of small-town youth story. He was also known for treating actors like props, rigidly and faithfully adhering to the shooting schedule. If the three models hadn't been so talented, looking like they were just ordinary New York models, they might have caused trouble with him. Veteran directors are very strict about these kinds of things, insisting that even extras fit their characters. But our agents all said it was your recommendation that got us cameo roles in the movie. Paulina Boyskiver was the most straightforward. She only believed her agent's word. In the modeling industry, identifying your mentor is crucial. If I hadn't heard that Ronald was directing, I wouldn't have wanted to come at all. I didn't even want to get out of bed this morning. Linda Evangelista, with her versatile style and having been scouted by major international brands, really wanted to star in a movie like Top Gun, opening up a new arena for her modeling career. Anyway, we still have to thank you for being chosen. Cindy Crawford had the best presence of the three, possessing a carefree and nonchalant American girl's personality. She was the least experienced of the three and currently didn't have any major brands to back her up. Fortunately, her face somewhat resembled Gia Carranzi, who was hailed as a supermodel by the media a couple of years ago, but with a more American look. Coupled with her unique catwalk skills, she would likely soon attract the attention of major brands as well. The three women had just demonstrated their catwalk skills in the audition room, and Herbert Ross had even invited Ronald to watch with him. After watching, the veteran director smiled and immediately decided to cast them. All three had excellent catwalk skills, with Cindy Crawford's being the most natural, each step meeting the highest requirements for fashion models, yet possessing a unique and effortless elegance. Ronald had just seen her resume. She had been admitted to Northwestern University's Chemical Engineering Department on a scholarship for academic excellence before dropping out to pursue a full-time modeling career. Ronald was also waiting for Helen Slater, who was auditioning for the lead role, and was happy to chat with the three beauties a bit more. "Don't you models have to get up early every day, exercise, and live a very healthy life?" Ronald had read many interviews with famous models and always felt their lives were rather monotonous. He was a little surprised to hear that Linda Evangelista wasn't up by noon. "That's all a lie. We work so hard on the runway, how can we not eat our fill? At most, we avoid steak and desserts, and eat a little pasta." Paulina Boyskiver, being Czech, disliked the hypocritical style of American interviews. "Exactly, if the pay isn't over $5,000 for the day, I won't even bother getting out of bed." Linda Evangelista also had the naturally spoiled personality of a pretty girl, and she was quite outspoken even with her own people. "We all rely on exercise, and we do yoga too. Being a model is very hard, but if you gain weight and can't fit into a size 2, you'll be eliminated." Cindy Crawford seemed to be the most ambitious of the three, exercising every day. The three models didn't want to leave, they wanted to spend more time with Ronald. Their respective agents had reminded them that Ronald's ex-girlfriend was Brooke Shields, the former American sweetheart and once the most famous fashion model, who single-handedly made CK Jeans the best-selling jeans brand. Moreover, Ronald was the one who filmed that advertisement. If they were lucky enough that Ronald would express some kind of interest, they could seize the opportunity, which would be a significant boost to their careers, their fame, and their entry into the film industry. "Ronald, I finished my audition, I feel," Helen came out, interrupting Ronald's chatter with the three beautiful models. "Okay, let's talk somewhere else." Ronald interrupted Helen's plan to discuss the audition at the audition room door and said goodbye to the three models. They all used the etiquette of the fashion industry, giving Ronald a very affectionate hug, then 3 cheek kisses, and finally a kiss. Helen was no stranger to this common entertainment industry etiquette. She smiled as she watched Ronald say goodbye, then linked her arm with Ronald's and deliberately walked on the model's side, leaving together. Sigh. The 3 models sighed simultaneously, having failed to obtain Ronald's contact information. "Keep this safe. I got this business card from Ronald's agent. It has Ronald's private phone number on it. Keep it safe, don't let anyone see it." Cindy Crawford's agent quickly found her client, discreetly slipping her a business card. "Oh," Crawford immediately shut up, grabbed her handbag, took out a makeup mirror, and pretended to touch up her makeup, quickly slipping the business card into her handbag. "Bye, Cindy," Paulina and Linda greeted Cindy Crawford. Their faces were also full of smiles. It seemed the agent had made a success. "I felt my audition went well. Director Ross even praised my acting as very natural." Helen sat happily in the car, constantly telling Ronald about the audition details. "Even if you don't get selected, it's okay. My husband is about to be released, and you'll get plenty of script offers afterward. I think my chances are pretty good. I need to start preparing and get a feel for a professional woman." That's good too. Herbert Ross is a director who has worked on both Broadway and Hollywood, with a long history in the industry. Ronald knew that these kinds of people often had connections, and Helen, as one of his connections, didn't have much of a chance. Ronald had a psychological barrier with actresses he had mentored or with whom he had a close relationship. He always felt he couldn't objectively guide their acting to achieve the desired effect. With actresses he was just acquaintances with whom he had worked before, Ronald was much more relaxed, guiding them when necessary and getting angry when appropriate. However, now that the director had changed, Ronald felt it unnecessary to tell Helen all the bad news himself. If Herbert Ross chose someone else, it would be the old man's fault. Helen liked to share her thoughts with him, and the two whispered sweet nothings in the car before arriving at the CAA office. "I'm going to talk to Nisida about the new script. Are you waiting for me here? I'll go see my acting coach, Messner, first." He agreed to let me join his class. "Go ahead." Ronald ruffled Helen's short hair. She had dyed it blonde ever since playing Superwoman. Helen valued her acting skills, perhaps a little too much. Upon entering Nisida's office, Ronald immediately inquired about the script written by Barry Morrow. It was a low-concept film, its gently unfolding story quite moving. Ronald found it very interesting. Having directed many high-concept exploitation films, he wanted to try this kind of plot-driven movie and challenged himself. "The script is quite interesting, and it doesn't have a traditional 3-act structure, but I feel a connection to the story. What are CAA's plans now? Which studio are they going to package and market it to?" Nisida, as usual, brought out various Italian snacks and poured Ronald a glass of brandy. "President Michael Ovitz is taking it very seriously. This time, he not only wants to package it but also wants to be a real producer behind the scenes." "Oh? What did Mr. Ovitz say? Which star is he planning to promote?" The script was called Rain Man, a very interesting story. It told the tale of Charlie Babbitt, who always believed himself to be an only child, only to discover after his father's death that he had an intellectually disabled older brother, Raymond. To seize the inheritance left by their father to his older brother, Charlie steals him from the foster care hospital and embarks on a road trip. The two brothers eventually understand each other, and Charlie reconciles with his brother, who actually loves him, and with their seemingly unloving father. The film caught the eye of Michael Ovitz, president of CAA, who saw its Oscar potential and decided to personally facilitate the project. He's now talking to two brothers, Randy Cade and Dennis Cade. Their chemistry is sure to be excellent. And Randy is a Broadway actor. His acting skills are more than enough for the role of the mentally challenged older brother. "Oh? It's them." Ronald curled his lip. He didn't like Dennis, the younger brother. Dennis had used Ronald's friend, PJ Soles, the lead actress in Rock High, to gain mainstream Hollywood attention. After starring in Jaws 3D, he lured Ronald into a Burger King commercial, then, admiring Lee Thompson's acting, dumped PJ Soles and divorced her. Ronald admired Lee Thompson and had originally planned to cast her as the lead in his film. However, Her relationship with Amara Dennis Cade made Ronald uneasy. Afterwards, Thompson's career flourished as Ronald had predicted. It felt like finding a gem at a street stall. Just as he was about to withdraw money to buy it, Dennis Cade secretly took it. "So Ovitz is going to cast Randy as Raymond?" Ronald asked, frowning. "Yes, why? Randy's acting is much better than his brother Dennis's, and he's the older brother himself." "You want to cast Dennis as the older brother? I thought you didn't like him." Nisida was surprised. "No, I don't really like Dennis. He's been very mean to my friend PJ, and he stole your Lee Thompson." "Yes. I thought we could create some really good stories together." Ronald didn't harbor much resentment towards his ex-girlfriend, but he was more resentful about losing a talented and hard-working actress. "Do you have any problems working with him? If not, I can ask Mr. Ovitz to replace him. He's already a bit critical of the two brothers' lack of fame." "I didn't have that thought. Since Mr. Ovitz thinks highly of them, they must be suitable." Ronald thought for a moment. He and Denise Cade were collaborating, not actually stealing each other's girlfriends. "Okay, I'll pass it on to Michael." Nisida put down her notebook. "By the way, why do you think Randy is suitable to play the younger brother?" "I think the younger brother needs more acting skills, while the intellectually disabled older brother is actually easier to play." "Why? Shouldn't it be harder to play someone with intellectual disabilities?" Nisida found Ronald's idea interesting and quickly pressed for an answer. He didn't know whether it was easier to play a normal person or someone with intellectual disabilities, but Ronald's statement must have some merit. Michael Ovitz jumped in to fully promote this film because he was interested in the role of the intellectually disabled older brother. This year's film about deaf children, Children of God's Disfavor, received a very good reception in its test screenings, and industry insiders were saying it would be a strong contender for next year's Oscars. This made Ovitz feel that social trends were beginning to shift towards caring for people with disabilities. Intellectual disabilities receive less attention than physical disabilities, making it a worthwhile project to gamble on. "I've been to China, and there's a saying there, it's easy to draw a ghost, but difficult to draw a person." Intellectual disability is a very unusual character, so audiences are more likely to appreciate the actor's performance. The younger brother's character, on the other hand, is a normal person, so audiences are more familiar with that, and any slight misstep will be glaringly obvious. "Excellent point. I need to write it down." Nisida opened her notebook again. This perspective is something most industry professionals lack. Only a genius director like Ronald, with an extraordinary intuition for the audience, could react so keenly. He'd seen so many actors, and most, upon hearing about the intellectually disabled character, immediately thought it required acting skills and wanted to play the older brother, Raymond. No one considered that the normal younger brother, in direct comparison with the audience, might demand even more acting ability. If that's the case, we can't completely pin our hopes on this film. After discussing with Ronald, Nisida thought for a long time before sharing her thoughts with her most important client. Ovitz is very ambitious. Many people say he was the real producer on his previous project, Ghostbusters. CAA tasted great success with that project. This time, he's not only aiming for box office success but also wants to achieve something at the Oscars. That's why he approached Sidney Pollack, who just won Best Director for Out of Africa, before contacting us. As I said earlier, the Cade brothers might not be the final choice. You might be a very good candidate if they were cast. But if he wants to push for a more powerful male star, things get complicated. I understand. The three pillars of this film are the two male leads and the director. If Ovitz can secure a large investment, then it will depend on the director and famous stars. If he uses a superstar, then he'll have to accommodate the director's preferences. If he gets two stars, he might be a bit too assertive. The three pillars can only have a maximum of 2 true stars. After all, studios investing in films like this, which rely on plot and performance, mainly rely on the star power to attract audiences who don't usually go to the cinema. The story of a mentally challenged older brother, unlike aerial combat films, isn't likely to capture the audience's interest. How can a story that can't be explained in a single sentence be marketed to make the audience aware that it's a good movie? That relies on the star power of the lead actor. A director's appeal to the audience is simply not as strong as an actor's. Some viewers may not know that Top Gun was directed by Ronald, but no one who has seen Top Gun doesn't know that Tom Cruise starred in it. Let's handle it this way. If Ovitz has new ideas, we'll improvise. Having finalized their agreement, Nisida then told Ronald about their upcoming schedule. The two were about to fly to Tokyo for the premiere of Top Gun. In addition, Ronald had been invited by several Japanese film companies to discuss potential collaborations. Top Gun is a story that transcends language and culture, and it's expected to perform well in the Japanese market. Dragon Boys 2 also tells the story of Miyagi's background. The bigwigs there are very interested in a director who likes to make films about Asian stories. They weren't opposed to investing in any films Ronald wanted to make related to Japan. Making money in the American market was secondary, the key was the Japanese market. This market was closed to Hollywood and Wall Street, and the lion's share of the profits went to the major Japanese distributors. "Is Diane coming with us this time?" Nisida asked. "She'll take another flight, not with a crew," Ronald replied. "Only one update today." Chapter 690 Toho's invitation to Ronald's son. "Excuse me, are you from Top Gun Flight School? I see the Top Gun logo on your badge." Pete Pettigrew, a naval advisor for the Top Gun crew, was stopped by a group of teenagers at the airport. After receiving an affirmative answer, he was surrounded and asked to comment on the realism of the air combat scenes in the movie. "It's incredibly realistic. That's how we dogfighted. It's rare to find a movie that so accurately portrays the combat techniques we learn in flight school. I'm telling you, almost all the scenes were filmed in the cockpit of an F-14A Tomcat." Next to Pettigrew was a pilot from Miramar Air Force Base who was the first to answer. When Top Gun was first released, he had complained that Ronald Reagan's air combat scenes involved too many roles and weren't realistic enough. But after a few weeks, he had sided with Reagan, praising the film to every fan he saw. The benefits that Top Gun brought to fighter pilots were simply too numerous. In the past, people only knew that there was a group of people serving in the Navy, Air Force, and National Guard who flew fighter jets. But after this movie, fighter pilots are now seen as a group of highly intelligent and brave individuals. They perform the most dangerous jobs in the world, protecting the safety of the public on the front lines against the Civil League. Most importantly, they are in great shape and very attractive to women. Wearing their uniforms increases their chances of being approached in bars tenfold. Now, hundreds of beautiful women drive to the bars at Miramar Naval Base every night, hoping to find a real-world lone wolf. Officers from other branches of the military also come along, and some even rent naval officer uniforms from costume rental shops to try their luck at the base. "Oh, that's so cool. Is what you said true? You're a pilot, right? We're all so excited after watching the movie. We all want to enlist in the Air Force and be like you." The teenage audience members, seeing this guy wearing Ray-Ban aviator sunglasses and speaking so professionally, all came up to express their admiration. "No, Top Gun is for the Navy. They take off and land on aircraft carriers." "Really? Don't lie to me. They fly fighter jets, not the Air Force." "The Navy flies ships." Seeing the Navy pilot's long face, Ronald, who had bumped into Pettigrew at the airport, went up to help him out. "When you go to the recruiting office, make sure you ask if you can fly the F-14A Tomcat fighter jet with variable wings, the one the Lone Ranger flies. That's the plane the Warrior flies," Ronald told them. "Yeah, bro, you're right. We'll make sure when we go to the recruiting office that we don't go if we can't fly the Tomcat, and leave the MiGs for those idiots at the public school across the street." The teenagers walked away laughing. Pettigrew patted his pilot colleague on the shoulder. "Don't be angry, those kids are so stupid. If they go to the recruiting office, they'll only be ground crew, hanging out with oil grease every day." "Ha ha ha," the three of them laughed. The influence of Top Gun in America was growing, and Pettigrew, in his uniform, was frequently recognized and complimented by strangers on the street. He had been recalled to the Navy and, together with Navy Department Representative Matthew, was setting up an office at the Pentagon representing the various branches of the military. This office was specifically designed to provide convenience for Hollywood and major television networks, offering various forms of support if they wanted to produce military-related films with positive portrayals of soldiers. He was currently traveling with Matthew and Top Gun pilots from Miramar Air Force Base to the Pentagon to brief high-ranking officials. They happened to bump into Ronald at the airport, chatted briefly, and wished each other great success in their future careers. Ronald was then pulled away by Nisida to the VIP lounge. Of the Top Gun stars, Tom Cruise was already a global celebrity, and McGillis was now the type who would be surrounded by onlookers simply by appearing anywhere. Only Ronald, wearing sunglasses, still had a degree of freedom of movement. After all, he's a director. Most fans who know what he looks like only recognize his face, not his physique. A pair of large sunglasses is enough to get by. Hello, hello. I'm looking for Snow White. Yes, me. I'm Howard Duck. In the VIP lounge, Tom Cruise was calling his girlfriend, Cher. Both of them are celebrities, and when they call their hotel, they have to use pseudonyms. Otherwise, if lower-level hotel staff overhear, it could lead to leaks and a fan mob. As the male lead in Top Gun, Cruise's contract includes many clauses related to promotional activities. Whether it's domestic fan meetings or premieres around the world, Tom Cruise is an indispensable member. McGillis is the same. Her life has been difficult lately. The sudden fame, coupled with her lack of preparation, now makes her feel more disgusted than happy about these public appearances. Honey, are you alright? Ronald stepped forward, looking at McGillis, who was wearing sunglasses that covered 2/3 of her face, and asked. I don't sign autographs. McGillis reflexively raised her hands to block them. While looking at the flight information screen outside, she had accidentally taken off her sunglasses, and fans immediately recognized her and chased after her for autographs. Sorry, Ronald. I've talked to my agent. This trip to Tokyo is just for the premiere. I'm leaving immediately and will never participate in marketing activities again. I'd rather lose money. Kelly McGillis went from a confident actress to an idol plastered on posters by countless young men in their lockers. She wasn't adapting well to this change. Besides the bewilderment of the crazy fans, her temper had also grown considerably. Hey, Ronald. This promotional schedule is really taking its toll. Cher and I haven't seen each other for 2 weeks. It's either me going to meet and greets or her singing career. It's awful. Tom Cruise finished his call, and Cher only exchanged a few sweet words with him before it was time to board. Maybe things will get better after this busy period. Ronald could only offer some words of comfort, and the group boarded the plane. After a flight of over 10 hours, they landed at Tokyo Narita International Airport. What a clean place, Ronald exclaimed, praising the environment. They were greeted by a Paramount staff member from Asia, a Japanese man holding a Top Gun sign. The Tokyo premiere the following day was much smaller than the London one. Although Japan was a defeated nation in World War II and was occupied by American troops, its culture remained relatively closed. The number of people who could truly appreciate American films was far smaller compared to Britain, where there was no language barrier. Over the years, not many had developed the habit of watching Hollywood movies. Therefore, Paramount chose a theater near Western Tokyo for the premiere. It was adjacent to Yokota Air Base, formerly the U.S. Air Force Base, and Yokosuka Naval Base, formerly the Navy Base, and not far from the industrial area of Yokohama. It was a small, isolated island within the Tokyo metropolitan area, deeply influenced by American culture. Besides having subsidiaries in English-speaking countries like Canada, India, and the UK directly handling distribution, Paramount primarily uses two methods for overseas distribution. One is selling the entire company to United International Pictures, UIP, an international distributor formed by Paramount and Universal. This joint venture is mainly responsible for the distribution of their films in European countries. The other model is in Asia, co-distributing with local distributors, either through outright sales or revenue sharing. The culture here is different. Much of the marketing needs to be handled by local talent, and the market is relatively closed, making it difficult for Hollywood to directly penetrate. This time, the regional distributor was Toho Pictures. Similar to his previous visit to Japan, Ronald was treated to the finest Japanese cuisine by Toho executives after the premiere. Like other business sectors targeted by the president, the film and entertainment industry in Japan is a relatively closed environment. In general, Japanese products sell well in America, while American products face numerous obstacles in Japan. Moreover, the Japanese are shrewd. While they appear to open their market, they consistently fail to establish effective sales channels. When American companies inquired, they were told it was due to cultural incompatibility and other reasons. After being fooled several times, the Americans finally realized what was going on and, in addition to pressuring for the appreciation of the yen, also strongly pressured the Japanese Prime Minister to open the market. As a defeated nation whose territory was occupied and whose troops were stationed, Japan couldn't take a hard line. On the surface, it opened the Japanese market, which had previously been obstructed by many obstacles, but in reality, it still used various reasons to hinder the entry of goods from America within business circles. For example, it favored domestic manufacturers in terms of loans and discriminated against wholesalers of foreign goods. While in New York, Ronald had read many in-depth reports analyzing the friction between Japan and the United States, and his understanding of these issues was much clearer than when he first came. However, he was not a businessman after all, and only had a general understanding. After a satisfying meal, Toho began to discuss deepening cooperation. There are always two sides to every story. As America continued to press, Japanese companies also began to diverge considerably. Some companies gradually began to embrace the American market and started to adapt themselves to American culture. Unlike pre-war conglomerates like Mitsubishi and Sumitomo, companies like Sony, which only experienced significant growth after the war, relied more heavily on the American and European markets, giving them a more international perspective. This made them less burdened by their role as collaborators with the Japanese. In the film industry, among the three traditional major studios, Toho, Shunsaku, and Toei, Toho was the first to open a branch in Los Angeles. They were also the first to introduce Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai to North American audiences. Furthermore, their company had the most fluent English speakers. Soon, after the steak had been consumed, the manager who had picked Ronald up at the airport quietly sat down next to him. "Ronald-san, many industry association presidents and company heads in Tokyo want to invite you to discuss collaborations. Would you be able to grace us with your presence tomorrow?" Chapter 691 Old Friends and Old Enemies. Having agreed to Toho's matchmaking, Ronald discussed the arrangements with Nishida. He would stay in Tokyo for a few more days, while Tom Cruise would go to Seoul, and the two would meet in Hong Kong. McGillis would travel with Cruise. After completing this promotional mission, she would return to America and then miss the domestic promotional tour. Of course, since it was a friend from America visiting Tokyo, Toho would arrange a meeting with Japan's biggest star in Hollywood, director Akira Kurosawa. "Director Kurosawa, it's nice to see you again, Ronald-san. Your recent films are getting better and better. I saw Top Gun screened internally at Toho. Only a young person like you could make a film like this. Ha ha ha." Upon arriving at Kurosawa's film company in Yokohama, Toho staff acted as translators for Ronald and Kurosawa. The two had met at this year's Academy Awards. At that time, Kurosawa's Chaos earned him a Best Director nomination. Unfortunately, he lost to Sidney Pollack, the director of Out of Africa, and, unfortunately, he was chosen as one of the presenters for the Best Picture award, joining John Huston and Billy Wilder to present the award to director Sidney Pollack, who is also a producer. The organizing committee clearly intended a ceremony of succession, having three veteran directors present the award to the energetic Sidney Pollack, to show that Hollywood has a stellar future. However, this was nothing short of an insult to Akira Kurosawa, who was determined to win the Oscar for Best Director. Afterwards, Ronald stepped forward to comfort him. "This is Diane." Ronald introduced Diane Lane, who had just arrived, to Kurosawa. Knowing that Ronald was coming to visit Kurosawa, Diane also wanted to come. Diane-san doesn't need an introduction, her diamond ring ads are everywhere now. Our young men are so frustrated, their girlfriends won't accept their proposals unless they buy a big diamond ring. Ha ha ha. Diane was quite pleased that the great director Kurosawa remembered her name. Diane's appeal in the Japanese market is growing stronger, beyond just the diamond ring and lipstick advertisements. She's also received invitations from local fashion magazines to shoot a series of photos in kimonos for the cover and insert posters. It's strange that some American stars are popular in Japan, while others are met with indifference. Perhaps it's because certain features of Diane's appearance are more acceptable to the Japanese public. Although she hasn't had any new works in the past 2 years, her role in Ghetto Justice is increasingly loved by Japanese teenagers. Especially the two theme songs lip-synced by Diane, which have been a long-running hit on the radio, and the film's soundtrack tapes are selling very well among high school students. The videotape released last year has become essential introductory material for student gangs in Japanese high schools. Everyone wants to defeat the enemy and win the love of the rock star, just like the male protagonist. Akira Kurosawa expressed his gratitude for Ronald's visit. He's currently semi-retired and still preparing a script for a new film, but no one in Japan is willing to invest in him. Akira Kurosawa didn't understand why Japanese audiences disliked him, while audiences in other parts of the world praised and loved him more than the Japanese. Why is that? Ronald scratched his head. If I had known this, I wouldn't be stuck without movies to make. Kurosawa was equally perplexed. Ronald felt it was a great pity. Kurosawa, a genius director, was the best example of the auteur cinema championed by the French New Wave. He decided everything himself: script, casting, filming, editing, and music, making the film truly his own product. Ronald, on the other hand, was a director within the Hollywood system, requiring the cooperation of various specialists. He often had to compromise. Hollywood films are a collective effort, completely unrelated to auteur cinema. After visiting the great director, Ronald went to Toho's headquarters. Toho's executives hosted a banquet for Ronald and Diane. Besides Toho personnel, two pro-American figures from the Japanese entertainment industry were also present. One of them was Johnny Kitagawa, the founder of Johnny & Associates and the boss of Toshihiko Tohara, who was singing to entertain the guests at the front of the banquet hall. Judging from the spelling of his name, he was an Americanized Japanese. In fact, Johnny Kitagawa was also a Japanese immigrant in California who returned to Japan after the war to start his business. Johnny's sister, Mary, was also present at the banquet. They also had a brother who died young and had worked as an engineer on NASA's Apollo moon landing program. "Toshihiko, why don't you come and greet your benefactor?" Mary Kitagawa clapped her hands at her company's most popular male star. Toshihiko Tohara obediently came over to greet Ronald. "Ronald-san, my breakdancing is pretty good now. It's my ace act on variety shows now. Sit down and talk, we're friends." "Is Kazumi-kun back yet?" "He's still in Los Angeles and New York learning the most advanced breakdancing techniques. I was there when I called him, and he was very excited. It seems he's found his dream. He often talks about Ronald-san's help. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be." Johnny's idol Toshihiko Tohara was very grateful that Ronald still considered him a friend. He was a little envious of Kazumi Shingo, who could pursue his dream and dance in Los Angeles. Unlike himself, although he had appeared on the Kahoku Yuta Gassen for 6 consecutive years, Johnny's rules were strict. At this level of event, he was just an entertainer there to entertain the VIPs. "Alright, Toshihiko, sing another song for Ronald-san." And Chairman Katakawa, Mary Kitagawa, seeing him talking incessantly, immediately told him to sing again. "Hi." Toshihiko Tohara was about to go sing. He was a talented singer and dancer, and also an actor. He had once been called the Michael Jackson of Japan. Ronald, unable to bear watching, grabbed his hand and shook it to express his gratitude. "Toshihiko-san, good luck. You're a singer, and the show must go on any time." Johnny Kitagawa, sitting at the head of the table, knew his sister's quirks and offered encouragement and comfort to his best singer. "Hi, thank you, Chairman." Toshihiko Tohara went off to sing. Oh, another guest at the banquet, Haruki Katakawa, the chairman of Katakawa Publishing, hummed along with Toshihiko's singing. He was a rich second-generation heir who returned to his father's company, Katakawa Publishing, after graduating from university. He imported many novels from America, translated and published them, and also invested in the production of some films. In the film and entertainment industry, he was another relatively pro-American entrepreneur outside the Kitagawa family. "Ronald-san, your films are always so captivating. Have you ever considered accepting investment from our Japanese companies to make a film reflecting Japanese culture?" Katakawa Haruki addressed Ronald after the Japanese version of Michael Jackson's performance. "That's also something that puzzles me. You Japanese have a master like Akira Kurosawa, whom we admire as a generation of directors, yet he couldn't get film funding, while you want to invest in Hollywood," Ronald said, tapping the table after listening to the translator. "Master Kurosawa is certainly good, but he spends money very lavishly. Moreover, Kurosawa Pictures and Toho have a long history of cooperation. We have many companies with significant interests in America and hope to invest in Hollywood. I really love Ronald's films and hope to have the opportunity to participate in the production of his next film. If you want to invest in Hollywood, I'm certainly welcome. But Hollywood's portrayal of Japanese culture seems to be different from the portrayal of Japanese culture by Japanese film companies. My Dragon Boys is considered a representative work of Japanese culture in America, but audiences here don't like it. Hollywood producers don't prioritize promoting any particular culture, they just like movies that make money. If it happens to reflect a certain culture, that's great. If it doesn't reflect any culture and is just about making money, that's fine too." "Ronald is truly a wise businessman and artist, admirable," Johnny Kitagawa interjected, trying to smooth things over. Katakawa Haruki was still thinking about Ronald's words. He genuinely loved movies. If he couldn't get Ronald to make a film about Japanese culture, then taking the opportunity to befriend a big Hollywood director and find a collaboration opportunity wouldn't be bad. Publishing is my family's business. If there are any novels or screenplays suitable for collaboration, I will send them to Ronald. I hope you can help us find people we like to work with in Hollywood. Of course, we most hope to collaborate with Ronald. Sure. Bring some of our Johnny's boys up to perform for our distinguished guest. Seeing that everyone had finished talking, Mary Kitagawa clapped her hands and called in a group of teenagers to perform for Ronald. These are trainees we've recruited. It's a business method for industrializing idol production. Ronald, please give them some pointers when you have the chance. Ronald looked at these boys, who looked only 15 or 16, with surprise. So, Japan also uses this industrialized method to cultivate idol stars. No wonder the products are so high quality and inexpensive. But this method applied to artists. Thinking of this, Ronald asked, "What are your names?" A tall boy who was leading the group understood Ronald's English. He pulled a few of his friends out to introduce themselves to Ronald. Nishikiri Chiki. Ukusa Katsuhide. Higashiyama Noriyuki, we are the Shanante. What about your chorus? Mary Kitagawa unleashed her fury once more. The boys lined up and began singing the song they had been rehearsing for so long for Ronald. Hang get the send the message ha. Although they didn't understand, Ronald and Diane were already laughing together. It turned out that this boys' idol group called the Boys sang the Japanese cover version of Nowhere Fast, the opening song of Diane's Streets of Rage. You are really popular in Japan. Ronald quietly reached out to scratch Diane's itch. Ha. Diane laughed heartily. Ronald stood up and told the translator he needed to use the restroom. The translator led him outside, and just as Ronald was about to go to the restroom, he suddenly saw two American men standing outside talking. No, saying talking wasn't quite accurate. One was a burly man with a square jaw, lecturing another handsome, middle-aged man. Put away your Hollywood act. This is Tokyo. Nobody knows who you are, you know? We've been to NHK more than 10 times, and we still haven't gotten any money. Through my colleagues at Goldman Sachs, I found out that Kitagawa and Katakawa are hosting important American guests here. They are rare pro-American businessmen in Japan. Put away your arrogance and pride. Now you're the one begging them for investment. Be a producer seeking investment. They may be little jerks, but they're a bunch of rich little jerks. Ronald rarely saw someone lecturing others with such authority in public, and instead of being offended, he found it quite amusing. Especially since the person he was reprimanding was a high-ranking individual, and also his former enemy. Steve, I'll do whatever you say. I'll wait here and see if I can get a chance to see Mr. Kitagawa and Mr. Katakawa. Hey, Ronald looked at his fawning expression and, recalling the various difficulties the other man had made of him when he was in a high position, couldn't help but laugh. It's you, Ronald, the handsome middle-aged man who had been treated like a grandson, saw Ronald, and his face turned from pale to red, filled with shame and indignation, wanting to leave on the spot. But he was stopped again by the square-chinned man who had been scolding him. Tom, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten what I just told you? Now is the time for you to ask for help. Then he turned around, his face quickly transforming into a bright smile, and extended his hand to Ronald, saying, "Hello, Ronald. My name is Bannon, and I'm a fan of yours. I'm currently working for Mr. Mount's Mount Productions, and we need to meet with the chairman of the company, Kitagawa and Katakawa, who are hosting you, to discuss financing for our new film. Could you please introduce us?" Chapter 692. Fax the script to me so I can see it. Ronald looked at the square-chinned, impeccably dressed man, who resembled a banker, and saw him looking at him expectantly. Then he glanced at the handsome middle-aged man hiding behind him. Yes, it was Tom Mount, the former vice president at Universal who had bullied him multiple times and tried to replace him. Dream on. Ronald smiled slightly, turned his back, and walked into the restroom. Tom Mount was still wearing his hand-tailored, perfectly fitted suit, his hair meticulously combed. However, he had reached the limit of his embarrassment and rage. Back then, Ronald, who had stolen the director's position from one of Ronald's small film crews, would still be a young screenwriter begging for favors if it weren't for Spielberg and Sinberg backing him up. Who would have thought that now, his Mount Pictures, trying to secure some investment from Japan, would have to grovel before even meeting the main figure. Mount tossed his hand, snorted, and turned to leave the upscale establishment. Tom, do you still want to finance your film? The man named Bannon was extremely dissatisfied with Mount's performance. It seemed he and Ronald had some kind of history, their relationship soured upon meeting. But in the eyes of a Wall Street investment banker, this was no setback. On the contrary, it was a perfect opportunity to curry favor with Ronald. "That kid hates me to the bone, he won't help me," Tom Mount said, his face flushed with shame and indignation. Ignoring the demands of his hired financing manager, Bannon, he threw down those words and left. Mount, with his privileged upbringing, is hopeless. If he wants to make money, does he care about being humiliated? "If it were me, I'd beg for forgiveness, even kneeling down and begging for it," Bannon sighed, looking at his partner. He decided to stay and wait for an opportunity. He had no grudge against Ronald. Besides, he had a way to persuade him. After a while, Ronald returned. Bannon seized the opportunity and stopped him. "Hello, Director Ronald, I'm Bannon, a Wall Street banker. My partner may have had some issues with you. He left in disgrace. I won't comment on his character. But I still want to say this, Director Ronald, we're all American. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves here, making a fool of ourselves in front of the Japanese. The reason they can beat us in the automotive and consumer electronics industries is because they're always very united. When dealing with the American market, they can put aside internal conflicts and focus on external factors. If you and other Hollywood professionals are like the automotive industry, a disorganized mess, you're easily defeated by those Japanese united. Then what do you suggest? Anyway, I won't give Mount a chance to succeed." Ronald found Bannon's words amusing. He immediately distanced himself from Tom Mount, while simultaneously flattering Ronald. Although it was all nonsense, the fact that he persisted in waiting for him, just for a chance to meet a capitalist in the Japanese film industry, showed that Bannon was quite shrewd. Leaving Mount aside, the current appreciation of the yen and loose monetary policy present an opportunity for Wall Street to significantly attract Japanese capital. You need financing for your Hollywood films, and I'm a professional banker who has managed funds for film industry financing on Wall Street. We can help each other out, can't we? Here's my business card. You're an interesting person. If you need anything, you can call my agent. I'll call you back." Ronald also pulled out a business card with only his agent's contact information and gave it to him. This was a method Nisida had taught him. If someone needed to deal with him on certain matters but didn't want to be too close or be chased around for resources, they would give him a business card with his agent's contact information. That way, they could only contact the agent, who would then relay the information to Ronald. If further communication was needed, Ronald would use a makeshift phone to call the person. Bannon took the business card, flicked it lightly, and whistled. Although it only contained his agent's contact information, it was still a significant step forward for his newly launched film career. He could now boast to people that he could discuss projects with director Ronald Lee. This is the director of Top Gun, a hot commodity in Hollywood right now. Who hasn't heard of him or seen his movies? Ronald's name is far more useful than the former vice president of Universal Pictures, who resigned years ago, when negotiating financing with those Wall Street tycoons. As for Tom Mount, his distribution contracts with Universal haven't expired yet, so he still has some value. Although securing financing in Japan is unlikely, they'll have to find him other money back home. The next day, Catacall's president, Haruki, introduced their Girls Monthly magazine, and they took photos of Diane Lane in a kimono for the next issue's cover and center page poster. Ronald also took some time to watch the shoot. Diane's demeanor in the kimono created a strange sense of disharmony. Although she was dressed in Japanese girls' clothing, her temperament was that of a typical New York girl, outgoing and confident. However, the young people in Japan seemed surprisingly fond of this Westerner wearing a kimono. The photographer kept praising her, whether genuinely or just being polite, it was unclear. Catacall also owns many other popular manga magazines in Japan, and Ronald saw quite a few at the event. Flipping through the magazine, Ronald noticed the Japanese market was highly segmented, with some publications specializing in shoujo manga and others catering to high school boys. "Here, this is a Japanese afternoon tea drink, it's quite good." Ronald handed the magazine-bought drink to Diane, who was taking a break from filming. Surprisingly, it was sweet and delicious. "I can't drink too much. This outfit is complicated to wear. I'll show it to you when we get back." "Ronald, I've been looking for you for ages. Your script assistant, David Simpkins, called you for a long time. It seems urgent." Back at the hotel with Diane, Ronald saw Nishida waiting for him in the lobby. "I'll call him back." Ronald and Nishida turned and went upstairs to his room, making an overseas call to Simpkins. "David, what's the rush? It's late there, isn't it?" Ronald answered the phone, and he and Nishida listened together. "I got a really good script. It's a Broadway playwright's first film script, AW," Nishida chimed in. "Yes, Mr. Nishida. Although it's a debut screenplay, it's of very high quality. You could say we were very lucky." The author faced numerous rejections at the 7 major studios before finally submitting the script to a small production company like Daydream. "You say it's good? How good?" Ronald had never seen David Simpkins praise a script so highly. He himself was a screenwriter, so it must be genuinely good. But how good was the question? Hollywood studios' libraries were filled with excellent scripts that no one wanted to produce. Truly outstanding scripts always ended up in the hands of the right producers. I can only offer my opinion, but I think it's even better than the script for Spicy Dance. It's written by a very talented author named John Patrick Shanley, an Irish playwright. This is his first screenplay, and I'm familiar with that feeling. Like William Goldman's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, both are masterpieces written with painstaking effort. For the first time, Ronald felt this praise was too high. This was the first screenplay that the acclaimed screenwriter William Goldman had wanted to write. Such scripts often encompass the stories the author most wanted to write in the first half of their life, a culmination of their accumulated life experiences. Even genius screenwriters rarely have the opportunity to write such masterpieces. Often, after writing one, there are many years before another. "Better than Dirty Dancing? How does it compare to Rain Man?" Nishida interjected. What Ronald's next film would be is of great interest to Hollywood executives and actors alike. "Personally, I feel it's even better than your Rain Man. At least it's a classic, traditional 3-act play, with a beginning, middle, and end." Ha ha ha. Ronald knew his script assistant was criticizing Rain Man for lacking the classic 3-act structure. "Since you're so enthusiastic, then wait until I get back." "No, Ronald. I don't think we can wait until you get back to decide. The news that this film has been sent to Daydream Pictures will definitely get out. The screenwriter's agent might use our promise to negotiate with other companies. I don't want the Spicy Dance incident to happen again with a script called The Bride and the Wolf." "You think this script is so good? You think that as long as I express interest, other companies will fight over it?" Ronald was even more concerned about this. "Yes, agents are all shameless. I'm not talking about you, Mr. Nishida. It's all right, I can take it as a compliment," Nishida chimed in, indicating that he didn't mind. If you were the screenwriter Shanley's agent, he probably would have done the same to maximize profits. "But I can't just buy the script based on your opinion alone. By the way, how much do you think I should ask for The Bride and the Wolf? Now is the time when film companies are willing to spend big money to stockpile scripts. I estimate it can be done for under $200,000. And your reputation can guarantee that the film will be produced and distributed by the Big Seven." Nishida considered for a moment and then answered. He was also very interested in this matter. As long as Ronald liked it, he could complete another package project and squeeze in a lot of actors he liked. "What kind of story is it?" Ronald decided to find out more first. "It's an Italian-American story, but it's different from Coppola's gangster stories. It's about family, love, and the history of immigrants integrating into America. I still can't decide." "Why don't you tell me more details, David?" Nishida interrupted. "I'll go find a fax machine. You send the whole script via international fax, ignoring the expensive fax fee." Ronald and Nishida waited in front of the fax machine in the business center for Simpkins to send the fax. Beep beep, beep beep, the fax machine buzzed, and pages of the script for The Bride and the Wolf were ejected one by one. Nishida organized each page and handed it to Ronald. Ronald sat and read them. The script was indeed very well written, and it shared similarities with Dirty Dancing. It told an Italian-American story, but it was completely different from the stereotypical portrayal of Italians in traditional Hollywood Italian-American stories. They didn't engage in the traditional professions of boxers, gangsters, or pimps typical of Hollywood Italian-Americans. Instead, they did jobs that ordinary Americans would also do, running grocery stores, hardware stores, and so on. However, the Italian-Americans in the story also shared some stereotypes that Americans acknowledge, such as superstition, low levels of education, and a strong emphasis on family. The audience would definitely not perceive this story as one of another ethnicities. "It's a good story, but it might not be suitable for you," Nishida said. She also liked the script, but there was a minor issue. She and Ronald returned to the room and continued calling David. David, I think we should let Ronald bite and then find another director? This script is about a love story between middle-aged people, and Ronald might not be suitable, but this screenwriter isn't very old, David Simpkins said. He's only a few years older than Ronald. These plot points and details are definitely not from his own experience, but from what he's seen and heard. Besides, the author isn't Italian, he's Irish. This is a script written by a playwright based on meticulous observation and years of accumulation. I can't be wrong. I've been reading scripts for years, and this kind of genius, this kind of script, is something Hollywood only sees once every few years. That's exactly the problem. Why aren't any of the big seven willing to give such a talented work a try? It shows that the market potential is worrying. The audience for this script is the same audience that disappeared after watching The Sound of Music. We're not confident we can get them to go to the cinema. Seeing Nishida and Simpkins arguing on the phone, Ronald told them to stop. Let me think about it. I'll call you back tomorrow to finalize it. He was reviewing the script, hoping to dream of the finished film so he could foresee its quality and success. Ronnie, Diane, who had been waiting for him in the room for a long time, was still wearing a kimono, with a wooden hairpin in her hair. Her lively and passionate body was nothing like the conservative and shy Japanese. But the kimono was made of very fine material, the silky texture slid through Ronald's hands, making Diane hum comfortably. After a long, passionate kiss, Ronald started looking for the buttons or zipper of the kimono. The tightly fitted kimono made it difficult for him to find a place to start. Ha, it's here. Diane's hand guided Ronald, untying the white obi, reaching inside from the diagonal opening at the collar to untie another strap. It was already late. The silvery moonlight shone through the window, softly illuminating the bed, like a mournful whisper. Ronald lay on his side in bed, embracing Diane from behind. The faint scent of her kimono incense seemed to linger on her, making Ronald feel relaxed. And he quickly drifted off to sleep. The gentle moonlight continued to shine on the two young souls, as if it had also entered Ronald's dreams. He vaguely saw a large, bright moon high in the sky, shrouded in mist. A deep voice began to sing a beautiful love song. When the moon hits your eyes like a giant pizza, that's love. When the world seems to sparkle like you've drunk too much wine, that's love. Chapter 693 The Alluring Moonlight. Not The Bride and the Wolf, Ronald thought. Although this movie also opened with a song, the script for The Bride and the Wolf specified that it would open with Pavarotti's famous aria, Cheerful Little Hands, from Puccini's opera La Bohème. The plot continued, and an actress Ronald knew, Tom Cruise's girlfriend Cher, played a middle-aged woman. Her hair was gray, her clothes were conservative and dull, and she was an accountant doing books for other small business owners. Looks like it's still The Bride and the Wolf, but the opening song has changed. The rest of the plot was similar to the script he had just read. Ronald watched Cher's performance. So that's why she was chosen as the lead. It was quite interesting. Although Cher was approaching 40, she was very fashionable and charming. But the makeup in this movie clearly made her look older. He wondered how such a youthful and beautiful woman could agree to wear old-age makeup. Cher plays Loretta Castorni, a widowed Italian woman, who is having dinner with her boyfriend, John Camarelli, at a restaurant. A middle-aged man in the restaurant tries to propose to his younger girlfriend, but she dumps him first. By a twist of fate, John also tries to propose to Loretta, but she doesn't like the idea because he hasn't prepared a ring. John proposes with one of his own ordinary rings, and Loretta accepts. Later, her fiancé visits his ailing mother in Palermo, Italy, and asks Loretta to invite his long-lost younger brother. The brother lost a hand due to his brother's injury, and the two brothers haven't spoken for a long time. He wants his fiancée, Loretta, to invite him. When the younger brother, Ronnie Camarelli, who works at a bakery, appears on screen, Ronald laughs heartily. It turns out the actor is Nicolas Cage, Coppola's nephew. During the filming of Peggy Sue's Wedding, he almost had a falling out with lead actress Catherine Turner because he insisted on using the acting methods from the German expressionist film Metropolis. Turner even threatened to quit the film, saying it was either him or her. In the end, Ronald Coppola had to intervene on set and get Cage to tone it down so that Coppola's film, intended to pay off his debts and turn his career around, could continue filming. However, in this dreamlike film, Cage still used that expressionist style. The line "My hand fell off. My hand fell off" and his indignant demeanor were practically imitating the physical comedy of old German silent films like Metropolis. But in this film with its unrestrained and even somewhat bizarre plot, Nicolas Cage's acting style actually suited him quite well. "Ronnie, what are you laughing at?" Diane was awakened by Ronald's laughter. She groggily looked up and saw moonlight streaming into the room. Rubbing her eyes, she used the moonlight to see the smile on Ronald's face. Diane looked at Ronald carefully for a while. He was indeed smiling. She smiled back, a smile that came from her heart. This meant Ronnie cared about her. She'd heard that people reveal their true thoughts when they're asleep. Oh, Ronnie, Diane touched Ronald's face, then hugged his head, gently kissed him on the cheek, rested her head on his chest, and went back to sleep. Oh, Ronnie, what about John? In his dream, Ronald watched Cher, playing Loretta, and Cage, playing Ronnie. They were negotiating in a room on the second floor of a bakery. And Loretta was even cooking steak for her fiancé's brother. Perhaps it was the alluring moonlight, but suddenly something stirred within him, and Ronnie scooped Loretta up and carried her to the bed in the inner bedroom. "I'm angry with him, I lost my hand, and you, such a beautiful woman, are going to marry him," Cage roared like a wild beast. Come on, love me, Ronnie. Take out your resentment towards John on me, so he can only marry my empty shell." Cher held Cage's head, the two acting with great passion. Ronald vaguely felt his heart being held. "This performance is really good, I even felt it. I will marry your brother. Nothing happened last night, did you hear me? Nothing happened last night." The next morning, Loretta realized she might have seen the big, bright moon from the previous night and, in a moment of confusion, slept with Ronnie. So, as soon as she woke up, she told her fiancé's brother, Ronnie, that he wasn't allowed to mention what happened the night before. "I can't do that." "Why?" "Because I've fallen in love with you." Slap. Cherry, playing Loretta, slapped Ronnie across the face. Slap. Seeing Ronnie still gazing at her affectionately, Loretta slapped him again. "Wake up." That scene was well acted too. Ronald felt as if someone was touching his face. To escape Ronnie's advances, Loretta decided to agree to his request and go to see the opera La Bohème with him the following night. For some reason, after the moon's mischievous night, Loretta felt a renewed enthusiasm, rekindled after her husband's accidental death in a car accident. She went to a hair salon, got a perm with big waves, had a facial, and painted her nails. "Oh, this is Cher's true beauty, the woman Tom Cruise is infatuated with," Ronald exclaimed in amazement upon seeing the makeover scene. "It's really well edited." In romantic movies, one of the characters usually awakens to the power of love, transforming from an ugly duckling into a swan, thus becoming more worthy of the other's superior qualities. However, this kind of plot usually occurs in teen movies. Ronald had considered making a film centered on this makeover story, but John Hughes snatched it away with Pink. However, because the roles of the male and female leads were reversed, American audiences preferred a handsome man and a beautiful woman, generally appreciating the woman's makeover, resulting in Pink's mediocre box office performance. This film used it perfectly, transforming Loretta into a sexy goddess with outstanding charisma. It seems that the plots of middle-aged love stories aren't so different from those of teenage love stories. Ronald's confidence soared. While watching the opera, Loretta discovers her father and lover also having a tryst at the opera house. They agree not to tell their partners. However, Loretta's mother, Rose, being an Italian woman, already knew everything and left unwillingly. At the restaurant, Rose encountered the man who had proposed to her girlfriend but been dumped. They chatted amiably. The man, a university professor, was tired of the superficiality of young girls and wanted to invite Rose to continue their dates. Rose maintained her principles and didn't cheat. Back home, however, she couldn't understand why men sought out women. Why do men seek out women? Rose asked many people this question, but none of the answers satisfied her. Finally, her husband gave her a satisfactory answer. Because men are afraid of death. Ronald was startled. Did men seek out women because they were afraid of death? He suddenly woke up, gently releasing Diane's arms from his embrace, then got out of bed and went to the table by the window to get a glass of water. A bright moon hung low in the sky, seemingly exceptionally large tonight, its light evoking a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps it really was that way. Men's fear of death drove them to strive for success, to leave a mark, and then use that success to conquer women, seeking peace of mind for such a night. Ronald looked back at Diane in the moonlight. He still needed to find her a good role, otherwise, What was the point of a man conquering a woman? Wasn't it simply to let the woman he loved do what made him happy? Have you decided? The next morning, in the hotel's breakfast restaurant, Nishida saw a radiant Ronald and asked him about his thoughts from the previous night. Ronald was eating baked beans, bacon, and soft Japanese bread with his cheeks puffed out. The Japanese had thoroughly adopted Western practices. The hotel's Western breakfast was very well made, and the bread had a unique flavor, making it even more delicious. I've decided to buy the script for this movie and then find distributors and investors. Ronald finished off another sausage. But this is for middle-aged people. Never mind, you know what you're doing. Nishida didn't try to persuade him further. Ronald had just directed 2 blockbuster films and was very confident in his artistic abilities. She didn't know more than Ronald. Agents weren't there to dampen a client's creative enthusiasm, but to solve problems when they encountered difficulties. By the way, I'm thinking of casting Cher for the female lead. What do you think? Ronald gestured for a waiter to bring another breakfast to Diane's room, who was still sleeping. That's a good idea. Nishida thinks the role is perfect for Cher, and both Tom Cruise and Cher's agents don't approve of their relationship. Having her film with Ronald, continuing their long-distance relationship, might cool things down. You think so too? Ronald wiped his mouth, asked the waiter for the phone, and had a receptionist make an international call. David? This is Ronald. I've decided to buy the script. You talk to John Patrick Shanley's agent. I'll buy a 1-year option on the script first, and then we'll meet in person when I get back. Great, you won't be disappointed. David Simpkins was delighted and quickly made arrangements after hanging up. Next stop, Hong Kong. Japan accounts for 5% of the global box office. Hong Kong's share is even smaller, but it seems their film industry is more developed than Japan's. Ronald asked Nishida after finishing the call. Yes, that's what our statistics show. Korea, India, and all have market access policies. Hollywood can only sell a dozen or so copies into a market of tens of millions of people. Although it's popular and audiences line up for long screenings, it's detrimental to our ability to quickly build star power. Hong Kong, despite the language barrier, has a relatively good market environment. I've heard it's called the Hollywood of the East. I'd like to meet some filmmakers there sometime. Ronald recalled the filmmakers he met in Zhujiahu, with whom he had a very good conversation, and wanted to meet them as well. No problem, I'll have someone arrange it. Chapter 694 Ronald, you're my big brother. Oh my god, this is even more thrilling than landing in the cockpit of a Navy F-14 Tomcat. The Boeing airliner flew over Kai Tak Airport, skimming over countless yachts in the harbor, past large outdoor advertisements with the San Miguel beer logo, then over Muang Kok Stadium, low over the overpass, and finally, upon entering the airport, made a sharp 180-degree right turn. Before landing on the runway, the plane's nose was actually at a 45-degree angle to the runway, and before landing, it made another sharp left turn to correct the angle, finally landing smoothly. Ronald, having taken a propeller plane piloting course, felt this even more deeply than Diane, who was sitting next to him. It was somewhat like the sovereign transport planes making those infamous Afghanistan-style landings to avoid Stinger missiles on the battlefield. After ordering roast goose in English at the restaurant, Ronald and his group had a Cantonese meal before heading to their hotel, the Peninsula Hotel. This is one of the most popular hotels for business people visiting Hong Kong. After checking in, Ronald called his script assistant, David Simpkins. David told him on the phone that he had signed an option contract with screenwriter John Patrick Shanley for 10% of the budget. For 1 year, Ronald would have the priority to produce the screenplay. The full payment would be made once the project was approved. Satisfied, Ronald planned to return and negotiate distribution contracts with major studios, and then seek financing. He dreamed of producing a mid-budget film. There's a premiere tomorrow. We'll publish some news in English-language newspapers like the South China Morning Post. After all, Western films are still a minority here. Nishida, who arrived on the same flight, contacted his wife Paula. Cruise had also arrived, and they would meet tomorrow. Although English-language films only have a market among a segment of those educated in English, there are quite a few people in the film industry who speak English. Many people in the film industry are university educated, and in Hong Kong, speaking fluent English is a prerequisite for securing a job after graduation. At Ronald's specific request, Paramount staff here arranged for some directors and producers to attend the meeting following the premiere the next day. These fluent English-speaking professionals were also eager to have the opportunity to communicate with Hollywood's commercially successful directors. I don't know anything about the New Wave's influence on film. Nobody in Hollywood talks about the New Wave anymore. Those innovative techniques have become part of Hollywood commercial film production, as commonplace as drinking water. The professionals and film critics here, though fluent in English, were outdated in their thinking, clinging to the ideas of the emerging filmmakers of the 1960s, trying to communicate with Ronald. Ronald carefully inquired about their professions and works, discovering that most were film critics, and the other half had only made some experimental films with extremely poor box office returns. Film is an art form that needs to be tested by the market. What's the point of communicating with these cliches? Ronald asked the translator next to him, who hadn't been of much use, how many domestically produced films were shot in English. The answer was almost none. Ronald immediately realized he might have approached the wrong people. Perhaps due to language barriers. The local collaborators were all highly proficient in English, most of whom were writers for English newspapers and magazines or film researchers at universities. There were almost no people actually making local films. The word almost is used because there was one director whose English wasn't the best, but who was genuinely making films. His name was Tsui Hark, and he and his girlfriend ran their own film studio and had made quite a few films. Because of his filmmaking experience, he and Ronald had a pleasant conversation. After their meeting, Tsui Hark specifically invited Ronald to dinner. Ronald knew this was a unique way of communicating among Chinese people, so he readily agreed. What I like most about Hollywood is its advanced special effects. I really enjoy making special effects films. Unfortunately, the market here is too small. My special effects film from a few years ago didn't do well at the box office, so the producers weren't keen on making more. That's true, Ronald agreed. Hollywood is able to produce visually stunning films like E.T. and Star Wars because of the large North American market. Ronald wholeheartedly agreed and was very satisfied to have found a director in Hong Kong who also loved special effects. The two chatted as they ate. A few years ago, he even brought in a former Industrial Light and Magic employee from Hollywood to start a visual concept engineering company. They spent a fortune making a special effects film, Shu, Warriors from Magic Mountain, but they asked for too much. Tsui Hark's girlfriend, Ms. Shi, is also a producer. She speaks fluent English and talked about the fantasy film that her boyfriend had regretted a few years ago. I've seen that movie. When I was filming Monsters in Chinatown, director John Carpenter specifically showed it to us so we could learn about the Chinese culture and visual characteristics. Diane chimed in, struggling with her chopsticks and trying various delicious meat dishes. There are quite a few special effects companies like that in Hollywood. Actually, there are also simpler methods. My friend Cameron, he started out making these kinds of low-budget special effects films, and only recently got a big budget. You should be able to see his Alien sequel soon. Aliens? I've been wanting to see it for a long time. Tsui Hark said he was keeping track of the latest special effects technology developments in Hollywood. But these kinds of special effects films are very expensive, and Hollywood studios don't dare to try them easily. Ronald picked up some roast meat with his chopsticks and gave it to Diane, then asked the waiter to bring a pair of knives and forks so she could eat slowly. Bosses are all pretty much the same everywhere. My boyfriend produced a movie, and the boss even said he wanted to burn the copies to collect the insurance money. Ms. Shi seemed to recall the stinginess of Hong Kong film bosses and said with a pursed lip. Producer, Ronald didn't quite understand the meaning of this position. It's a special production arrangement in Hong Kong. When the boss doesn't quite trust the director's abilities, they often arrange for another director to go to the set to ensure that the director doesn't exceed the budget or time limits, and incidentally take over the director's work when needed, Tsui Hark explained. Interesting. We have a directors' union in Hollywood. But we don't have this kind of arrangement. Ronald uses chopsticks very well, and the vegetables at this restaurant are cooked very well. There's not a single grain left, but your boss must be joking, right? How could he burn film to collect that pitiful insurance payout? No, he's serious. Huh? Ronald was quite taken aback. He couldn't believe there were producers who disrespected filmmaking. That's foolish, even from a purely commercial perspective. I believe in you. The quality of the film you produce won't be too bad. Hollywood's videotape business is booming right now. Even if it can't be released commercially, you can still make money directly on videotape. Tsui Hark and Ms. Shi laughed awkwardly, while Ronald was puzzled. There's piracy here. Videotapes are usually only produced and distributed after the film is released, Ms. Shi explained softly. Apparently, videotape piracy was rampant in Hong Kong, and the anti-piracy technology of VHS recorders was quickly cracked here. Various videotapes were sold very cheaply. Unless it was a blockbuster film shown in theaters, there wasn't much money to be made in the videotape market. Releasing a film required distribution fees and copy production costs. In the end, it might not even be as profitable as burning the negatives and collecting insurance money. Hey, old Wu, come here. This is the famous Hollywood director, Ronald Lee. Sui Hark saw an acquaintance come in and quickly called him over. After the introduction, Ronald realized that this slightly balding man was the director of the film Sui Hark had just mentioned. John Wu. I'm a little depressed now. Old Wu poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. This film is the culmination of my hard work, and it's really awful that it can't be released. Don't be discouraged. Nobody knows how well or badly it will do at a box office before it's released. Don't underestimate yourself, Ronald comforted her after hearing Ms. Shi's translation. Would it be convenient for you to go see a copy? If you can give it a positive review, maybe the boss will change his mind, Sui Hark suddenly said to Ronald, her eyes lighting up. I don't understand Cantonese, but it won't hurt to take a look. Ronald had nothing else to do, so he agreed. However, you have to take me to see a film set in Hong Kong. I'd really like to see how a movie that John Carpenter appreciates is made. Leave it to me. I can also show you a special kind of job that doesn't even exist in Hollywood, stuntman. A very unique visual style. Ronald finished watching the movie, A Better Tomorrow. He couldn't understand the Cantonese dialogue, but the slow-motion gunfights were very stylish. In Hollywood, not many people make gunfight scenes. Often, when the protagonist and the villain have a final showdown, they abandon gunfights and switch to fistfights. Because gunfights are often boring, and only directors with profound skills can make gunfights that audiences enjoy. The gunfights were impressive, and the actors' performances were very distinctive. I hope to see more of Mr. Wu's films. Ronald wrote his evaluation on a piece of paper and handed it to Sui Hark. Hope this helps. To be honest, your visual style is very unique. I really like it. What's that foreigner saying? John Wu took the paper from Miss Shi, wanting to see what Ronald had written in his review. He's saying great things about you. Now there's hope. Miss Shi was very happy. With a review from a Hollywood director like Ronald, the boss would probably have no more doubts about the release. Ha ha ha, old Wu laughed heartily after reading the review. Thank you. Ronald smiled and shook hands with him. These people's works all seemed to have a B-movie exploitation feel to Ronald, which felt very familiar and comfortable. This is the Golden Harvest Studios set. They're about to start filming a movie, the third sequel to their previous hit film. Sui Hark kept his promise and invited Ronald to the set to see how they were filming. Ronald watched as they seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. A pig's head was placed in front of something covered with a red cloth, and a large group of people were following behind, worshipping the pig's head. What's going on? Ronald and Diane clicked their tongues in amazement. This is a traditional Hong Kong ritual. Before each shoot, people pray to the camera, Ms. Shi explained from the side. Pray to the camera? Why worship a camera? If you ask them, they'll probably just tell you it's a custom. But I've researched the history of this tradition. Ms. Shi, who was also well-educated and spoke excellent English, began to recount the history of the worship. It turned out that in the early days, Hong Kong wasn't a film production center. Many of the cameras here were second-hand, discarded by several companies in Zhujiang. Old cameras often caused seemingly random accidents, such as scratching the film and ruining an entire roll, or accidental exposure. People working in photography at that time weren't highly educated and sometimes didn't understand these practices, so they gradually merged with local worship, forming the custom of praying to the camera before filming. Isn't this a variation of cargo plane worship? Ronald recalled reading a book by Nobel laureate in physics, Feynman, which mentioned a phenomenon called cargo plane worship. During World War II, the American Navy used some islands inhabited by indigenous people as logistical transit bases. To gain the cooperation of the indigenous people, they often took some canned meat, beer, and other food from their logistics and traded them with them. However, these indigenous people could not understand modern technology. They believed it was something white people had conjured with magic. So after the war, they carved radio antennas and earphones out of wood, wore them, and then kowtowed to the wooden airplane model. They also wore the clothing left behind by the Navy as shamanic ritual attire and began to imitate the Navy by calling in airplanes, which developed into a religious ceremony. This worship of cameras is also a ritual formed without understanding the underlying principles. Hey, big brother, you're here too. The worship ceremony ended, the camera was pulled down with a red cloth, and filming was about to begin. Sui Hark noticed a short-haired, burly actor and went up to greet him. "What are you doing here? I'm just doing a cameo role today. Mr. Ho instructed me to." Ronald noticed the actor had a large nose and always had a smiling face. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I've recovered a long time ago. Look, this scar is almost healed." The actor tilted his head towards Sui Hark, showing him a scar behind his right temple. "Don't push yourself too hard. There's no other way. Everyone's working so hard. I have to work even harder." "Who's this foreigner?" "That foreign girl is so pretty. Let me introduce you. This is Ronald, a famous Hollywood director, and this is his girlfriend, Diane Lane, also a famous actress. This is Jackie Chan, the highest-grossing actress in Hong Kong right now." "Wow," Ronald greeted him in his newly learned Cantonese. "A famous Hollywood director? Wow, impressive. Let's go have dinner together. My treat, abalone, shark fin, everything." Big-nosed Jackie Chan patted his chest, eager to take Ronald, the Hollywood director, out to dinner. Ronald readily agreed, as he was eager to exchange ideas with these so-called stuntmen about the ins and outs of filmmaking. "Brother, what's going on? Going to dinner with foreigners? That foreign lady is so beautiful." Jackie Chan's group of stuntmen, hearing they were going to eat abalone and shark fin, crowded around, but seeing Diane, they seemed hesitant to go. "What are you afraid of? Do you think that foreign lady is beautiful? Next movie, let's get a foreign woman to play the lead role." Jackie Chan, who was called Big Brother, looked at his subordinates' longing expressions and thought that finding a foreign woman to play the lead role might be a good idea. Everyone got on the car and went to a famous restaurant called Fortune Door, where they ordered a table full of delicious food. Jackie Chan had the stuntmen sit at a round table, while he, Ronald, Diane, Sui Hark, and others sat together. Through Miss Shi's translation, he kept asking Ronald about the situation in Hollywood. "This is roast suckling pig, do you want some?" Big Brother asked Ronald. Diane was a little reluctant to eat when she heard it was a pig. "Don't want any." Big Brother turned the dish over. "Are you going to eat it?" He went around asking each of the martial arts instructors, letting them take a bite if they wanted, and not forcing them if they didn't. He asked everyone, being very fair. The round table returned, and some food remained. Jackie Chan swept it all into her bowl, then ate it with a loud slurping sound. "This is seafood, abalone, do you want some?" Another dish arrived, and Jackie Chan, as before, asked Ronald and Diane first. Ronald felt that if he remained too polite, there might be nothing left to eat, so he immediately picked up his chopsticks and put a piece on each of them. "Do you want some? Help yourself." He displayed his elder brotherly demeanor, asking everyone around, and then eating the last bit himself. "The food in Hong Kong is excellent, I really like it," Ronald asked Ms. Shi to translate, thanking his elder brother for his hospitality. Finally, the waiter brought a pot of tea, and Ronald poured a cup for Jackie Chan to express his gratitude. "You're welcome, you're welcome. The Hollywood director helped old Wu so much, we should all show our appreciation. If you ever go to Hollywood, you can come find me. I'll take you to eat delicious food and have fun there. And if you need any help with movies, I can help you get connections." Ronald had heard from Miss Shi that this guy was currently the most bankable male star in Hong Kong. He knew the power of Hollywood male stars, having more friends meant more opportunities. Besides, Ronald also felt that he seemed approachable and fair in his dealings. "Speaking of which, we can't buy Hollywood cameras right now. We often have great performances, but the film gets scratched when it's developed the next day, so we just have to make do." Jackie Chan wasn't polite, expressing her desire to buy 2 Panavision cameras commonly used in Hollywood. Panavision cameras are only rented, not sold. It's the same in Hollywood, you only borrow them from Panavision when you're about to start filming. "Oh, I was just saying. Seeing this, Ronald thought for a moment. "Actually, there's an alternative. I can rent 2 cameras from Panavision on a long-term basis and then place them in Hong Kong for anyone who wants to use them. However, we'll need a fair and responsible person to manage them, then entrusting them to your brother would be best." Miss Shi knew that Hong Kong filmmakers were unwilling to invest in hardware. Some big-budget films even used second-hand or third-hand equipment. And some big-budget films, which could significantly improve image quality with better equipment, couldn't convince those stingy filmmakers. People in the industry had long wanted to do this, but they lacked the channels and connections to get someone with a reputation in Hollywood to help them rent from Panavision on a long-term basis. Really, Jackie Chan was overjoyed. He had a deep passion for filmmaking, but his attempt to break into Hollywood a few years ago had failed. Having such a loyal friend would make things much easier. Of course, I'll have my agent call Panavision, they'll agree. Ronald owned his own Daydream Productions company, so renting cameras wouldn't be a problem. I'll toast you, Director Ronald. From now on, you're my big brother. Come, call him Brother Lee. Jackie Chan, the big brother, called over his stunt team and had them all greet Ronald. Jackie Chan was delighted, having solved a major problem for the entire Hong Kong film industry. He asked the waiter to open a bottle of XO. Tea will suffice, Ronald quickly objected. There was no need for XO. I'm just happy today. It's rare to meet someone as loyal as Brother Lee. A bottle of wine was opened on the spot, and Ronald and Jackie Chan downed a glass each. The rest was drunk by his stunt team. Jackie Chan, still in high spirits, invited Ronald to his small studio. Since Mr. Lee trusts me so much, I'll definitely take good care of the Panavision camera, Jackie Chan said, patting his chest. His studio wasn't big. There was a corner with an editing machine and uncut film reels on it. You're the kind of person who's naturally trustworthy. I can tell from watching you eat that he'll take care of every brother, Ronald replied. Jackie Chan laughed heartily. This stunt team, the Jackie Chan stunt team, was his greatest pride. He went over to look at the editing machine. There were still film reels on it. He took one down, used a clip to apply tape, and connected it to the previous footage. Clearly, Jackie Chan was very familiar with the editing machine. He must have done it himself, quickly and efficiently applying the tape. Although I come from a stunt background, I understand every aspect of filmmaking. I just love making movies, Ronald said, showing great respect for these passionate filmmakers. He picked up the film reel and looked at it. It seemed to be a modern martial arts film. Are you still using this kind of tape? Hollywood has a new editing tape that, at only 1/16 the price of this 3M tape, can seal the cut very well. A roll of this tape is only 20% more expensive, and you can use it for a much longer time. Ronald seized the opportunity to promote his new editing tape. There's such a good thing. Jackie Chan was very interested. Ronald found a phone, called the factory on Staten Island, woke up the manager, and asked him to send some samples for Jackie Chan to use. Also, do you need to shoot lightning scenes? I have a lightning machine, 2 chapters posted today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Spring is not a time for reading. Jackie Chan appears to be a rough man, but he's actually quite shrewd. He saw the potential in Ronald's new editing tape. While the product itself wouldn't generate much profit, it had one major advantage. After editing, the cut was only 1/16 the length of the original tape, allowing for immediate preview screenings. In Hong Kong's fast-paced filmmaking environment, this was an excellent invention, saving distributors the time and cost of reprinting copies and allowing for immediate screenings. As the exclusive distributor of the new editing tape in Hong Kong, Jackie Chan could leverage this to do a significant favor for film investors. Furthermore, Panavision's cameras were equipment only available for big productions, and Jackie Chan could do a similar favor for creative directors and producers aiming for big-budget productions. Although Ronald supplied the equipment, renting it out in his studio in Hong Kong was entirely up to him. So he readily agreed to Ronald's request to include Daydream Pictures' name in the credits of all films using Panavision's cameras and new editing tape, as required by Panavision's rental agreement. With 2 excellent pieces of equipment in hand, and even the seemingly useless lightning camera, Jackie Chan agreed to leave 2 with Ronald for anyone who needed them. Having closed several deals and expanded his business into East Asia, Ronald was quite satisfied. There was much to learn in the film market, and he had already extended his reach into Japan and Hong Kong, the 2 largest box office markets in East Asia. With these 2 bases, he could slowly penetrate deeper. The future of film was uncertain. Who knew how large it could grow? Next, Ronald completed his marketing and promotional duties for Top Gun and returned to Los Angeles. Tom Cruise, on the other hand, continued his trip to India and Singapore. This film was crucial to his rise to stardom. The contract he signed at the time was somewhat harsh, requiring him to lead the event as the main star, interacting with the audience and securing entertainment headlines in local media. Ronald had just adjusted to the time difference when the weekend arrived again. Top Gun continued its box office surge throughout the week. Paramount and CAA noticed this unusual phenomenon and became even more cautious with Ronald. Even Ned Tannen, who wanted to use the unused special effects shots in Top Gun, specifically invited Ronald to his office for a private apology, hoping he wouldn't mind and would continue working with Paramount. Since no one else was watching, Tannen adopted a very humble attitude, saying many conciliatory things. In the end, Ronald couldn't bear to see the president of a major studio treating him, who was practically a junior, so he laughed it off and let it go. To appease Ronald, Ned Tannen personally drove him downstairs, then had Ronald sit in the back of his car while he himself got into the driver's seat and drove him to CAA. "Now everyone at Paramount knows how important you are." Nistida smiled broadly as she watched Ned Tannen personally drive Ronald in the CAA office. This statement not only made everyone at Paramount aware of Ronald's importance, but also let CAA's agents know Paramount's opinion of him. "I don't know why Tannen is being so humble. I'd rather he respected my creative freedom than remind everyone like this. He has no choice." Nistida understood Tannen's intention. The box office for Top Gun saw two unusual increases, and the weekly decline continued at an almost imperceptible rate. This indicated one thing: Top Gun had become a phenomenon. Many viewers who had missed the sound of music, and middle-aged couples who might not go to the cinema for 2 or 3 years, now knew about this air combat movie and had to go to the theater to see Tomcat beat up MiG. Every 2 or 3 years, a film like this appears, for some unknown reason, seemingly blessed by all circumstances, with every limitation working in its favor, placing it in the best possible position. Its box office performance can no longer be predicted by conventional wisdom. For example, Rocky 10 years ago, and E.T. the Extraterrestrial 5 years ago, both possessed a magic that broke through all rules, dominating the box office. They could compete with new releases a month or even several months later for the top spot. So, do you forgive Tannen? Nistida wanted to hear Ronald's thoughts on whether to continue working with Paramount on his new film. "I only promised to attend the premiere of his new Paramount film. As for my new film, I'll see what the studio's terms are." "Very good, you already have the mindset of a Hollywood success story," Nistida said happily. Another Paramount blockbuster for teenagers, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, was about to premiere. Also a Paramount release, and the fourth teen film directed by his acquaintance John Hughes. Ronald attended the premiere again. This was the first film John Hughes directed without his teenage muse, Molly Lindward. Molly no longer wanted to repeat her roles as a teenage girl, and in the 3 films Hughes wrote or directed, 16 Candles, The Breakfast Club, and Pink, she played similar characters, 16 or 17-year-old girls who, through self-awakening and finding love, experienced their first major life transition. Without a long-term contract to bind Molly Lindward, Hughes's plan to make teen films with real teenage actors also fell through. For this film, Spring is Not School Days, he had to use actors older than his age. 24-year-old Matthew Broderick played the high school student lead, 29-year-old Alan Lack played the second male lead, 21-year-old Charlie Sheen played a supporting role, and 25-year-old Jennifer Grey played the lead sister. All were actors past puberty. Only the lead's girlfriend was played by 19-year-old Maya Sara, but her role was minor. When Ronald arrived on set, the main actors were chatting with Molly Lindward. "I really don't understand how Jean-Luc Godard directed. In his King Lear, he just had him lying on a big rock by the sea. I asked him if my character was asleep or dead. He just looked at me like I was asking a stupid question." PFFT, Molly Lindward sighed and blew on her red bangs, a hairstyle that had become a trend in America and even graced a cover of Time magazine last month with a headline, "She's so sweet." The 2 actresses around her, Maya Sara and Jennifer Grey, although they had also acted in several Hollywood films, were clearly envious and jealous of Molly Lindward's popularity. Although she complained, she was implicitly showing off that she had been chosen by Jean-Luc Godard, one of the 3 giants of the French New Wave, to star in a modern version of King Lear. And the way she spoke so intimately about Godard's guidance on her performance made the others feel uneasy. John Hughes launched your career with commercial films, which were both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, and now you're starring in art films in Europe. How come you get all the good things, Ronald? You're here. Jennifer Grey, a classmate from the acting class, saw the rising star director enter the dressing room. This director had even better box office results than John Hughes. Instead of envying Molly Lindward's good fortune, she decided to try her luck here. Suddenly, everyone who had been surrounding Lindward rushed to Ronald, eager to hear his thoughts on art. Ronald, what do you think of Goddard's directing methods? Molly Lindward had completely lost faith in Goddard and also wanted to hear Ronald's insights. Of the three giants of the French New Wave, my favorite is Truffaut. He wasn't averse to Hollywood commercial films and even starred in Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Perhaps if he were alive, he would talk to a commercial film director like me, so full of money. Ha ha ha. Everyone was thoroughly amused by Ronald's humor. It seemed his comedic performance was even funnier than Bill Murray, the most popular comedian recently. Molly Lindward pursed her lips. This director was indeed, as he joked, not very knowledgeable about art. After chatting for a while, Ronald took the opportunity to call Jennifer Grey over. I heard your father is a famous dancer. Can you dance? The lead actress in the Dream Spicy Dance was this classmate from acting class, so it was a good opportunity to ask about her dancing skills. Actually, I can't, Grey smiled. She hadn't followed in her father's footsteps in dancing. But I can learn. She suddenly realized that Ronald wouldn't ask her if she could dance for no reason. Could it be for a role? No need to learn, I was just asking casually, Ronald laughed, dismissing Grey's idea. In the movie she dreamt about, Grey played Baby, the female lead, who was clearly a beginner dancer, consistent with her character in the script. Learning to dance now would actually be a bad idea. What role did Ronald want you for? Matthew Broderick, who played the male lead in Spring Is Not a School Day, then pulled Jennifer Grey aside for a chat? Although Grey played his sister in the movie, in real life, Broderick didn't like Maya Sarah, who played his girlfriend, and instead became her boyfriend. He just asked if I could dance, and then said I didn't need to learn. Grey recounted her conversation with Ronald word for word, asking her boyfriend what to do. The director has a lot of ideas, and we don't even know what the role is yet, so asking too many questions might not be a good idea. I'll have my agent find out what Ronald's been up to lately. You used to practice ballet, right? You could brush up on that too, just in case. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Jennifer Grey was no longer dating Michael J. Fox. He had clearly taken a liking to the actress who played his girlfriend in the TV series Family Ties. With her hopes dashed, Broderick's offer came along. John Hughes' leading men and women were always popular, so dating him wouldn't be bad. Besides, Broderick was of Jewish descent and quite handsome. John, Ronald greeted John Hughes. Ronald, welcome. This is my partner, Howard Deutsch. Hughes welcomed him and then introduced him to a tall friend, the director of Pink earlier this year, Hughes's partner and friend. You were right. Before Pink was released. During the test screenings, the audience was very dissatisfied with the ending where Molly Lindward's character, Andy, falls in love with her childhood neighbor. In the end, I had Howard recall Andrew McCarthy, the male lead, who was filming another movie, to reshoot a different ending. Hughes complained about the poor box office performance of Pink, which only grossed less than $40 million, falling short of his expectations. He was a little confused as to whether the problem was with the ending or whether director Howard Deutsch's skill was inferior to his own. I told you, that ending didn't quite fit the values of American audiences, Ronald laughed. If the story were reversed, with a childhood friend being a girl, the ugly duckling transforming into a swan and falling in love with a male lead, that would be more plausible. Who says otherwise? I should have listened to you. John Hughes was similar to Ronald, averaging 2 to 3 successful films a year. So now, apart from Ronald, whose box office performance was better than his own, he had a certain arrogance towards everyone else. After some casual conversation, the group entered the screening room to watch Ferris Budding Dilemma, a film shot in Hughes' hometown of Chicago. Ha ha ha! The audience's laughter and applause showed that, after his previous film's box office underperformance, Hughes's own directorial work still reached the average level of his teen films. Ronald also applauded. Hughes was no longer fixated on casting, insisting on real teenage actors playing teenage roles. Instead, he adopted a different directing approach. Ferris Budding Dilemma is essentially a high school boy's dream, a beautiful girlfriend, best buddies, pranks on teachers and the principal, faking illness to fool his parents, skipping school to travel around Chicago with his girlfriend and friends. Finally, before his lies are exposed, he returns home, utterly humiliating his sister and the principal who come to catch him lying. This kind of daydream is probably something every American high school boy has had, and Hughes skillfully weaves it all together, showcasing all the worthwhile sights of his hometown, Chicago. However, John Hughes had a habit that Ronald disliked. He had the male lead repeatedly break the spatial boundaries of the film, delivering internal monologues directly to the audience. This technique was jarring and not to Ronald's taste. Viewers sometimes found themselves pulled out of the story at those moments. However, the rest of the film was so brilliant that it overshadowed this minor flaw. After saying goodbye to several familiar actors and praising Hughes to the reporters, Ronald left to go home. John Hughes, left behind, wasn't too basking in the success of his new film, and even discussed it with his friend Howard Deutsch. "John, this film is like a negative of Pink, transforming the story of one woman and two men into one man and two women. We learned from our previous experience that casting is crucial. I think if we can't find a lead like Molly Lindward, it's better not to make it at all." Pink was Howard Deutsch's directorial debut, and having seen it fall short of Hughes's average box office performance, he was eager to make a comeback with this new film. Lindward refused to reprise the role, and Deutsch felt his future was bleak. "Is that what you think?" Hughes wasn't as humble in front of Howard Deutsch as he had been with Ronald. "Yes. That's what I think." "Fine, then you won't be filming anymore." "What do you mean, John? Do you want to write a new script to film?" Howard Deutsch still hadn't grasped the situation. "You won't be filming anymore either. You're fired." John Hughes was already furious about the box office failure and his muse Lindward leaving him. Howard Deutsch's words only fueled the anger he had suppressed in front of Ronald. Only one chapter today. Chapter 696. Helen, who are you listening to? Ronald was unaware that John Hughes, out of jealousy for the film's lower box office performance, had fired Howard Deutsch for speaking the harsh truth. He had his own things to worry about. The Prince of Ruthless People were ready, awaiting release at the end of June. As a producer, Ronald didn't really interfere much with the filming of this movie, which had a budget of over $10 million. This first film, funded by Screen Fund and distributed by Disney's newly established Touchstone, was a comedy directed by the trio of Jerry Zak, who had already made hundreds of millions of dollars at the box office. Ronald didn't think his comedic talent could offer any useful advice to the directing team on set. So he only visited the set for a day when filming began, and incidentally showed his support for Helen Slater, who played the female kidnapper. Apart from letting everyone know she was on his side, he didn't interfere with Zak's directing efforts in any way. Jerry Zak had one thing in common with him: they were both transfer students at Roger Corman Film School, and he was also a director with a strong work ethic for exploitative films, generally able to complete his work within budget and shooting schedule. So afterwards, Ronald simply had Eddie, the daydreamer, oversee things on set for a while, and then left him to his own devices. Ronald believed that for a director like Jerry Zak, who was fully aware of what he was doing, the most important job of a producer was to keep promises, secure investment, and never interfere with artistic creation. The director's responsibility, on the other hand, was to ensure that filming was completed on schedule and did not exceed the budget. However, after attending the final pre-release screening, Ronald fell into deep doubt about his so-called producer's philosophy. The screening reaction was not good. The frequency and intensity of the audience's laughter were incomparable to Zack Snyder's previous two films, Airplane and Top Secret. His debut, Airplane, in particular, raked in a staggering $80 million at the box office. The jokes were so frequent, at least one per minute, sometimes even one every 20 seconds. The parodies were endless. Not only did critics love it, but audiences laughed from beginning to end, many experiencing abdominal pain the next day. However, in this film, The House That Never Dies, the audience at the preview screenings laughed more restrainedly. Their laughter was often a knowing smile, not unrestrained raucous laughter. Furthermore, the intervals between laughs were long, with some jokes taking a few seconds to register. As Ronald watched, his brow began to furrow. The pacing of a comedy is crucial, far more so than in a typical film. If a joke isn't felt by the audience, it not only affects the joke but also the next one. You might still be pondering why one joke was funny when the next one arrives. Often, you miss out on both jokes. In this film, My Husband is a Villain, Frequent delays in the flow of laughter are a problem, not just with one or two jokes, but potentially affecting the entire movie. A laugh that was originally a 10 out of 10 might be reduced to a 6 due to this pacing. Not only does Ronald frown, but he also makes tisk, sighs when he sees the audience around him not laughing at the appropriate times. While others might not hear it, Helen Slater, sitting next to him with her arm tightly clasped, hears it clearly. At first, she looks at Ronald, gesturing for his lack of movie-going manners. Later, she too is affected by Ronald's behavior, her face gradually falling. By the end of the screening, Helen's face is pale, and her large blue eyes seem about to well up with tears. Ronald, on the other hand, comforted her, "Don't worry, the audience's reaction has been good. Maybe it will be a big hit when it's officially released." My Top Gun went through the same thing. This is Helen's third film to hit theaters. She played the undisputed lead in the first two, both box office failures. If this one also fails, she'll be out of the film industry, bidding farewell to her career. Even if you're the daughter of the president of one of the 7 major studios, no one dares to cast you in a major role in a big production. Knowing this perfectly well, Helen rested her head on Ronald's shoulder, hugging him tightly. Ronald felt Helen trembling slightly with tension and fear. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he gently patted her back. She was very dedicated to her acting career, but these things can't be forced. If Helen had any negative thoughts and it triggered her depression, Ronald didn't know what to do. Her father, Gerald, had entrusted his daughter to him, and he had indeed tried to find her roles. But the quality of a film involves too many factors, and box office success isn't simply a matter of hard work. Congratulations, the male lead, Danny DeVito, a short, balding comedian, came over and grabbed the hand of Bette Midler, the actress playing the kidnapped rich girl, to congratulate her. "Thanks, you too." Bette Midler wasn't conventionally attractive. She was a bit overweight and primarily a singer. Her previous film was a biopic about a singer, and this was her comedic foray. While they exchanged congratulatory words, their expressions told a different, terrifying story. "I'm finished, what about you?" "Me too." Ronald watched all this silently, his anxiety growing. This was the most unpleasant preview screening he'd ever attended. The audience was unenthusiastic, and the actors wore expressions of utter despair. Danny DeVito, who had previously played a comedic supporting role in The Emerald starring Michael Douglas and Katherine Turner, had hoped to use his role with top Hollywood comedy director Jerry Zak to propel himself to a leading role. This preview screening was disheartening, but he was still a veteran supporting actor. He could always settle for minor roles. He quickly changed his tune, trying to build rapport with producer Ronald and director Zak. "I saw Top Gun, Ronald, it's truly a masterpiece. When can I get to fly a fighter jet?" Ronald had just managed to appease Helen, getting her to smile again, and was about to talk to Jerry Zak when he was interrupted, a little impatiently. "Danny, can you give Jerry and me some private space?" Ronald, no longer smiling, became serious, which was rather intimidating. "I was just kidding, just kidding." Danny DeVito quickly retreated from the corner, giving the producer and director space. "What do you think, Jerry?" Ronald pulled Jerry Zak aside to discuss the test screening's reaction. He offered Zak a cigarette, which Zak took, lit on Ronald's lighter, and the two puffed away. "I don't know, Ronald. I wanted to change the comedic style in this film. No more insisting on the old rhythm of one big laugh per minute. This film is actually a comedy performed as a drama. We want the audience to find the absurdity and humor in the story itself, rather than having jokes fed to them. You understand?" "I understand. I didn't mean to interfere with your directing." Ronald took an ashtray, held it in his hand, and let Jerry Zak tap his cigarette ash. "I appreciate that, you know your stuff. This shift was something I insisted on. We can't keep producing such a dense barrage of jokes. A transformation was inevitable, otherwise audiences would get tired of this inexplicable humor before we did." David and Jim don't really agree with my decision. But artistic creation always involves risks. If we don't take this step, we'll be left behind and eliminated by the audience. Sigh. I understand. Ronald also took a deep drag on his cigarette. It wasn't good to blame Jerry Zak too much now. He'd even ruined his brotherly bond for an artistic breakthrough. "I just wanted to ask you, what do you think of the box office prospects?" Ronald asked in a low voice. After all, he was the producer and responsible for the film's box office. "I can't say for sure. I heard your Top Gun test screenings weren't good either." The unprecedented, groundbreaking test screenings weren't as good as the official release. If you think I need to make more changes, I will. I'm just a little surprised by those delayed jokes. Never mind, the prints are already done, re-editing is too costly. Besides, I can't offer any helpful suggestions. I trust your artistic vision. Ronald began to regret not intervening more in the filming process. It seemed the trio had artistic disagreements during filming, and his earlier intervention might have salvaged the situation. But now, anything he said was superfluous. He should maintain his artistic dignity. Ronald, thank you. But we might not necessarily lose. Those delayed jokes were intentionally designed. The humor in this film isn't overly dense, so the audience has enough time to appreciate the absurdity and irony. The two embrace tightly, a gesture of mutual understanding between artists. Wish us luck, Jerry Zak said to Ronald, adjusting his glasses. I certainly need good luck, Ronald replied. If the film flopped at the box office, Ronald would have really screwed over Michael Eisner and the vice president's eldest son. The very first film they released, a touchstone for their careers, was about to suffer a major failure. And with the second phase of the Screen Fund, having failed on its first investment under George J.R., he'd be ridiculed by those rich kids for a long time. He might have to step in again, to ensure his two friends, who had been fooled by his trust, wouldn't continue to lose money because of his mistakes as a producer. The audience began to leave, and Ronald quickly ran to the restroom to eavesdrop. This time, they weren't discussing the film's plot or any memorable lines, but rather their own lives. Were they like the protagonist, failing to make money during the economic recovery? How despicable were those rich people, making money by stealing the ideas and creativity of talented people, and not giving the poor the rewards they deserved? They certainly had a lot to say, but was that good or bad? Ronald scratched his head, clueless. He returned to the theater. Helen was still waiting for him there. Helen, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, her hair casually tied back, possessed the air of an exceptionally beautiful woman. Where are we going later? She asked Ronald, her large almond-shaped eyes wide. Helen had failed miserably in her audition for The Secret to Success. Director Herbert Ross had found Christy McNichol, recommended by his connections at Barbra Streisand, to play the lead role. With a large number of actresses between the ages of 18 and 35, without strong connections, it was impossible to land a role in a big-budget theatrical film. Helen only truly understood the importance of connections after being ruthlessly rejected in the second round of auditions. She had to make amends by clinging tightly to her only connection, the commercial film genius Ronald. Christy McNichol's connection was far deeper than hers with Herbert Ross. Herbert Ross was originally Streisand's choreographer. Most of the actors in Broadway's troupe belonged to this circle. Moreover, Christy McNichol was no unknown. She was also a child star, having starred alongside fellow child star Tatum O'Neal in the hit comedy Little Darlings in 1980. Unfortunately, her looks and acting skills weren't quite on par with Tatum O'Neal and Jodie Foster, both also child stars, and she didn't have many opportunities. However, her two competitors, one who graduated from Yale and couldn't find acting roles, and the other who hadn't landed a good teenage role and successfully transitioned into acting, had just married American tennis player John McEnroe last month and temporarily retired from the entertainment industry. This opportunity, ironically, fell to her. It seems that as long as one stays in the entertainment industry long enough, there's still a chance to land one or two big productions. We're not going anywhere, you sit with me for a while, Ronald said, putting his arm around Helen, and the two sat in the empty screening room. Have them show the movie again, Ronald told the Touchstone staff. Even if we fail, we need to understand where things went wrong. Ronald was always meticulous about his professional work. The lights dimmed again, leaving only Ronald and Helen to watch the movie from the beginning. Helen played a female kidnapper whose patented invention, stolen by her and her husband's wealthy son-in-law, played by Danny DeVito, had made them rich. They then decided to kidnap a rich girl to reclaim their rightful $500,000 patent fee. Tisk, Ronald sighed when he saw Helen on screen wearing Huey and Dewey Duck masks, kidnapping the rich girl to her home. It seemed movies associated with Donald Duck were always unlucky. Lucas's Howard Duck was essentially a failure, even dragging down two Universal executives. The film's pacing was somewhat unlike traditional Zack Snyder comedies. And Helen's performance, especially, was quite different from the others. Watching her performance this time, even Ronald, accustomed to classic Hollywood films, felt a bit out of place. Then the rich girl wreaks havoc in the basement, while Helen plays a submissive wife-like character. Ironically, she's subdued by the rich girl and doesn't dare mistreat the hostage too much, instead cooking steak for her. Tisk. Ronald, hearing her lines, also felt strongly theatrical, which was very jarring. Helen noticed that every time she appeared, spoke, or made a gesture, Ronald would tisk, and she was terrified. Was my acting really that bad? What does Ronald want to say about keeping me here? Looking at the screen, she realized that on the second viewing, her relaxed acting style felt out of place. Helen panicked, clinging to Ronald's arm and burying her head in his chest. She couldn't bear to look at the screen anymore, and didn't want Ronald to comment on her acting anymore. Did I ruin the whole movie? Why? Turn on the lights. Ronald gestured to the staff to pause the screening. Don't panic, darling. I think I found the problem. Where? Helen, her almond-shaped eyes red and swollen from crying, looked at Ronald with teary eyes. When you were performing, were you listening to yourself speak? Ronald called over a crew member and asked him to replay the clip of Helen speaking. Me. Helen looked at her performance on the screen and thought for a moment. Yes, I was very nervous. Director Jerry Zak is a very famous comedy director, and I consulted him a lot about a character's mindset, ultimate goal, and what tone of voice to use. No wonder, every time you recited your lines, you were always focused on your tone, emphasis, and intonation, which made your lines sound a bit like normal human speech. What does normal human speech sound like? Helen no longer dared to ignore Ronald's opinion. She also felt that her performance was far from that of the main actors. When normal people speak, they always pay attention to what others are saying, not what they are saying themselves. Perhaps in the future, you should allocate more attention to your fellow actors, instead of thinking about how you should deliver your lines to fit the character. Is that so? Helen was momentarily stunned. How could she have missed something so simple? Yes, you've taken more acting classes than me. You must have heard the saying, acting is about acting out reactions. Acting is about acting out reactions, Helen Slater murmured to herself, then burst into laughter through her tears. Sometimes the real secret is that simple, revealed by her lover's words. How ridiculous that she'd taken so many acting classes. She was pleasantly surprised to find that in a few scenes, she hadn't paid too much attention to how she should act, and it actually made her seem more natural. Helen hugged Ronald tightly and gave him a sweet kiss. I'm so silly, Ronnie. It seems you know much more about acting than I do. I'll listen to you from now on. Chapter 697 Ronald chooses the lead actress. Helen realized her long-held misconception. Focusing too much on her performance only made the audience more aware of her acting. She was overjoyed and immediately began practicing with Ronald that very night. The two constantly looked at each other, exchanging glances, and then repeating what the other had just said, paying attention to the nuances in their words. Sure enough, focusing on each other resulted in better physical responses, and Ronald, in turn, responded in kind. This positive cycle led to a significant improvement in their performance compared to usual. However, correcting long-standing acting habits requires professional training. After 2 days of enjoying time with Ronald, Helen Slater couldn't resist enrolling in a new acting class to practice with her best friend, Helen Hunt. Ronald, now single again, devoted most of his time to John Patrick Shanley, the screenwriter of the film The Bride and the Wolf, which he had dreamed of. Shanley, a New Yorker, had come to Los Angeles to discuss the film's production with Ronald. He was a handsome, impeccably dressed man in his 30s, with a blue eyes common among Irish people, and a slightly melancholic air. When they started talking, they discovered their backgrounds were remarkably similar. Like Ronald, Shanley came from a poor background. He grew up in the predominantly black Bronx, not far from Little Bud's old house. Shanley's mother was a telephone operator, and his father was a meatpacking worker. Growing up in a street-smart environment, Shanley was adept at street smarts. He had served in the Marine Corps and, after his discharge, passed the Privates Act to attend college, becoming Ronald's classmate and a graduate of New York University. However, he outperformed Ronald, graduating with honors in drama. Before that, Shanley had been writing Broadway plays. He was lucky. In 1982, his play was picked up by an off-Broadway production company, launching his playwriting career. However, his luck turned sour afterward. His scripts remained off-Broadway, none receiving critical acclaim or a chance to be staged on Broadway. Shanley then began a career change, slowly starting to write screenplays, hoping to try his luck in Hollywood. Similar backgrounds made Ronald and Shanley hit it off immediately. They found an Irish restaurant, drank beer, and started discussing screenplays over stew. You're of Irish descent, why not write a story about an Irish family instead of an Italian family? After a few drinks, Ronald and Shanley, feeling more comfortable, began to discuss some core topics. As first-time screenwriters, most writers write about their own lives. Therefore, Ronald needed to ask Shanley how he found inspiration for a script that didn't reflect his own experiences. In this industry, deception and betrayal happen all the time. Ronald didn't want an author to claim Shanley stole his screenplay idea after filming began. Haha, actually, it's quite interesting. I grew up in an Irish community. My classmates were either Irish, Italian, or black. Just across the street from our neighborhood was an Italian enclave. My parents and I lived there, and our neighbors were typical Irish families, an older father, a mother much younger than herself, and a bunch of kids. But the Italian families across the street were much more interesting. First of all, they were all excellent cooks. It seemed like every Italian mother could cook a lot of delicious food. And they often lived with their grandparents, so the whole family would eat together. It was very lively. Haha, Italian families are indeed more common in large households. Ronald recalled that a famous director Coppola had once invited him to his home for dinner, and it was indeed a large family gathering around the table. Yes, I feel like their mothers are very knowledgeable. It's easy to distinguish between Italian and Irish children. Italian children's clothes are always ironed perfectly by their mothers or grandmothers. But in Irish families like ours, you often see unwashed liquor stains on our clothes. Shanley got more and more excited as he spoke, even winking at Ronald. Ronald felt relieved. It was highly likely that this analysis of his creative process and philosophy was something he had come up with himself. That's why I've always admired Italian-American families. After school, I would always run to my classmates' houses, and they would call me half Irish and half Italian, Shanley continued. Discussing creative work with a Hollywood winner like Ronald was a very pleasant experience. When I went on to study drama, I wanted to write a film about Italians. I wanted to incorporate the food I longed for as a child, the warmth of large families, the comfortable clothes, and even a little bit of superstition into the story. But the sweeter the memories I held dear, the harder it was to write them down. It wasn't until a few years ago that I finished the first draft. But my agent pitched it to many film companies, and I was rejected every time. Because now in Hollywood, when people hear Italian, they think of gangster films, The Godfather, dance films, Saturday Night Fever, and being involved in gangs and dancing have become stereotypes about Italians. I'm not saying my characters aren't stereotypical, but the studios don't want to take the risk. They don't want to risk disappointing audiences by making a film about Italian family life. They feel that a film about Italian life that doesn't feature Chicago typewriters splashing water in the streets, or a handsome guy like Travolta dancing energetically, is like committing fraud. Ronald nodded. This kind of studio approach was perfectly normal. Regardless of the script's quality, the marketing department wouldn't know how to advertise a script like this. If it were a gangster action film, it could be called The New Godfather. If it were a dance film, it could be called The New Saturday Night Fever. But how do you recommend this movie to a friend? New, well, you know, it says, it's a romantic love story about an Italian-American immigrant family, depicting the love stories of parents and children at different stages of life, and it also has a touch of humor. Italian-American, is it a gangster romance? Often, a friend's response will leave you speechless. Therefore, Ronald, having taken on the project and bought the filming rights, had to take a different approach, marketing through star power. Ronald planned to negotiate with various distribution companies to see if he could sign distribution contracts. Then he could find a big star like Cher to star in it. With Ronald, a box office hit director, already involved in the director, lead actor, and lead actress trio, finding a star of Cher's caliber would guarantee a box office success. Then the 7 major studios can market it by saying, go see Ronald Lee's love story, starring Cher. So, we can already pitch it to distributors. Shanley was very excited to hear Ronald confirm his desire to direct the film himself. Actually, we're still missing a female lead. And, what? The movie's title has to be changed. The Bride and the Wolf is too ordinary. Audiences won't have much expectation for the story after reading it, so what do you plan to call it? How about Moonstruck? Like you wrote in the script, there's a big, bright moon, and when it appears, People fall in love. Very good. You're absolutely right. Xiangli took a sip of beer. Who are you planning to cast as the female lead? What were you thinking? When you were writing the script, did you put any actor's image in your mind and write it accordingly? Ronald knew this little trick in screenwriting. If you use a certain star as a target for your script, then the character's speech and behavior will inevitably be modeled after that star's image. If someone else were to play this role, some details would need to be adjusted to suit the new star's acting style. When I was writing, I actually had Sally Field in mind, Xiangli said. Her acting is fine, but the first person I thought of was Cher. What do you think? Ronald hadn't expected this script to be based on Sally Field, a two-time Oscar winner. She's beautiful, and her dark hair and dark eyes fit the Italian-American image. Is she Italian-American? Xiangli was familiar with Cher. She debuted as part of a pop duo with her first husband, Sonny. But after their divorce, Cher gradually tried her hand at acting, appearing in films nominated for Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars and performing in Broadway musicals. No, she's Armenian, but she looks a lot like she's Italian, right? Yes, but Sally is a good choice too, isn't she? She doesn't seem quite Latina enough, Ronald thought for a while, but I'll still ask her to audition. Xiangli said he wrote the script based on Sally Field, so we should also invite her to try out. I still prefer Cher, and Sally doesn't quite look Italian enough. Do you think there's anyone suitable? That evening, Ronald went to see his agent, Nisida. Middle-aged woman, sexy, can play Italian, isn't that what they usually play as suspects? Nisida, having heard about the results of Ronald's discussion with Xiangli, also gave Ronald some advice. Which suspects, besides Field and your preferred Cher, actresses who can generally play middle-aged beauties include Sigourney Weaver, who reportedly gave an excellent performance in the Alien sequel, Diane Keaton, who worked with Al Pacino in The Godfather, understands Italian culture, and is both good-looking and a good actress. Catherine Turner, she's stunningly beautiful, suitable for middle-aged roles and can also charm younger men. Kim Basinger is similar, though she's a bit younger. Deborah Winger is similar, she has dark hair, but the problem is she's a bit younger than Basinger. Oh, and there's Diane West, who plays the second sister in Woody Allen's new film Hannah and Hershey, and Barbara Hershey, who plays the youngest sister. What, can't someone play the eldest sister? Ronald asked casually. Maya Farrow isn't sexy enough, Nisida said. The people he recommended weren't actually the most suitable actresses for the role of Loretta Castorni in the script for the new film Ronald had bought. However, all the actors he recommended were Oscar winners, Oscar nominees, or those with a high chance of being nominated, as well as those who were currently extremely popular and well-known. This romantic comedy about middle-aged love stories still needed some stars to reduce the difficulty of publicity. Ronald completely understood. Here's what you do. You can privately talk to them and ask if they were interested in making a romantic comedy with me. If they were interested, send them a portion of the script. If they were interested, then pitch it to the Big Seven. I can give you the full script from Cherry's side, Ronald added, still hoping to maintain the original cast from his dream. After all, chemistry is a very mysterious thing, and he wanted to use a proven combination. What about the male lead? What do you think? Should we ask Tom? Nisida closed her notebook and asked Ronald if he wanted Tom Cruise to play Ronnie Camarelli. You should ask Paula's opinion. Ronald also felt that if Cruise wanted to co-star with his girlfriend in a movie, he seemed to have no reason to refuse. The star draws the audience, and he's also a couple with a female lead, creating chemistry. The only problem is that he's a bit too handsome, which doesn't quite match the character of Ronnie, the disabled bread baker in the script. Chapter 698 Celebrity Taboos. Tom Cruise's agent, Paula, specifically sought out Ronald to discuss the role in Moonstruck. She diligently made him a cup of coffee. Ronald, she said, Tom has just established himself as a male star. You know, stars aren't suited for roles like this. And you're a super-grossing director. The script you've chosen must be excellent. I don't want you to revise the script just to accommodate Tom's star image. Is it because Ronnie in the script is disabled, with fingers cut off by a toaster, and he's using a wooden prosthetic hand? Ronald took a sip of his coffee. Paula Wagner's coffee-making skills were mediocre, but since she'd made it to please him, it tasted alright. No, Tom could take on a role with a disability. It's just that this character is a bit crazy. The lines are a bit hysterical, as if he has a lot of inner turmoil and pain. Stars can have disabilities, they can play physically disabled characters, but characters with such flawed personalities are really not suitable. If you want Tom to play the role, then this part needs some changes. Ronnie can't harbor resentment towards his older brother, and despite his disability, he still needs to be hopeful for the future. He can't just sleep with his older brother's fiancée right away, there has to be a setup. He has to show affection for his brother's fiancée, Loretta, and then, after hearing that his brother has abandoned Loretta, he takes the initiative to propose to the woman he loves. Anything else? Ronald took out a small notebook and wrote down Paula's words. Anything else? Paula wanted to continue suggesting some plot points and dialogues that didn't fit the star's image. That's enough, honey. Ronald's just kidding. Nisida stopped his serious wife, Paula. Paula looked up at Ronald, clearly stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha, Ronald and Nisida both laughed. When these two men considered casting Tom Cruise as Ronnie, they both thought of his star status and felt he wasn't suitable for the role. Stars don't need any character development or flaws in their roles, even if they have flaws, they're endearing and don't need changing. However, Nisida always joked that his wife cared more about Tom Cruise than him, and if Ronald hinted at anything, Paula would definitely be very anxious and come to discuss it with him. Ronald didn't believe it and still called Paula, which led to the scene where he personally served coffee to beg for mercy. Actually, what you said is quite useful to me. I haven't worked with established stars before. Tom's status wasn't as high back then as it is now in Top Gun. Ronald also asked Paula for advice on the taboos of stars appearing in movies. For example, stars are very concerned about their image, and some will request changes to their lines to better fit their star image. A star's image is built up from each film. There are also some more difficult stars who will make all sorts of excessive demands. For example, arranging a pet nanny, having a friend chat in the trailer during breaks, scheduling with an astrologer, and avoiding filming certain scenes at certain times. Of course, the most troublesome thing is that some stars demand a privilege of seeing the final cut. If they feel they don't look good in a certain scene, they'll ask the director to reshoot. This is the most troublesome part. Many stars don't understand post-production editing at all. They don't know how their shots are combined into the final film. So, many times, the requested reshoots are a waste of time and money, since they can't tell which parts the director edited in the end. Seeing that Ronald valued her opinion, Paula let go of her annoyance at being teased. She finally pleaded with Ronald, if Tom hears about it, he'll definitely ask to work with you. He'll definitely hear about it. He's very interested in roles that showcase and develop his acting skills right now, and then, I know what to do. Ronald smiled. Tom Cruise likes movies that challenge his acting skills, but such roles, as Paula said, are definitely not on his radar unless Ronald strongly recommends them. Paula was clearly pleased. After thanking him again, she seemed to remember something. I heard you want Cher? Don't blame me for not telling you, she's very difficult. I've had enough of her nitpicking while she was dating Tom. Sigh. I know, Ronald waved his hand. He already knew from insiders that Cher was a very easy person to get along with in life, but incredibly picky about her singing and acting. She also had many demands regarding her lifestyle, insisting on staying in the best hotels, and making a whole host of requests. Sure enough, Tom Cruise found out about the content of Ronald's new film through other channels and immediately called to request a meeting. You're back from Singapore? Ronald asked Cruise, who had rushed into the house. Ronnie, why didn't you call me? I thought we were best friends. Of course we're best friends. Then why didn't you ask me to act in your new film? We should continue to work together. Did Paula say something to you? Tom Cruise immediately realized the crux of the matter. Listen to this. Ronald handed him a small recorder and pressed play. Why did you marry Johnny? He's an idiot. Ronald's voice came from the tape. He too had undergone Meisner's systematic acting training. His breath came from his diaphragm, conveying anger very well. Where are you taking me? Helen Slater's voice, filled with fear and anticipation, also came from the tape. With Ronald's guidance, her delivery of lines had improved, it was no longer theatrical, and her tone was becoming more realistic. To bed, Ronald growled. Ah. God, okay, I don't care anymore, take me to bed, I don't care anymore. Helen's voice showed a surrender of self-respect, a submission to desire. Tom Cruise's face turned serious. Is this my character Ronnie's line in the script? Yes, listen to the next one. Another line followed. I have no life. My brother Johnny took my life away. What life do I have? I bake bread here every day, sweating and shoveling dough into this oven, then shoveling bread out. And then my brother Johnny says he's getting married? And I have to go to his wedding? Ronald's lines in the recording were rhythmic, and at the climax, he even slammed his hand on the table. I have no life. I have no life. My hand fell off. My hand fell off. My fiancé ran away. Johnny still has a hand. He still has a wife. You want me to go to his happy wedding with this prosthetic hand? Get out. Ronald reached the climax. A beast, a real beast, Helen said the last line. Click, Ronald pressed the recorder. He still lacked some acting skills for this climactic scene, so he only did a so-so recitation. You have a concept, well, it's definitely not suitable for me. Tom Cruise also realized that the character had too much darkness, which was probably not suitable for his status as a star. But your delivery of lines is superb. Could you bring me this recording? I enjoy working on these kinds of brilliant scenes. It was already prepared for you. Ronald tossed the small recorder and a copy of the script to Cruise. Tom Cruise suffers from severe dyslexia, making it very difficult for him to read scripts on his own. So Ronald had prepared a recording for him to help him understand the film more easily and why he wasn't a good fit for the role. A little while later, Nisida and Richard, the two agents, came into Ronald's house again. Ned Tanning agreed quickly, but he won't greenlight the project until you find a female star to sign. He prefers Diane Keaton. Disney and 20th Century Fox are hesitant about scripts that clearly require stars, but they also agree that if you can get a big-name star, they're very willing to invest. Nisida reported on the results of initial contacts with several major studios. It's similar on my end. Universal is still embroiled in that Duck scandal and probably doesn't have the resources to push forward with this kind of project right now. MGM is pushing Kim Basinger. Her 9.5 weeks made them a fortune, and they want to keep this cash cow around. But I asked Mr. Weintraub, and he said MGM has currently suspended all film production to make room for him. He heard you wanted to direct a new script and said he wanted to talk to you at the premiere of Dragon Boys 2, Richard reported on the contacts with several other studios. Has Cher's agent responded? Ronald asked about his preferred lead actress. She said she was surprised you wanted her to direct a film and that she's a difficult star to work with. If you really want to work with her, give her some recordings of the script to listen to first. Oh, right. Ronald slapped his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten that Cherry, like Cruise, suffered from severe dyslexia. She probably hadn't even read the script he sent. Alright, here's a rehearsal dialogue Helen and I recorded. Send it to Cherry first. Later, I'll have someone record a more complete version. Is there anything else? Ronald asked, seeing that Nisida seemed to have more to say. Francis called. He said he wants to talk to you about your new film. Nisida was also Coppola's agent. He's interested in this script too. No, ever since he made The Godfather, the Italian-American mob has become interested in the film industry and interferes with scripts that expose too much of the dark side of the Italian-American mob. Your script is an Italian-American story, and as the head of the Italian-American directing family, he just wanted to ask if you had any gangster content. How did he find out? Ronald chuckled, about to call Coppola to reassure him. Huh? Should I go see him? Ronald thought for a moment. Coppola is a very traditional Italian-American patriarch. Why not ask him for his opinion on making this kind of romantic comedy? When I'm dealing with the major studios, I always feel like I'm missing the point. It would be good to ask Coppola, who has experience directing the two Godfather films, for advice. Chapter 699 Ronald asks Coppola for advice. Ronald arrived at Coppola's home in the suburbs of San Francisco. Coppola, having already paid off his mortgage, had specially prepared a feast for Ronald in his large house. His previous film, The Cotton Club, with its staggering $50 million budget, had clearly cost his glass company a considerable sum. While it had severely damaged the careers of lead actress Diane and lead actor Richard Gere, it had at least paid off most of the huge high-interest loans incurred from his previous two Apocalypse Now films and his past relationships. Ronald greeted Coppola's wife, Eleanor, and handed her the script. The group enjoyed a pleasant meal of wine from Coppola's winery, accompanied by various Italian meat dishes. Ah, so you're not just a director who only wants to make high-concept commercial films, Ronald. I heard Pauline Carr in New York approached you. Good, very good. Your first film was so talented, but then you entered the Hollywood creative mode. Fortunately, This time you've finally returned to the right path. What do you mean? How can you tell so much just by looking at the cover? Ronald was surprised. He hadn't told Coppola about the plot of Moonlight Temptation before. Look at this script, so many coffee marks on the cover. It's obvious it's been through several rounds of printing at the 7 major studios. Coppola pointed to the coffee and wine stains on the script cover and said to Ronald, "This kind of script must have been liked by people at various studios, but it doesn't fit the current commercial distribution trend, so it's been read repeatedly without any results. If you hadn't seen it, it would probably have remained silently in that company's script library." Coppola flipped through the script quickly with his fingers. Directors are known for their speed reading skills, and Coppola read very quickly. A dozen minutes later, he realized this was a Broadway-style film, completely unrelated to gangsters. The 5 major Italian families in New York were being relentlessly pursued by prosecutor Rudy. High-ranking members of each family had been arrested and indicted. Seeing the power dwindling, Coppola would soon no longer need to notify them of any Italian-language scripts. What do you think of this script? I'm really excited about it, bursting with creative energy, Ronald said, eating a meatball, feeling a resurgence of the passion he had when making his directorial debut. Coppola took a sip of his drink and ate a slice of salami. Well, it's a romantic comedy, I have no problem with that. Coppola's romantic comedy, Old Time Buddy, had been a huge success, mortgaging his large house and causing considerable discord with his wife, Eleanor. Adding to the turmoil, he had also found a new lover, further escalating the conflict with his devoted wife, nearly leading to divorce. After that, he avoided that genre altogether. Actually, I came here today to ask you for advice in person. I've run into a problem when signing with distributors. Several studios have verbally agreed, but they're all dragging their feet on signing the contracts. I know they have doubts about whether this film will be a box office hit, but I've already made 2 super blockbuster movies, so shouldn't I be able to be a little more carefree? Don't let the producer hear that, Ronald. SHH, Coppola laughed heartily. Actually, when we're leading projects, it's similar to those workers docked at the San Francisco pier. When they dock, they throw a thin rope with a small iron ball attached to it onto the shore, and then the workers on the shore pick up the ball and keep pulling it up. Then there's a thicker rope, then an even thicker rope, and finally a cable about the thickness of your wrist. If you throw a thick cable from the start, you won't get it ashore. Isn't that just cheating and rigging? Ronald thought to himself. So how do I get the rope into a place where the big 7 studios can reach it? Coppola seemed quite pleased. You haven't had enough contact with us Italian-American filmmakers. Hollywood's stereotype of Italians is that they like to boast, no matter what position they actually hold. We always act like you're begging me, that we have many options. This isn't arrogance, it has its advantages. It's called the boss mentality. You can try it. When I was making The Godfather, that's what I did. A few people wanted to replace me as director, so I went over and fired them first. I still don't know if I had the authority to fire them, but I did, and the sample footage turned out well, so they accepted it. Ronald understood. It was just bragging. These big 7 studios are competitors, they can't possibly disclose everything to each other's executives. As long as he's bold enough, he can find a loophole to cut in. When they see how confident he is, they'll probably have to beg him instead. After reflecting on his own style, Ronald had an idea. Of course, he couldn't completely copy Coppola's approach, it had to align with his own consistent attitude. With the biggest problem solved, Ronald relaxed and began to devour the food Coppola had prepared, constantly praising the delicious Italian cuisine, which pleased Coppola's wife greatly. So, after The Godfather, when you independently ran Mirror Pictures, did you also use this method to deal with Hollywood? After a few rounds of drinks, Ronald began to compliment Coppola's directing skills. Coppola, pleased by this newly crowned box office winner, recounted some anecdotes from the past. Actually, back when George Lucas was at Diorama, his film American Diorama was asked to be edited by the distributor, Universal. That executive didn't know anything, he just wanted to show off his power by cutting a few scenes. George was very unhappy, and seeing his distress, I felt Universal was disrespecting my employees. I immediately pulled out my checkbook, signed a $600,000 production contract, and tried to buy back the rights to George's film from Universal. Seeing my determination, Universal started smoothing things over and eventually agreed to reduce the number of scenes cut. I also persuaded George to modify a few insignificant parts. Looking back now, That was the biggest mistake I made in running Diorama. I shouldn't have taken back the check, I should have insisted on buying the print rights. American Diorama ultimately grossed over $100 million in North America, and that was in 1973. By the way, in your new film, the male lead shares your name, Ronnie. Did you deliberately change it? Coppola asked, mentioning Ronald's new film. No, that's the original author's name. This author must be of Italian descent. They wrote about our lives so well. I bet more than half the scenes in the script are filmed in the kitchen. That's how we Italians are. Everything, sweet, frustrating, things that others might consider insignificant, is a huge deal to us Italians. And we resolve it in the kitchen. We have an Italian proverb, the table is God. Ronald smiled, not revealing that the screenwriter was of Irish descent. That's true. I really like these scenes of people eating around the table. But it'll be a challenge for casting. Maybe I should find more theatrical actors, they're more used to these kinds of scenes. Who are you planning to cast for the role of Ronnie? Coppola asked. He needs to have a lot of explosive energy, it won't be easy to find someone, and a lot of the plot is driven by him. This character is in a lot of inner turmoil, so I'm planning to find an actor who is also deeply tormented. Ronald looked at Coppola. Has Nick taken on any new projects lately? Oh, ha. He hasn't taken on any new projects since he finished filming Peggy Sue's wedding. Coppola, seeing that Ronald was quite perceptive and understood his implication, that he wanted to audition Nick Cage, was very pleased. Ronald respected this culture of mutual help among Italians. He was truly a good young man. It was just a pity he wasn't Italian-American, but that didn't matter. As long as he married an Italian woman, he could be considered the successor to the Italian-American directorial legacy. Nicolas Cage, this nephew, although he had changed his stage name from Coppola, was still his older brother's son. During the filming of Peggy Sue, he had too many ideas and had deep conflicts with the female lead, Catherine Turner. Cage insisted on using a hoarse, unclear voice to portray Peggy Sue's husband. Catherine Turner couldn't accept acting opposite someone with an unclear speech and almost contacted the producers to replace Cage midway through filming. Thanks to Coppola's intervention, the role wasn't recast, and filming was barely completed. After the film was released, the on-screen chemistry between Cage and Catherine Turner was completely lacking. They didn't have the sweetness of high school lovers or the affection of a middle-aged couple. Instead, the mutual dislike of a divorced couple felt very real. In this light, Cage's choice was a mistake. Even if your understanding of the character is correct, destroying the chemistry between the most important male and female leads in the film is a net loss. This hurt Cage deeply, and he remained in a bad mood, which ironically made him somewhat compatible with the kind of actor Ronald was looking for to portray inner turmoil. I'm so happy today. You should come see the premiere of Peggy Sue Got Married sometime. Coppola, having drunk too much red wine, talked for a while before starting to doze off. Seeing how tired Francis was, Ronald asked his wife, Eleanor, is Francis very busy right now? Is the new film finished? Yes, his new film, Stone Garden, just finished filming on location at Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. Plus, he was busy revising the copy of Peggy Sue Gets Married, so he's been very tired lately. But I'm glad Francis finally paid off the mortgage. This is the house we bought after the first Godfather movie was released. It holds many sweet memories for our family, and I don't want the bank to take it away. I don't think so. Francis has rediscovered his genius. Everyone says he performs best under pressure. You don't need to worry too much. Back in Hollywood, Ronald summoned Nisida, and the two went to meet with Paramount's president, Tanning. Ned, many studios are vying for this film. We've always had a pleasant working relationship, so I'll give you a little more time, 2 weeks. Think it over. If you haven't made up your mind after 2 weeks, I'll sign someone else. Ronald delivered his carefully rehearsed speech. You've secured a lead actress? Cherry agreed, Ned Tanning asked anxiously, inquiring about the lead actress's progress. Not yet. I'm not necessarily set on her. I've sent scripts to Sally Field, Barbara Hirsch, and Diane Keaton. Whoever's suitable will take the role. I don't set any restrictions. 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Okay, I'll give you an answer within 2 weeks. Ned Tanning saw Ronald off. He closed the door, drew the curtains, and pondered in the dim light. Is Ronald really being fought over by other studios? Or did he learn this Hollywood rhetoric from someone? It's really a headache. Chapter 700 Dragon Boys 2 premiere. Why did you lie to me? In their new house on Staten Island, New York, Ronald's aunt, Karen, scolded her boyfriend, Eric, with a mix of laughter and playful banter. Their relationship was progressing well, and Eric had let his guard down. While preparing to attend the premiere of his nephew Ronald's new film, Dragon Boys 2, he inadvertently let slip that he had no military experience, had worked in restaurants since childhood, and dreamed of becoming a chef. I knew the moment I saw you that you were the one I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. I heard from the neighbors that your husband is a Vietnam War veteran, and you volunteer at the Veterans Service, so I thought pretending to be a veteran would give me time to spend with you, Eric said nervously. You don't have to do this, Eric. Being a chef is my dream too. When I worked as a waiter in an Italian cafe, I always envied how much chefs earned. Ha ha ha, his aunt laughed, patting his arm, and took his handbag. The two drove to the Siegfried Cinema in Manhattan. Although the film industry was centered in Hollywood, the media was in Manhattan, New York. Not only are most of the nationally influential serious newspapers based here, but more and more television stations are also moving their studios from Los Angeles to New York. With the American time zone, those on the East Coast and New York often get breaking news earlier. And public television, broadcasting nationally, has an increasing advantage in producing news programs in New York, leading to a rapid shift in Midwestern and West Coast television media towards local programming. Therefore, the premiere of this martial arts movie sequel, Dragon Boys 2, which children had been anticipating for 2 years, was held at the Siegfried Theater, Manhattan's largest cinema. Hi, Susan, Ronald found Weintraub's lover and assistant, Susan Awakens, in the lobby. She was also listed as a producer on the film and had accompanied him to Oahu, Hawaii, for filming. Ronald, Susan greeted Ronald with a cheap kiss. I'm so nervous. This is my first time being a de facto producer, and I hope it will be a box office hit. You should have faith in me, of course, I mean even if the box office is bad, it shouldn't be your fault, after all, you made the phenomenal film Top Gun. No. I don't mean the box office will be bad. Susan became more and more nervous, her face turning red. Ronald, you're bothering Susan again. Weintraub, seeing Ronald arrive, pretended to come and relieve his lover Susan. There's quite a bit of media here today. Ronald looked around. Although it wasn't like a blockbuster with star-studded casts, there were still quite a few reporters present. A sequel to a blockbuster movie should have reporters. If I were in charge, there would be twice as many, Weintraub pointed out, explaining how he would improve the work of distributor Columbia if he were in charge of publicity and distribution. After all, he had already entered the upper echelons of MGM United Artists. Casino tycoon Cochran had promised him that he would first manage the United Artists label, and if the performance was good, he could become the head of both labels. I heard you're preparing a romantic comedy? After finishing teen movies, are you finally getting involved in something more important? Weintraub pulled Ronald into the VIP lounge and asked about Ronald's new film directly. Nisida told you? We're old friends. So I'll get straight to the point. MGM United Artists suspended production for a while. Have you resumed it now? I'm handling it. It will resume soon. I currently have Paramount and Disney interested. I've given them 2 weeks to consider. If they say they're giving up, we can talk. As for which label it will be under, now MGM and United Artists are a joint venture. Both labels have been acquired by Cochran, and they effectively share a distribution channel. Many of the distribution staff laid off in the process were picked up by Fat Minahan, who reorganized Cannonball's distribution channel. Which label it is up to you. You can use whichever one you want. I've been swamped with work these past 2 weeks. The merger is still a bit of a mess. It turns out the MGM executives aren't willing to relinquish power, and the negotiations have taken up a lot of my energy. I have to negotiate with everyone who needs to be laid off or merged. The boss's main focus is still on the MGM Grand in Las Vegas, so the two companies are now effectively fighting for control. I have to spend my energy dealing with them. Actually, you can just give me your script. You can use whichever label you want. For investments under $10 million, I can do it with a single word. Ronald hadn't expected Weintraub to be so confident. Paramount and Disney both needed to conduct evaluations before making decisions, but Weintraub seemed quite generous. Seeing Ronald's expression, as if to say, "You've struck it rich," Weintraub leaned closer. "Your screen fund project inspired me. I also used my connections on Wall Street and secured a fund called the Star Fund. They can fund any project I give the green light to." "Oh, They're willing to offer over $10 million. That was the problem Ronald had encountered with Disney. Eisner came personally to explain to Ronald. The Screen Fund had conducted market research before investing, finding that Hollywood had the highest average return on investment for low-budget productions, so they preferred low-cost projects, under $8 million by 1986 standards. As long as I invest, they can co-invest 1-to-1, or even 1-to-2. Oh, Ronald glanced at Weintraub. So his approach was different from the Screen Fund and Disney's. Weintraub also needed to invest his own money for Star Fund to be willing to work with him. Eisner's approach, where the Screen Fund handled all the financing, was based on his successful track record over the past decade. Weintraub had hit the jackpot in the last 2 years, and Wall Street still had some doubts about him. Okay, thank you for your trust, Jerry. I should receive their reply next week, then we can talk again. Okay, let's go out. Director. You're here. Lead actress Tomita Tanling was attending a premiere for the first time, very happy and also very nervous. She was dressed in a kimono from the movie and immediately came over to greet Ronald. Ralph Macchio, standing beside him, was much more adept. He and Noriyuki Morita, both dressed as characters from the film, chatted with a reporter in the voices of their characters. Director Ronald, can you talk about the sequel? Which parts are you most satisfied with? Will audiences like the sequel? What special tricks have you prepared for Ralph? Seeing Ronald, the reporter abandoned the two lead actors and came over to interview the director. I think it's better if you see it for yourselves than me answering. I won't give away any spoilers. Actually, producer Mr. Weintraub and I started planning the sequel a month after the original film's release. I guarantee the special moves will be just as exciting. Master Miyagi will unleash his full power in Okinawa, and Daniel will make further progress in his karate training. Ronald, Top Gun is currently firmly in second place at the box office, surpassing the new film Ferris Buddington, and only behind Orion's Back to School. With your Dragon Boys sequel being released, are you worried about the box office conflict between the two? I'm not worried. It's a great honor for audiences to enjoy our movies. I think it's only when both films are well received that they achieve good results. Besides, watching the movies won't conflict at all. Audiences can watch Dragon Boys first, then Top Gun. Ha ha ha. This is the premiere of Dragon Boys Part 2, so talking about other movies doesn't seem appropriate. Ha ha ha. The reporters also joined in, laughing at Ronald's not-so-funny joke. Everyone cooperated and entered the screening room. Ronald stayed behind to meet Aunt Karen and her boyfriend. The family sat together and happily watched the premiere. Midway through the movie, Kumiko was asked by Daniel about her dreams. Outside an electronics store, the two saw a scene from Famous featuring Antonia's solo dance. Antonia, Aunt Karen recognized the ballerina and gave Ronald a deep look. Her boyfriend, Eric, noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Aunt Karen replied, turning away as the scene had already passed. Daniel and Kumiko sat facing each other in a small cabin, drinking Japanese green tea. Daniel was clearly captivated by Kumiko's kimono, and the two slowly leaned in for a kiss. Ronald, doesn't Daniel have a girlfriend in Los Angeles, Ollie? Which girl are you going to arrange for him to be his girlfriend? Aunt Karen couldn't help but tug at Ronald's arm, demanding an answer from her nephew. It's a movie. Every film needs a female lead, otherwise, it's difficult to write the script, Ronald explained. So what about the third one? Daniel has to go back to his country eventually, and I think Kumiko is also coming to America to pursue her ballet dream. Which one do you plan to pair with Daniel? I haven't decided yet. Maybe a new female lead? It depends on the screenwriter and who's available. Ronald hadn't expected Aunt Karen to be such a die-hard fan of the Dragon Boys series, so concerned about Daniel's love life. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept across the screen, a typhoon was coming. The plot quickly moved into the third act. Aunt Karen stopped dwelling on the protagonist's romantic entanglements and turned back to watch with great interest. A major battle was definitely coming, and Daniel would finally defeat his powerful opponent with his ultimate move. Teacher Miyagi reconciled with his childhood friend Sato, but his student, Nagayoshi, couldn't accept it and challenged Daniel. He even slapped Kumiko, who was dating an American, on stage. "Oh, how can he even hide a girl?" Aunt Karen exclaimed. Daniel accepted the challenge, and a fierce battle ensued with Nagayoshi. Daniel had only learned ring karate, and was clearly no match for Nagayoshi, who practiced karate for real combat. In an attempt to defeat his opponent, Daniel even used his signature move from the first part, The crane kick, however, Nagayoshi, who was prepared, caught Daniel's crane kick with his hand, threw him to the ground, and then kicked him twice. A disheveled Daniel scrambled to his feet and looked at his teacher, Miyagi. Whenever Daniel lacked confidence, Miyagi was his greatest source of strength. Miyagi looked serious. A signature move, once the opponent was on guard, couldn't be used unexpectedly, otherwise it wouldn't be a signature move. He pulled out a rattled drum, held it in both hands, and started shaking it rhythmically. His childhood friend, Sato, joined in, pulling out a rattled drum from his clothes and shaking it too. Immediately, everyone followed suit, and a group of people were shaking rattled drums, creating a synchronized dong-dong sound. The voice reached Daniel's ears, and he remembered Miyagi's teachings. Yin-yang karate should be like a rattled drum, with the waist as the axis, and the two arms like the drumsticks, driven by the waist to both defend and attack. With a continuous parry and strike technique, Daniel could use one hand to defend against Chang Shan's punch while the other hand, driven by the waist, counterattacked. Daniel, arriving before Chang Shan's fierce attack, finally knocked the enraged Chang Shan to the ground. Chang Shan, unable to retaliate, lay on the ground. Daniel prepared to attack, a heavy punch poised in front of him. "Do you want to live or die?" Daniel asked. "Kill me then," Chang Shan said, closing his eyes in resignation. "Wrong, martial arts isn't about bullying others." Daniel changed his fist to a finger and gave Chang Shan a sharp flick on the nose. Kumiko came over and hugged Daniel. Oh, the audience was moved by the climactic ending, the exciting action scenes, the exquisite exotic scenery and costumes, and the philosophical reflection at the end. They began to stand up and applaud. Peter Cetra's song Glory of Love played at the perfect moment. The end appeared on the screen, then went black, and the credits started rolling again. The songwriter and lead singer of this theme song was the former lead singer and bassist of the band Chicago. He went solo last year. This song was originally going to be entered into the competition for the theme song of Sylvester Stallone's Rocky IV, but at the invitation of the film's music director, Bill Conti, it was used as the theme song for The Kid from the Dragon's Den. The band Chicago had been famous in America for a long time, and many of the parents in the audience were their fans. As the credits slowly rolled, they even started singing along. Looks like it worked really well. It was the first time Ronald had seen such an enthusiastic audience at a premiere. He greeted his Aunt Karen and then went to the restroom to secretly listen to the audience's reaction. "Please help us fill out the rating." The audience was blocked at the door. It turned out to be CinemaScore, a company hired by Columbia Pictures, conducting an exit rating survey. "Is this also a nationwide random sampling? When can we expect the results?" Ronald asked the staff member. "Hello, Director. Yes, this is also a nationwide random sampling survey, and the results will be available tomorrow morning." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.